running into each other.
Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one.
SCK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they would try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades.
Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tickle
into friendly fire. So really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Pixar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11.
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
Some news for you. You'll have to get used to it. Cause I do not lose. This what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good. You're looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on. Taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy. I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on. This is my time and my legacy. When you talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down.
Every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Singleton,
What?
Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time's got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
This shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these 2 teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonics hopping in the vehicles. They're making the sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is going to go down from Rillo. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming out from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are going to flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't going to come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 펍지의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 펍지를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억이 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 펍지는 만우절 모드 개발의 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 펍지 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 삼뚱맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 펍지의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. PUBG의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전장을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.
The culmination of our first official tournament for the year begins right now. Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring, and I hope you are ready. After 2 days of competition here in the grand finals, we will crown a champion by the end of today. My name is Teko. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the desk to start the show, I have Avenger and Saga, ready to chat about everything we've seen, because the last 2 days have been all over the place, Saga.
Ups and downs for a lot of teams. Those at the top on day number 1 who came out ahead really had a pretty rough time in day number 2, and vice versa. The teams that struggled in day number 1 have had a much more successful time during the midsection of the tournament. So it's up to really the teams left in the server today to find out who's going to be the ones successful today.
Super topsy-turvy as the days progressed. Avenger is already breaking the studio. Are you done for the day?
Yeah, I'm done with breaking. Yeah. I mean, the setup with how all my cables was working only set up for 2 days, right? So they're breaking apart here. The duct tape I used on day 1 is now falling apart. But now we're fantastic and we're ready to go here for day number 3. Of course, super exciting games ahead. And as we've seen so many times before, it's most likely going to be coming down to the very last game. Everyone is getting closer and everyone's getting within this famous striking distance of just one good game to make potential moves to get top 4, maybe even top 2.
It's all to play for, and we always have this conversation.
Yeah,
almost every time I do a desk with you, last day you go, it's coming down to the last game. Is it coming down to the last game today?
Very likely, yeah. It looks like some teams are really kind of coming back and having some fantastic day 2. So if they can keep that momentum and kind of improve on what they've already improved on, then we could see some changes in the top today here, especially after how rough games were for Howl and how stable Ascent has continued to be.
Let's take a look now at your attending team. So they played through the playoffs to get to the grand finals, and this is who is competing today. Some of the names you know, you love, they're names that you've seen throughout the years here in PUBG, and some are a little bit new, Saga. So who are the 2 teams that you're keeping an eye on today?
For today, we really have to be looking at the teams on the left-hand side of the screen right now, and in particular, the 2 at the top, really, FaZe Esports and FaZe Clan, 2 teams that have come in, all the Fs, and had, the first time it was kind of an F to pay respect kind of performance from both of them, but this time, it's F. They're doing really, really well so far. And Foot has, they've impressed in terms of the mechanical capabilities. They've been able to come out ahead in situations where they have no right to win games. The end game against Ascend was just bizarre that they were able to come out from the low ground position with a numbers disadvantage and still hit enough headshots to come out ahead and win the game. But what they're lacking is the consistency. So while they do have these big peaks, they're picking up a lot of kills in individual games. The games where they're not, they may be able to salvage 2 to 3 points and not much more than that. So we just need to see the consistent high-level performance that they've shown to be capable of on multiple occasions.
There's 2 teams that everyone is talking about, though. The first one is Na'Vi, our PGC champs, who have not pitched up at all in the last 2 days. They got a chicken dinner, but for me, that's Na'Vi not pitching up. And then on the other side, you have Howl, who had this incredible first day, finished in the top 4 every single game. Yesterday, it looked like at the start that they were going to continue that, then fell off a little bit. So the 2 teams that possibly today have to come out and do something incredible, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. In my case, I would say that there was a fantastic second place game for Howl, and then that was kind of it for the day. Like that's what they managed to do. They got 9 some kills, second place, and then they had like 5, 6, 7 points for the rest of the day, which is just not enough. And in a case where we didn't come in and look at our PGC champions, sure, had a fantastic game. They had 38 points in day 2, but they only have 3 in number 1, which is going to make it extremely hard for them. But it's still, we have to remember, still huge difference the way you move up the ranks. If you just get 3, 4, 5 more places, you're going to get maybe 100 more PGC points, which we're gathering throughout these 3 events. This is the first one and 2 more to come the following year here. So you have to perform. It comes down no matter what. No matter if you're in 16th place right now, you want to get as many points as possible, so you have to fight the way through, of course.
It's really fun for us to talk about all the action, but actually it's better if you get to see it. So you know what? Let's do a quick recap of what happened yesterday. Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring. We are on day number 2 of our grand finals, and of course you've joined us to watch the best region in the world.
Is he going for the red? There's no way he's allowed to do that. How is he allowed to do this? What am I witnessing? He actually gets it. Will he be able to spray him down? No, it will be fixed. The pickup. What?
Find the right angle.
Leader peeks all over Beamy with the angle from up above. Perfect positioning. Isolating with the smokes to deny the vision for Kilyakai and Micah. And now Beamy taking out the armor, removes a huge threat. He almost hit his head there as he will actually take it down. Beamy and Vard are actually making this work off the back of it. It's just Micah up the hill. 1 versus 2 needs to make a heroic play happen. Oh, it's not going to. The Esports with the backs against the wall come out victorious. Former team name in trying to catch question mark before they make their way on over, wanted a piece of the pie, but Perfectix gets all of it, a freebie.
What the woo just destroyed Na'Vi as they try and escape on from out of there, and they are going to shut it down. It will be Ascent here. That's bold, but
first upper bracket, you failed. Then the next live, lower bracket, then failed again. Then again, it's grand finals.
Shut up, Martin. Can we just mute his mic? Thank you very much. It's been great.
Smoke fades, falls down, and now Chris, there's no way he's getting out. Somehow they all have to fall before he does, and right now they're doing a damn good job of it.
He's going to be trying to come around the flashes, go out. Marcelek gets Gustav to start things off, and that is going to be it. Polish power with a victory.
That man is a deviant little man.
What he said. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. My favorite part about that is someone in production left in the shut up Martin, mute his mic. I dig it. Let's take a look now at the standings, because this is where we stand. 10 games, 2 days. Currently sitting on top is Hal, but Ascend is closing the gap. Not the two teams I would have put up there, and I think a few other people watching at home, maybe not. FaZe would have been a team I would have mentioned, FUT Esports, but impressively enough, it's those two teams who have arguably been the most consistent so far.
Yeah, we have talked about Howl having a bit of a howler on day number 2, pun absolutely intended. Thank you, Martin. But they started off well enough on game number 1 to just keep a tiny edge over the competition. And as you may remember, you asked yesterday, will Howl stay in first place? And I said, not today, yes. Tomorrow, probably not. And the gap has
No, Saga, you don't get to do this. You did not. Right? You did not answer the question. You skirted it, so you don't get to claim it now.
But I did say that today would be the day if someone's going to dislodge Howl, and it looks as though there is some strong competition with the capability of doing so. Ascend has been extremely consistent, and while outside of the one outlier game at the end of day number 1, their kills haven't been necessarily anything extremely out of the ordinary. Their placement points, the consistency of the rotations has really helped them get their way up to the top of the leaderboard.
Na'Vi and BBL, though, not sitting on the side of the leaderboard that they would like to be, Avenger.
No, they are not. That's factually correct.
I want to ask you why, because I have been going on about this BBL thing for a while.
Yeah,
so
you've been hammering them a little bit. Yeah, that is true. The case is that they're not where a lot of people are expecting them to be. Also, you have high expectations to these guys, of course, and I would love to see them be up there and perform. They just didn't have fantastic days. Like the teams we see in the top, they had fantastic days. We're talking, 49 points as were the best day for Ascent, day 1, 71 points for Howl, 56 for FaZe Clan in this second day. So but there's just none of the teams in Ascent that have had 2 above average games. It's been one good day and one bad day. And that's why we have the leaderboard that is this close, and that's why we don't see Howl further ahead, and that's why we see some of the teams have had 2 bad days. Probably, hopefully, now have 1 good day today, and now it's going to be even closer, and it's going to kind of even out for that's what I'm expecting to see. Yeah.
How often though are we going to do this with question mark, with Na'Vi, with BBL, where we go, oh, they didn't have a good day. They didn't have a good day. At some point, you just have to be good. That's what happens when you want to be the best. And I feel like they're not doing what we need them to do. So how long do they get to live with that excuse?
Well, they can excuse themselves all they want throughout the whole tournament, but they're not getting any more PGC points just because of that. If they're down in 14th, 13th, that's the PGC points they're getting. And that's obviously not where you want to be. But then again, we know they get better throughout the year. We saw them last year win PCS 7, and now we're talking about question mark. And they're just one of those teams that form themselves throughout the year, and they're just going to be better. Remember, again, as we talked about yesterday, also as we heard from Gustav, this is an extremely difficult lobby. There's a lot of new teams. There's a lot of new strategies, rotations, all these things that the players usually take very long time to adapt to have all been shaken up. And we don't see more than 2, 3, 4 teams that are doing the same things. And even their usual things are changing because we have super aggressive teams. We have teams that are super passive. And the meta is ever shifting at the moment.
We're going to let the PGC points do the talking today.
Yes.
We're also going to get to hear some of the teams talking because we were able to jump into FUT Esports' communications to hear what they had to say. And this is something that I'm really stoked to listen to because this is a team that popped off in playoffs, a brand new roster, super impressive performance. Grand finals, not exactly what we've been expecting, but yesterday we saw some magic moments from them. So let's hear what goes down in game when you're sitting in their comms.
Okay, coming. Left side, upstairs. One guy is on peak, just
There's
go.
a guy in our house.
Has anyone got nades?
Yeah, I'm nading
No.
once.
Did he meet this guy?
Oh, no.
Nice. I'm holding 2-star white, he's not peeking at all.
I'm going in. Flush.
2-star white, bottom floor, right side.
Watch out for nades now. Watch out for nades, don't stack.
Bottom floor, 2-star white. Yeah.
Do you want to clear upstairs?
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. I know where he is.
Yeah, I see him.
He's close
I'm
right.
with you.
Nice. Watching road.
On green, maybe. Do you just go trade him? I think one of you holds the rock and two of them just go trade. You can see him, mates. You can see him.
Yeah.
Headshot.
Who can you see? Nice. 3 4. Both on orange now, what?
Probably pushing this.
Yeah, it's on the fence.
On the fence.
Hit a lot.
Hit one more time. Knock fence.
Nice.
Yeah, last guy in the house.
Right, like from the window here. Hard right's clear. He's upstairs or something. I heard him. Step on metal. I suppose.
Nice guys. Try to hold. I can still get res off. It's time for that.
One more on the car. Hard swan Bronco in front of you. Should use util. One's knocked in front of you.
Still in the Bronco. Crawling back. Just
a little bit further.
A little bit further. You're gonna have it.
Nice. Almost in blue beam.
One's in the fast smoke that's fading.
Headshot the guy shooting you.
Even to the top hill guy. One's high smoke, one's down right. I'm healing right now.
In the rest
full ridge on me.
Yeah. Can you
Can you just run to the ridge?
Knock one
guy.
One active. Smoke, close smoke, Bimmy. In your smoke.
Yeah.
I'm pushing.
You can run right.
They could be
I'm using you two. Yeah, they should be.
Fun fact, Kylaris does the most incredible T-Bone impression. I actually thought T-Bone was in the studio with us when he did it. Maybe one day we'll get a chance to see him do it. We'll get him to interview T-Bone using T-Bone's voice. That was FUT Esports.
That's a good idea.
Mechanically, you said this yesterday, mechanically probably the most skilled team in the lobby. Saga, do you think with a little bit more time in comp, this is a team to not only dominate the EMEA scene, but potentially the global stage as well?
They've got the potential. It's a horrible word that we say a lot, but they are one of the teams that when you see the glimmers of what they're able to do in the fights, and especially when you hear the communications and just how crisp and clean it is, and just the experience of the players, so that when the communication comes through, as we heard in the final fight against Ascend, as soon as a player says, hey, I'm healing, instantly they go prone, they don't over-aggress, they don't force themselves into an unnecessary 1v1 or a 1v2, even worse. And you can see those little hints of just experience coming through in the way they play the game, on top of the fact that they're only 2 kills shy of the lobby leaders in terms of kills in Howl with 53 points. It's a really solid margin to be averaging 5 kills per game. The issue is their placement points are kind of in the bin with only 16 placement points, which is half the amount of a team like Ascend. So that's where the downfall is that's currently keeping them in 5th place. But in terms of the ability, you can't really fault them at all.
I'm curious, Erangel, when this roster was announced at the start of the year, because I remember when it came out, the first thing I saw the tweets and I went, hot damn. That was my immediate reaction. What was your, I wasn't talking about the way they look, I was talking about the way they play, but there we go. What was your reaction?
Yeah,
other than thinking that they were all so hot?
I obviously knew some stuff going on in the background. So the only surprise was HC jumping ship a little bit because Diggory jumped off. And I think no matter what, it's a great decision for him. And also what we've heard him say in multiple interviews is like, I'm looking out for myself. I'm looking for what I think has the best potential to go further. And this roster here has huge potential. As Saga said here, there's obviously a need for placement points. And even though you're almost the top of kills, you're not going to be in the top 2. Like, you have to have both. And that's the only thing you can pinpoint a little bit, is that they are and have to commit to some fights very often, because if they want to win and get out with 2, 3, 4 guys alive, they have to commit all their guys. And then they're simply not getting into the circle early enough, because there's a lot of other teams that are completely avoiding fights just to get into the circle, super center heavy meta, and that's how you get the placement points, right? And if they're able to combine both a little bit better and have a little bit of a circle love their way, then we're definitely going to see them in the top for future events. They're a little bit behind now. If they start the day fantastic with a chicken dinner with double digits, it's completely fine. They're going to be in there, and they're probably going to fight their way through it. But I would really love to see how they're going to be able to play these last 5 games with a little bit more caution to placement points, because that is definitely what they need. Because when you win games, you get these 5, 6, 7 minimum kind of kills because you have to limit the other guys, and that's just 17 points. And it's just so much. Even though 65 to 70% of the points comes from kills, it's still not enough just to focus on that. And you can see, unless they do what they did, 13th place, 12 kills. If they can do that every game, I'm fine. Then I don't care. But in the current form, it's extremely hard to average that and keep that many players alive. But yeah, I'm super excited about the guys, and the potential that they have is insane. Even when Beamy is the top fragger or second most kills and stuff, he still gives himself a really hard time saying it's just not good enough today. I want to be number one in both. The high motivation is just there, and Vard being one of the best players I've played with in probably 3 or 4 games mechanically, it's just hard to beat him. And you can even hear, we heard Lars on the guys said yesterday, pick 4 of the best players in Europe right now. Both had Vard, both Apocalypse and Lars said Vard, and it's because he's just that skilled mechanically.
You mentioned 8C jumping into FUT Esports, and I got to talk to FaZe earlier on this week, and I asked him about the Polish power lineup, and one of the things he said was that 8C kind of surprised him. It would seem that there was some communication there about setting up a team, so he joined Polish Power, who, during the playoffs, meh. During day 1 of the grand finals, meh. But yesterday, that was. I mean, I was suitably impressed. I think that this team looks really good, and I'm curious if the addition of FaZe is going to control that, I would say, uncontrollable aggression that Polish Power sometimes had in the past.
It really has been a case of just putting a leash on Marsalek and saying, no, come back, fight with the team.
Someone make a meme of FaZe with Marsalek on a leash.
Beating him with a stick so he doesn't just run off and die. But it's worked out for them in many of the games that we've seen so far. Erangel, not quite so much, but Miramar in particular has been extremely successful. They're one of 3 teams yesterday, in fact, FaZe, FUT, and Polish Power, to have all picked up above 12 points per game on Miramar is very, very impressive statistics we have come up with, and it's really put them in a strong position to continue on and make a big push today as well.
Do you think that the addition of FaZe will allow this team to just have a little bit of polish that it needs to get into the higher standings more consistently?
It's certainly working out for them so far, and I think the final game is a great example of the influence of FaZe and just the calming presence that he brings, because Polish Power of old could very easily have got over-aggressive when pushing into the fire compound on the northern side of Power Grid, but just holding back, playing the dips, and similarly as well to the Erangel game that ended on the northern side of the Hall of Fame, Polish Power crashes the wall and Ascend, when they get to the late game and they're not under too much pressure, they like to draw it out. They like to force you into a bit of a stalemate for about 5 or 6 minutes before an engagement happens when Phase 9 forces it. And Polish Power didn't get drawn in. They didn't make any over-aggressive pushes. That's what we like to see. The progression in that sense has definitely worked out for them so far as well.
How has their game been better than the other teams? What is it that they're doing that's leading to the more points on the board, other than killing opposition?
Clever decision making, and once we get this ready, I'm gonna draw a little bit and explain a little bit why there's some of this decision making is fantastic. Obviously, it's once Marsalek and all the other guys are feeling it, it's pretty hard to stop them. Like, they are super mechanically gifted as well, and they play the game a lot, and they're able to control some of these guns that are considered hard to control. You know, your aces, your barrels, everything. That's we see them play, and that's obviously why when you get close to the barrel and the other guys has M4s or anything else, you just win those, and that's where the mechanically gifted guys, they win out. And that's what we see a lot from Polish Power, especially endgame. Once they're containing themselves, once they're staying these 4 guys alive and also controlling macro, controlling space, forcing other teams, kind of poking them towards each other, that's where we see them succeed quite a lot. That's also why we saw them play well in the lower bracket. They had really good decision making, and I think especially what FaZe has been able to add, you know, being able to just stop it, like use the brake a little bit, because sometimes it feels like Polish Power, they've ripped out the brake. It's a one-pedal car, and it's only speeder, and the only way you slow down is release it, and you're going uphill sometimes, you know. And yeah, the brake is being used, and you're doing it in clever ways. And honestly, for me, Polish Power, they are a top 8 contender easily, but for them to be a top 4 contender, everything needs to mesh in perfectly, and they need to make these clever decisions. Like even yesterday when they won the game, we saw FaZe make kind of a Marsalek push, where it's somewhat clever, but it wasn't needed at the time maybe. But yeah, that's definitely what I'm expecting from both Polish Power and also Foz maybe contain himself a little bit more? No, he's going to do exactly what he wants to and do perfectly fine.
I mean, I know when I spoke to him and I asked him if the communication was an issue, because obviously this was something that happened in the playoffs, so we'll just recap. He mentioned that, you know, in stressful situations, Polish Power, they no longer communicate in Polish, but in stressful situations, FaZe told them just to talk in Polish.
Yeah, of course.
Because he said, oh, it's better if one of us doesn't know what's going on, if three of us do. And I can just imagine him running around with Polish in his ears, not actually knowing what's going on. That is
he knows
exactly
the
how
most crucial parts as well.
There we go. So
all the
fine.
panic ones.
The panic words, he's good to go. Another team that did very well yesterday was FaZe. They pushed themselves up into 3rd place. And just before the competition, we had a little bit of fun with them. It's our final game show segment, and we decided who better to end the game show off than the new FaZe lineup. So this is what happened in round number 1.
We are going to face off with FaZe. The team is here and they are going to play our incredibly difficult quiz. And at the end of this, we will know who the smartest player in FaZe is, which is going to be lots of fun. Gents, are you ready for this?
Yep, I'm ready. I'm so hyped right now. I'm not.
Should we start round number 1?
Yep.
First question. What map came out when the official release patch 1.0 hit? And time. So there we go. We have 3 correct answers. So well done to Gustav, Fex, and James. Correctly, I've never heard of that map in PUBG, but I'm sure it's fun to play on. Don't worry though. You've still got 3 more opportunities to get some points. Let's move on to the next question. At which event was the first official PUBG tournament held? Okay, so some interesting answers here, but 2 of you did get it correct. The first official PUBG tournament was held at Gamescom in August 2017, actually. So good job to Fex and Gustav. More points for you. So as you know, PUBG is actually based on a movie called Battle Royale. And I want to know, in that movie, Battle Royale, was the pan ever used as a weapon?
No.
So this isn't it. So everyone has submitted an answer. So Gustav is incorrect. He said yes. Everyone else gets a point for saying no. But James took it so far that he even said no, but they cooked eggs on it. After round number 1, we have a leader. 3 points is Fex. Tied in 2nd is Gustav and James. And then in 3rd place with 1 point is Curacy.
I think our editor forgot who Gustav was. There was a bit of confusion there. But
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it happened. But I'm
and
sure.
And you were also joined by Jimmy Potter, I saw.
I actually have an interview with him in a little bit. It was probably one of the best interviews I've got to do. But
he's great.
I was really happy with FaZe yesterday. I'm a FaZe fan. They disappoint me a lot. It's like it's a
love-hate relationship.
It's not a love-hate relationship. It's a toxic relationship because I just keep going back and they just keep disappointing me. Like that's what's been happening. But yesterday looked good from them. They were starting to do things, and I started thinking maybe I go back there.
I mean, you wouldn't be as disappointed as the guy in the Battle Royale movie who got a dustbin lid as his weapon. That's pretty rough. And thankfully, they don't exist in PUBG either. But imagine the bullets you could block with that. But
are you one of those extreme nerds that actually watched this movie? Do you know none of the players? None of the players have watched this movie, Saga.
Some have.
Anyway.
I mean, all the ones I spoke to said no.
Oh.
Anyway, FaZe Clan. So they were one of the teams, as we mentioned, that really had a very solid performance on Miramar. 15 points per game on average. 1st and 2nd place finishes in the 3 games that we had yesterday. Extremely solid, consistent performances. And not only that, but they're one of the very few teams where every single one of the players is contributing to the kills. They're extremely tightly focused. And some of the other teams that, even those that are reaching the top levels of the leaderboards, teams like Exalt are coming in kind of a one-man squad at the minute. Molodoct is really hard carrying. He's got 20 plus kills. The next highest is Fairist on just 9. So for FaZe Clan, that's not an issue at all. Not only are they all coming in with a lot of experience, but the mechanical ability is there, the trades are there, the team play is there, and it's all looking extremely cohesive for a team that was only recently put together as a full unit.
Don't you think it's interesting though, when we spoke to Gustav yesterday, him saying that their experience has actually been a problem for them? Yesterday they had to tell everyone to shut up.
Yeah. I mean,
he said that. He said, I had to tell everyone to we had to say stop talking, focus, and that did better for them because leading up to this there was just too much talking and
nothing. Too many ideas, right? So like, especially when you have when you're in a situation where you haven't laid out the plans for what's gonna happen next. You have 3 vocal guys that are sitting there saying we could do this, this, or this, and it could be 3 completely different things. And then you have to decide, and as we talked about yesterday, those 10, 15, 20 seconds sometimes that it can take to decide which is the best option, if that could no longer be the best option because you waited 20 seconds to actually execute it, right? So that's one of the things that we definitely can expect from a team that is new, that they are already on day 2, day 1, saying, you know, this is an issue. They've identified it. We need to cut down on it. That's pretty fast, and that's gonna probably show us today that hopefully they're gonna be able to continue doing really well. If they can put another 15 points on the board today, it's looking really good for them.
I had a chance to speak to James leading into the grand finals. Really fascinating conversation. We've had to cut it down, which I'm a bit disappointed with because he spoke so much.
He speaks so much. He's that vocal.
But he was so entertaining, so interesting. So hopefully you get some value from this.
This is really rad because I get a chance to chat to James from FaZe. He's with us now for the grand finals. And James, when you take a look back at how FaZe performed during the playoffs, what do you think was your biggest strength as a team, and what do you think was your biggest weakness?
Yeah, so we're like a relatively new team right now. Gustav and Fex has played together, but me and Corexy haven't played with them before. So we're kind of working things out. We definitely played bad in the first day. We focused on a couple things, and we played really well on the second day. It's going to be a big thing for us to focus on these key points. I don't want to go into depth on what they are exactly, but it's going to be big for us to focus on these things that we have written down.
You're not going to share what you wrote down, and that's okay, but I am curious, how would you describe the play style of this specific lineup?
It's a team that has a lot of like good ideas. I think we know how to play a mixed style of PUBG. So I would say that it's a hybrid play style.
We have a memory of yours. It's a clip that we've seen. We're going to play it right now, and I'd love if you could talk us through what are we looking at, if you remember, because there's obviously lots of moments in your history, but take a look at this.
Having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and he'll find himself getting knocked from
what I instantly get when I see this game is the struggles of military zones. Like, I don't have a scope on my gun. It's basically loot a house, and I'm not sure why we're on this part of the island, because like lately, the last at least like 2 years, I believe, we didn't use to swim over.
We like to pull up the history, and now moving into the future, obviously grand finals up ahead. When you take a look at this new FaZe roster, and then you think about some of the more experienced teams that everyone's watching, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, who are looking so strong, do you think your current roster has the potential to knock them out of the top spots?
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely in a game like PUBG, I think any of the top teams from EU can win. So anyone can knock each other off the top spot. It's very hard to stay on top and be consistent in this game.
That's an interesting answer, and I think Rain's very true. There is an option here for a lot of these teams to potentially take this top spot. Hopefully it'll be FaZe. Good luck in the competition, and thank you so much for chatting to us.
All right, thank you.
3 days, and 3 times we've confirmed EMEA best region ever. There we go. Even James has said it, so we're on form. Let's get into the action now. We're moving into the final 5 games of the grand finals. This is it. This is the opportunity for these teams to claim that first championship. 3 Erangel games, so for some teams that's going to be really nice, and for others who are a bit more Miramar favorites, they're going to struggle.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing. I'm looking at BBL that had fantastic Erangel games to see if they're going to be able to pull something out to maybe move on the left side of the board, top 6 maybe. But yeah, it's obviously the most played map where everyone is feeling good. We're starting Miramar though, and if some teams can start good, continue some good foundations from Miramar, that confidence can easily build into Erangel, and obviously the point system that you know here. But that said, when you're like all these players, they've played 10 games, they're looking at the leaderboard, they know exactly what their game plan is, and everything is set, and it comes with the confidence as how high you are in the leaderboard. that confidence is going to continue as well.
Lots of cash on the board, but it's the PGS spots for first and second Saga, and of course those PGC points that are up for grabs.
Yeah, this is really the main prize now for a lot of teams, particularly those that have not really struggled. Well, the opposite. In fact, they have definitely struggled so far in the tournament. And really, the best that you can do in a situation like this, Aduzi was talking about this on his social media, is saying, okay, we've kind of come to terms with the fact that PGS might just be a little out of our reach, but what we're going to have to do is just make sure that we stack up as many PGC points as possible. Twisted Minds, perhaps in a similar situation. They're in a decent sort of position with 70% of their points coming in on Miramar, so if they can have a good start to the day, they can quite easily carry that momentum over. They're a team that's capable of getting W's on both as well. But for them, currently sitting in, what, 8th place? It's not ideal on the PGC points front, regardless of whether or not they're going to PGS anyway.
Do you know Twisted Minds? It's the final day. They don't mess around. I've met
Their
Batulins.
best day is always the last
Always the last. And also, Batulins is never going to sit and be like, oh, we'll just settle for as many PGC points as we can get. There was a conversation that happened before this game. We will win. We will do everything to win. I do expect Twisted Minds to come out shooting pretty hard because that is their style, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the last day. We're expect them to put up at least 50 points here on the leaderboard. If they don't, then they're gonna have some other events where they're gonna have to fight for their PGC place, right? And usually we see them do really well from the start of the year, but the last day is that famous one that they're able to take and assimilate all this information from just 10 games and apply it to all their strategies today.
I was going to ask Saga if Batulins, if we would be interviewing him later with his dressing gown on.
He's going to give you a political answer.
And he wasn't going to give me an answer, so you know what, we're not even going to do that. Instead, I'm going to let you know that you have an opportunity to win. We are doing a giveaway, so all you need to do is head on over to Twitter, #PEC Spring. Tell us who you're rooting for today, and you can win some contraband coupons, G coins. Please also make sure that your DMs are open, mainly so Avenger control you privately on your DMs, but also so that PUBG can get hold of you to let you know that you've won. So let us know, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to take the grand finals? Saga, I was giving you a little bit of a hard time, but I mean, yes or no? Do you think we'll be interviewing Batulins at the end of the day?
Are we considering it a winner's interview?
Oh my gosh, I'm done. Who else do we interview at the end?
Okay, well, in that case, no. They're probably too far away from first place, but they'll quite easily make it in towards the top 4.
That's the first time in 3 days that you've given me a definitive answer.
It's quite crazy.
Oh, it's insane. I don't know what's happened.
No messing about on the final day. That's what you said.
I got you. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, we are ready to get into game. Kylaris and Toby are standing by, and I have a question for them. Have either of you watched the Battle Royale movie?
Yes, so many times I had the DVD. The first one's great, the second one's bad. Don't watch that. Sam, how have you not watched a cult classic that is the Battle Royale movie? You can shout at me from over there, I don't care. No?
She's just shrugging.
Meh is her answer. Okay, whatever. It's a great film. Kiriyama is a badass at the very end. Because, well, actually, I won't even say why he's a badass. But Saga agrees. How about you, Toby?
I'm feeling great.
You haven't seen it, have you?
I'm just smiling.
All right, anyway, serious time. Also, what's this Saga-spiracy over here as well on the desk?
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Sam is calling out Saga for not giving definitive answers. Meanwhile, Martin goes on 5-minute rants and waffles about whatever he wants to talk about. What is this?
I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, whatever.
One thing I'm sure of is behind us is a game about to start. There are 5 of them coming up, and when those 5 matches are over, not only do we crown the champion of PCS Spring, PEC Spring, but we also send teams to PGS 1. A lot on the line here with just 5 more games left to go.
Yeah, let's do it. It is game number 11 for PEC Spring. Exciting times abound here. Not too bad a playing path here, Toby, to get things going. I'm hyped, I'm pumped. The past 2 days, we've had that first game feel, and each of those first games really hasn't disappointed. So let's do it again. Let's roll it back.
It has been pretty entertaining right from the get-go. And to be honest, I mean, looking back at the performances in terms of end-game positions and end-game scenarios, we haven't really had those really boring, kind of easy to call from the start finishes. They've all been very competitive right till the very end, as to be expected from the best region of PUBG in the world.
It's pretty much true. We have world champions. We have a lot of partner teams as well, you know, and then you've got teams that can contend with them up at the top, which is very exciting to see. And you heard it in the interviews with James as well. In this region, anybody can knock anybody off the top spots, off those top perches, and we're seeing it actually literally happen in front of our eyes at the moment with a team like whoa, what a circle.
It's not the first time we get this circle. But I will say this, though, as much as it's, whoa, what a circle, and not too interesting looking in terms of a lot of teams having to rotate really far, it also, as I kind of alluded to yesterday when we saw a very similar first circle pop, it gives us so many different potential end-game outcomes. And to go back to what you were saying off of the James interview just now, I love the fact that he pretty much continued the conversation the desk had prior to the interview in terms of them having so many playstyles, them all wanting to chime in with all the different options available. Because Sam asks James, what's your playstyle? And he says, well, we can do this, we can do that. We're pretty hybrid, which is great, don't get me wrong, because that means they can play a lot of these different scenarios. True. But it also makes it harder to sometimes decide. If someone wants to do one thing, someone wants to do another, as I said, essentially you have to go, stop talking, now we're doing this one. So in circles like these, even though nothing is decided just yet, we have cities in, we have open field endings, and we have pretty much all endings that isn't water endings available to the circle already. So a lot more decision-making has to be done. Whereas had it been a hard southern shore ending, you kind of already know where you're going to end up anyway. Yeah, it's kind of a cool insight into what goes on. Because I love it. Honestly, team comms aren't all roses and rainbows and happy and sparkly things. You get a lot of situations where players may disagree with one another, but somebody in the end has to put their foot down to make something happen fast in a game like this, because if you don't let it, exactly as Martin said, if 20 seconds goes by, you've lost your opportunity. So let's get into this one, of course. And you say, oh, there's so many options here. We're probably going to just power grid again. And just if yesterday, if there's anything to go by, then power grid would not be too far out of the question. But you know what? I actually wouldn't mind it. Even though we kind of could then already serve the win, or at least top 3 position to Twisted Minds, I want Twisted Minds up the leaderboard. And not necessarily because I like the guys on the team and they're a pretty good team overall, but because if we have one more of the global invited teams in the mix up in the top, that means that more of the open qualifier teams, or not invited to PGS teams, have a chance of taking the win away should FaZe and Twisted Minds finish up in first and second. So I think it's pretty interesting to give more chances for not just top 2 to become effective, but potentially top 4, depending on how many of those invite teams comes into it. As you can see here, FaZe making their small moves between one another already. They have put out a significant amount of damage on the lobby so far, about 11,500 going out from them, currently sat in 3rd place. It would be nice to see FaZe rise to the top again. It has been, to my mind, a long, long time since you actually saw that FaZe logo being able to attain a big trophy, I would say. It's been a little while. So it would be nice to see that. Grand Slam? I think maybe, yeah. I mean, if we're talking winning tournaments? Yes. This is where I normally have my Premier, for example, as I say. Grand Slam. It must be. So, I mean, brackets and other tournaments for sure, but whole things, my mind is not serving me well right now, but I think Grand Slam would be the latest. And that was a long time ago. That is for sure. Howl, when you look at them, number 1 at the moment. We could talk about Polish Power, though, as we're taking a look over at their position. They seem to have dealt with the San Martin scenario well. It was a concern that I raised at the beginning of the tournament, and it's not really hindered them too much beyond, I think, maybe the first 1 or 2 Miramars. These circles have helped them, though, that's for sure, and we've seen them quite a few times. They are as helpful to Polish Power as any of the San Martin kind of exits are, because Twisted Minds, you can pretty much read them like a book, usually, and how they like to rotate out of Power Grid. They'll keep some sort of control on the plateau itself, the mountainside, and then depending on where the shift is going, further east, further south, they'll have the rest of the players playing down below, similar to what we're seeing here right now. So Perfectix sat up there on his own. The rest of the players sat down below in case the circle should shift east, and Polish Power has read this one out of San Martin early, get up on the high ground, scout forward. All right, what I did want to talk about, though, was Howl. I know that you're going to start showing the M4 stats, aren't you? You cheeky Mick guys. And I'm going to ignore you. You taking a look at Howl. They're still number 1 in this lobby, right? First day, 31 placement points alongside all the kills that they had. Second day, 7 placement points.
So this is the ebbs and flows of PUBG Esports at the moment and how it does work on out here. We saw them making some wild sends, did not work out for them, even didn't get any kills properly off of some of those wild sends as well. I think they're very vulnerable at the top, obviously, here, considering that that gap has been quite significantly chunked into. And honestly, I think that in the pressure of a final day of a tournament like this, when you're at number one, I think Howl would be playing better chasing rather than defending. So I think they're going to get taken over throughout this day.
And when you say chasing as opposite to defending, it's in terms of placement points, right?
Correct.
Because to paint the picture very broadly from day one and day two, day one, all the fights they took were pretty much teams coming to them, aka defending. And yesterday, as you were saying too, they were chasing pretty much all the circles, which never led their way. So as much as I agree with you, it's kind of the opposite when it comes to the actual playstyle.
Yeah, for sure. I do mean fully on
I get it,
here,
just to make sure that we were on the same page.
as it does sit. So we'll see. We will see. Time will tell. It would be amazing if you get a Howl, an Ascend, getting the top 2 spots, going to PGS, and really shaking things up here. But you've got some very fierce contenders chasing you at the moment.
Oh, yes, you do. And not exactly better for them that the last couple of games slipped away, because Ascend were sort of the only ones in a bit of a kind of a reach, and then there was a bit of a jump down to the next teams now. FaZe just 1 point behind second place. Exalt still a bit of a gap down, but then from there, once we head into that 60-point club, it gets oh so close. So 1 bad game for Howl here, and if the kind of worst teams from their perspective racks up points here, we're looking at 4, potentially 5 teams that within the next game could take first place.
Go and redeem that code. It reads Did
you just speak Danish?
Almost, actually. I think it was close, wasn't it?
It was pretty close.
So go and redeem that code right there. I've just sounded it out for you for all those people that are just listening and can't, maybe they're just listening to the audio. There you go.
It is. We are pretty podcast friendly, aren't we, James?
That's right. Yeah.
I think so.
We've got a face for podcasts.
Ah, yes. Wow, that is a compliment if I've heard one. I got to use that one. You got a voice for mute videos. Yeah, that's for time lapse. Yeah, I don't know. Meantime, BBL, they are wrapping into this one at a different approach than what we've seen them do in the past. They tend to, in these circles, play it a little more safe, wait it out a bit longer, but I think they knew and know now as well, since they are here, that there's real estate available. DA like to do the splits early on. Sabem usually go east in these circles. FaZe would take control, but they've kind of just leapfrogged compound to compound, and I think where normally they would still maybe not be in Monte Nuevo, but in that vicinity, like more Monte Nuevo than Picado, they have stopped, scouted next comp. Wait, that one's free as well. And unfortunately for Clip, well, 1 compound too far.
How dare you invade our Turkish organizations? As, Iro already starting things off here against BBL. And it's unfortunate for a Clip here to be going down as the first casualty here of the game, considering the spread that was across all of this area. I suppose, eventually somebody was going to bump into one another.
I mean, they bumped in. They were essentially compound crawling, if we can use that term in lack of a better one. And, well, keep trying to extend that positioning more and more, and eventually you'll get in trouble. The good thing for DA is only 1 pulled up, because they're in a wide split right now, and Merton Metralius would have had no chance of coming to the aid of Marco and Iro had there been a prolonged fight happening between them and BBL. So good for them that the Clip falls early, and for BBL, of course, sat in 9th currently with a bit of a jump up to 8th. They would have not wanted to lose a prime player this early on.
If anything, looking at the spread of the teams here, they're anticipating not going to Power Grid at present, but let's see where we are moving.
And that's why.
Going all the way down southwest. That is a very open area for a Circle 2.
Did we just get a hard shift?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, that's been a while.
Something's happened.
Yeah. Somebody must have tinged over those servers, because it has been a while since we've seen a hard shift.
Okay.
Hashtag sarcasm. These games have been brutal for Edge teams all over the place, and now the big migration to the southwest begins.
Yes, it does. Phil First trying to take out full tilt wherever they can. There's battles across the hillside here as Phil First finds Escaption over in the distance here. And it will be Jeems actually going down over by Global Army. Well, or Global Army going down to Jeems, I should say. So everybody's kind of moving through this Picado area, taking pot shots on one another. It kind of gives kind of light to the idea of saying, this area is very open. Unless you take those hills around Chumacera, it's not exactly the most amount of cover in this circle too, so it gets scary.
And it couldn't be more solidified, because there pretty much isn't enough space up north that it could go up there, even with a double hard shift in that direction over the next circle. So because of land ratio and the mountains doing what they do, it is pretty guaranteed that somewhere in between Picado and Chumacera, like down in that Dorito open field, that is where we're going to end this game.
Yeah, probably. So everyone's trying to scramble for a little opportunity wherever they can. Exalt's taking a big wide split here, but Question Mark is still looking for the full clear on full tilt. There's Escaption here. He's trying to do, well, kind of what his name suggests, but Phil first, too good at it. That's Question Mark with 4 points on the board. They're still going to need a lot, though, if they want to rocket up the leaderboards.
I sure do, but I like what we heard from the desk talking about Adushi and their approach to it. They know that, we might not breach into 93 and get ourselves a spot here, but there are 3 tournaments in total, and as great as PGS would have been, PGC has to be that much more important.
Any placement you can go up will mean more PGC points, as you say.
Yeah.
So there is still a huge amount to play for here throughout the day.
Sure is.
A few shots coming in here against Na'Vi from the high ground, where, well, a little bit of a higher ground, where Twisted Minds likes to lurk here. And Na'Vi, once again, is kind of being picked apart a little bit by 3 teams at the same time. DA as well as Zarvum just taking shots at them whilst they try to get to this warehouse. Already Melman's gone, so the world champions taking a hit already.
A crucial delay being set up by Batulans there as well, because Spiro was actually still in that warehouse, but they forced him to slow things down just a little bit, allowing for Spiro to get away, still in their wide split. Down towards the south as well, Ascent sat in a wide 2-1-1 split with Mika all the way south of Chumacera, kind of trying to, if not do damage necessarily to teams trapping in, utilize that high ground position for as long as possible, because they know that once we head into that field where all these teams are trying to gather up, you will get no info other than what you can see from your compound. So as much as he's very far away from his teammates, he's set up there with an 8x, scouting pretty much the entire circle right now to feed as much info as he can across to the remaining teammates, so that once he's forced down, they know that much more than anyone else.
It's not terrible, but they will be able to spot the rotating teams on the east as well, kind of giving pre-warning to the rest of his team that there may be crashes moving towards the compounds that they're currently residing in. For example, Brexco might need to get out of here a little bit sooner rather than later, as Foot is now trying to take a foothold on all of this area.
We've been here before. We come back here again. Zarvum face BBL in the middle. Again, BBL would have really wanted to be 4 alive in this type circle. They know how much those compound holds can be just one player alive or not difference in terms of whether you make it or not. Ding, coming in from the south, Question Mark still trying to slowly make their way in from the east after that fight against Full Tilt, but they'll be happy to see that Picado, well, for now, is completely open.
Question Mark coming in from the east. Here now is Foot versus Ascend. Ascend has kind of rallied together here, knowing that this is going to be a threat eventually. So shots are going to be exchanged across this. Again, it's all about the flanks for the most part. Up on the far distance, you saw someone over on the hillside, and then Vard was going to be the flank to try and hit Ascend if they were to go a little bit further. They didn't, though, so he doesn't have to kind of pull the trigger on that just yet.
And this really is a terrible spot to be in if you're FaZe Esports. Now you know there's players behind us. There is only one. We know that. Nixie is up on the hillside alone, but they don't know how many people are roaming Chumacera still, because they've wrapped east of it without the info of what's happening inside the city. And as you can see here, they will have to leave. Now, they do have their toes inside the circle, so they can wait this one out and hope for a southern hard shift, because committing to a compound now, we're probably going to lose at least 1 player, maybe 2, maybe the whole team, and then just pray that the circles come to us, because rotating from compound to another here is practically death.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but Polish Power pulls a positional play here as they've sent it all the way on through to a not bad dip, but they will actually expend smokes whilst holding this dip for a little bit. You can see that DA has a bit of a line of sight on them here. Fuzzface is driving around in circles, kind of weighing up options, I would imagine.
You know that we're in a tough area of the map when you're forced to pick off on these last resort positions in Phase 3. That's especially when the hills are still in. You can see Question Mark's position. By the way, phenomenal spot to get a chance to scout from when you're literally the last team getting into the circle. Howl is out here towards the east as well. We still have M4's north, Twisted Minds north. Again, all these teams trying to utilize the high ground for as long as it is available. They know eventually we have to come down this hill, so we need to get our team as much info as we can before leaving. And now, Wu pulling up on FaZe Clan. I think they've seen the split here. Are they fully committed to it or are they not? I'm not quite sure. Gustav, you see, try to roam across to get back towards his teammates, and here they come.
The reinforcements got to come quick, and Gustav is on the move, as you say, but Jeem's not moving just yet. He's still looking to link around there for a little while. I think maybe he's going to try and cover the angle on this long building if they try and transition beyond it, but even that, if you don't hit your shots, you're leaving your team very vulnerable. But Fex, not vulnerable at all. Big headshot to start things.
I'm scouting for pull-ups here as a result of Gustav crossing over, because Howl was shooting as Gustav while he was driving. They have to know that there's a lone or maybe two players in Jeem's compound. So if the circle shifts towards him, now it doesn't. But they could have pulled up on this, and you actually see how they were already starting their rotation. They were ready to pull up in that position. That is a great read on the side of Howl, scouting the compound, knowing where to go next. And they actually are inside the circle despite being on the edge of it.
Likewise, Jeems leaves as well.
Yes.
Here. So both teams trying to actively outplay one another in terms of just the positional game for the moment. Jeems, in terms of the greed that you see from FaZe there, I get it. It makes sense. As long as you're ready to go at the drop of a dime, if somebody's going to be rocking up against you here. M-Force is being shot at by almost half the lobby, and now it's time to lie down in this ditch and hope that nobody gets in grenade range, because that would be rough.
I was just going to say, as long as they're out of that, they should be all right. In the meantime, speaking of the range, here is FaZe Esports. They need to deal with Ding. Ding knows that they need to take the fight to FaZe Esports as well. Vaughn has already fallen. More damage being done here as T-Bone's forced down to reload.
Oh, suppressed orc as well. It's beautiful. Oh, yes, it is here. Foot absolutely decimate the numbers here down towards the south. That'll give them a little bit of a reprieve, but then their next opponent may end up being Ascend, who's doing very well for themselves.
Thing is, they're still inside the circle, and a good hard shift going their way here. That is them getting to farm for another 2.5 minutes straight. So good that they get the fight over and done with as fast as they did. In the meantime, everyone else trying to send it forward. Adusi, get out of that car. You're about to blow up, my friend. Phil first will have to do the same thing eventually. And Huddle trying to make the run for it too. Somehow, they're all still alive here.
Spamming them shots out from this Howl, and didn't even actually properly get something from it as well. Howl now going to be putting in some shots against Question Mark down on this tip. I like that Howl's moved up to this hillside. This hill, oftentimes in a lot of these circles, becomes very, very playable if you're able to kind of clear one side, the west or the east, depending on which side you're playing on it. So you can, again, it's kind of one of those only edge play locations that if you can control, it's very strong.
Look at Sarvim, Nate, Skellor, they all have them in hand, just waiting to lob them over. They know approximately where they have their position, just on the other side. But Baron Peak, do not stand still in the middle of the open. You will fall. Now he does find a Doozy, and more knocks out to follow, but Sarvim out in the middle of the open, and Matt is going to punish them forward.
Baron Peak going to throw in the nade over. Phil first here is going down. That is them done here for a Question Mark. A bit of a disappointing game for them, starting things out with a few kills on the board. But anyway, Sarvim now looking above Howl. I do feel like Sarvim's time is slowly going to be ticking down here due to the fact that Twisted Minds is north and Howl is controlling an important ridgeline, as we specified earlier.
Twisted Minds has to worry north as well. They're hearing the cars from Na'Vi, and right now, Sarvim can't really peek over because of the positioning of Howl. So, D8 helping out a bit for Twisted Minds not to worry too much as Alia falls. We saw Millman fall earlier as well, but now, as I was just saying, Sarvim does find an angle from far behind. As soon as Howl looks away, Sarvim peeks over. And that's a Twisted Minds player down. Circle, send us up. BBL, all kinds of happy with this one.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. And it's not exactly easy for a lot of those teams to kind of crash into there and try and put on some pressure against it. As much as, yes, technically right now, BBL is only 3. They did lose clip very early on in this game, but there's still the potential for a hold because of how open it is around this compound. So we'll see how this fares.
And the only team with full knowledge of that is DA. Not exactly in a position to make that play right now. They've got troubles of their own because that knock and flush came through so early on in this game. So let's see. Everyone trying to make their way further center. The issue with this circle, as you can see, plenty of space on the map available, but a lot of that being practically unusable, with FaZe having the compounds to play around, BBL having a compound, and Howl having the hilltop to the east.
Exalt's going to have a rough one. Yes. I mean, they can probably dislodge M-Force from this dip eventually, especially if they're moving up to the trees and the slight ridge that does exist there. But a trade back. It's nade trades all day. Molodok. Ooh, very close. Here comes the molly. Bit too short, I think.
One well-placed nades. And that is 3 kills for you right there, because no one is going to come for the rest. In the meantime, up towards the north, again, Na'Vi down to 2, trying to make a play happen, and it's just not possible. Example is alone now, but looking down the barrel of all of DA, and Na'Vi will fall in 13. So DA now, for the first time, really able to look inward, able to look towards the circle center to look for a play to make. And here, they've heard the action, they've seen the commotion. I would be surprised if they don't try to third-party this fight right here.
Time was ticking on Exalt. They make the move. Huge nade actually hits Twisted Minds here. Sarvam's still alive. That's a second great one coming in from Global Army. Mortar shells raining down, which, not the real mortar shell, which might be on later on. But anyway, we've got ourselves Twisted Minds here still under a lot of pressure. Can't even get the reses off because they'd have to run through fire to get them.
Yeah. Exactly, having to isolate themselves at least for a little bit longer. They're not inside the circle yet, but they do have a ridge. I say to work with, more like to crawl along, because there's not a whole lot of cover to utilize from where they're currently positioned. But Tulin's trying to apply pressure in return, but not going to happen in the meantime. Ascent falls. FaZe Esports will be the ones to take them out, but you saw smashing the kill feed earlier, finding 2. So BPL doing a lot of damage to the teams that will eventually try to breach their compound.
Here's Voldemort as well. Big spray around the corner here with the barrel, looking for a little bit more here. They're all lining up for him at the moment, but a little grenade actually causes a bit of blindness in vision. Overall, it will be Howl finishing them off here from the south. We thought that it would be completely pinched for the most part. Howl was taking it slow, and they actually allowed more damage to happen to Twisted Minds. So this could have been a very strategical play to make that damage happen and then clean them up off the back of killing off Sarvam.
Huge timing for Howl as well, able to rack up points here, not losing a single player and seeing Ascent fall. That is exactly the way they would have wanted to start this day. In the meantime, now Wu and FaZe fighting inside the compound, a compound that in just a moment's time will be out in the blue. So get this fight over and done with, peek into those Zornovs, get the better of it, or get the hell out of there.
Underhand nades on towards Twisted Minds. They should be gone for this. Howl should be able to finish this off so easily, considering the positional advantage that they have. Even saw on the right-hand side, Perfectix just peeking up over that hill there. So finish them off, and then they need to get moving pretty fast. I mean, actually, their options are very limited here, considering like they're going to probably have to crash in towards BBL if they want to make something big happen. There is 1 or 2 ridge lines, but a lot of those ridge lines will be vulnerable from the south side, so it's going to be difficult for Howl on the east.
Ruin is completely unstoppable right now, going from one team to another. Now they take out Twisted Minds as well. Howl, again, plenty of space to maneuver, but you got to make your decisions soon, because in 5 seconds, that circle is going to start closing, and they do have 1 car, maybe 2. You can see them already trying to line them up now. Hopefully for them, Quiz is going to do some damage to FaZe Clan, and they can make a car fort outside in the open. For FaZe Esports, in the meantime, do what you can before you have to make the move, which is now.
I'm impressed that M-Force has stayed alive for as long as they have here, but they're now taking the fight to DA. If they can actually swing on around there, take them out, maybe there's a spot for them on the north, especially north of the road where it kind of slopes down a little bit. And they're still taking out DA even more.
Yep, Howl trying to make a full-speed southern wrap on this one.
Part of the road, I think.
I like it. They're inside the circle. You have that deep dip down by the rocks as well. Maybe they can stay inside. Maybe they can get the better of FaZe, so kind of trying to overlap on their side of the circle. It's not a bad play whatsoever.
I just feel like it inevitably leads to them not winning the game, though.
But points.
I get that it, I feel like it's salvage points compared to like a game-winning play, considering the move. But anyway, let's look at other fights here at the moment. Digital Athletics has 7 kills to their name. Iron are the ones that are left alive. What a shot coming out from them here to try and get away from M-Force. The Wu's eliminated on the other side of the circle thanks to FaZe being able to take them out. But overall, DA, I'm surprised they were able to get out of that scenario.
8 kills, doing everything they can to stay alive here. Smash finds 1 nade, connects onto 2, and that is FaZe Clan wounded. James now trying to make a run for it, but there ain't a whole lot more for him to obtain by running out into the open. In the meantime, now Polish Power, well, they've sat here since phase 3, and only now are they starting to be pressured up close. And Howl, this is where that position of theirs really comes in handy. Issue is the circle is still closing in, and they need to keep on moving.
But it's again, I feel like it's a play where you're just hoping to survive, not try and get the eventual win. Because with Foot having this position where 2 of their players previously moved from not necessarily that dip, but just the hillside above it, and they know that they can easily pepper this location. FaZe is eliminated by the blue as well as BBL.
Yeah, no reason for teams to try and go for anything else, especially knowing that it's two of the teams they're trying to not give points that would potentially be the ones claiming them.
Second place now for them.
Exactly. Exactly as they overlap. Rustenmar knows approximately or exactly where it is. Not a whole lot more for him to do. He is going to fall. 7 kills for BBL. First team to lose a player in this match, but most likely the ones to come out victorious here despite it.
Nok is almost burning out there from that molly. There's no way they can save Mars, like surely here, all things considered. An explosion of the car, that's going to remove some of the cover, and Foot knows it. An absolute barrage down, a blitz here. And now this is where Howl is moving on that right-hand side to the dip that I thought that they were going to go to initially, but you can't because it was so vulnerable from the south. They needed FaZe gone to be able to try and go for this, but BBL's been planning to deal with this dip for the past 15 minutes. I mean, they dealt with it against FaZe so well, and now Howl's going to have a hard time too.
Smash knows exactly where to line up, and if he doesn't have one, say, guys, give me one. I've just gotten a double kill over there. I know how to throw it in order to get those kills. Now, there are loot boxes available for Howl to play around with if they so want to. And for Howl, again, I mean, from survivals, but they sat there. They knew it was a bad position to be in, but they waited for FaZe Esports to take the fight to Polish Power. That's when they made their move. Once again, we're seeing Howl play day one prime PUBG.
Yes, they are. A lot of kills to boot here. Impressed by them. Again, though, if they can get out of this position, I'll be very, very impressed. I don't think this is going to be afforded to them because BBL knows that they want to hold them out. And they know who it is as well. They just got a knock.
If we're back in that whole situation of lower bracket or upper bracket qualifiers, and I'm seeing Howl and it's Foot and BBL that are potentially getting points off of them going down here, this is a situation where I'm not necessarily all against a, you know what, let's just not do this because we could get points, sure, 1 or 2, but we're giving 4 points guaranteed to teams we just do not want to give anything for free. So depending on their smokes, you can see Ruin, 0, they're sparing loot in between one another, 6 on the mat. Okay, so they do have something to work with. That changes the tide. Go for something, get some points here, and damage their position as much as you possibly can.
How's played a great game, but I do think as well, Foot on the other side right now, for me, they're the MVP so far of this game, with how they've been transitioning, moving patiently, dislodging Polish Power from where they were just now as well. 11 kills to boot. They've been through the war zone, really, and been very smart about their movement, but now it's going to get hard.
Yep, sure is. For BBL, though, only 3 players alive. That is a big compound to maintain control of it. If one gets knocked, you know that Howl, well, they're probably instantly going to jump into those cars, and FaZe Esports are going to cross the road from the north. You can see T-Bone is crawling up here, trying to get into a better position. Beamy peeking on over, knowing exactly where Howl is set. Those vehicles, well, they ain't long for this world. And a Mirado in the sand trying to accelerate without tires. It ain't really looking too good. So BBL, prime real estate for now, and probably for the rest of the game too.
So how many guns are currently trained on the Howl position? 2 at the moment for BBL, whereas Smash is going to be the one to try and greet Foot once they start moving across. This is going to work in Foot's favor. Because they're only 3, BBL's only 3, and only 1 gun was trained on their location, this allowed Foot to make an amazing transition. So all of these like 3-team dynamics are working against BBL because they just don't have the manpower right now.
Great read of position for FaZe Esports here, knowing that that's on this side of the stables. There's no peak point, there's no entry point for BBL.
No way they're going to get it.
Here comes Howl afterwards, full speed forward, they go all in one car, 1 falls down, that is the mad, but they have made landfall. They have gotten to the other side, 3 of them trying to now make their way inside, and BBL are the ones surrounded.
At the same time though, BBL is still holding this quite nicely. Rustenmar is still alive, and he goes for it! Rustenmar blasts Howl out of this lobby, and now Foot is going to be the one to try and move on this. They know Enoch is already down here, and they will be moving through fast to try and clean this up, clear this out, and get this game.
Shoot that door, get those mollies in there, get the nades in there. Issue is FaZe Esports, just like, I mean, Howl for the most part, we're fighting up close for a big part of this one. Utilities should be scarce if existing at all for FaZe Esports. So they went aggressive, now realizing, you know what, we had a chance to pounce, we gotta wait this one out now. Going back, maybe regrouping a little bit, setting up for this final fight, because remember, it's phase 8, we're going outside the compound.
And for BBL, they were kind of damned if they do and damned if they don't in that previous scenario, because now when you have to hold out Howl, you have to reinforce that position with how aggressive that crash was, you give up center point on this circle as well. So Foot could play this slow, BBL is now the one with urgency.
Can't really fault BBL for taking the fight to Howl either.
Oh, you got to.
I mean, if you want to win this tournament, you've got to take down the first place team and then try and deal with FUT Esports afterwards. BBL and FUT, their social media managers, has been at war throughout this tournament. This is going to be the fight for the Turkish pride, at least for the foreseeable future. Who comes out victorious? FUT Esports has the numbers, but BBL, well, see if they have what it takes to bring this one home.
I was going to say Smash. If you'd have gone around that corner with one shot in that, I would have been very mad. But reloaded, almost sees him through the window. That's the sawn off here. Vard keeps making it work almost every single game. As now, moving, relocating. Michael going to come around the corner. Michael, what a shot from him coming out with the AUG. Vard goes down. This is so close. 2v2 at the moment. Misses with the shots on the shotgun. He's going to have to back off. That sawn off is very dangerous. Oh, but he gets him in the head.
So many shotguns being put to use, and it's AUG against AUG now. Smash on one side, solo player left alive versus T-Bone alone on the other. Spots once in, but the double barrel prevails as BBL comes out victorious and Smash brings it home.
That was, once again, a little bit too close to call at the very final moment. BBL, though, yes, okay, they had this compound for such a long time, but the holds, the moves that are going on in these final moments, it's anything but easy for them, and then they get the win.
Smash having the audacity to shoot twice with the dual barrel, fall back, not swap guns, but go, I got time to reload, he's not going to re-peek me, come back, take him out, reload again, to then take out T-Bone. That was huge. And I had T-Bone and Smash on my fantasy team, so win-win.
So do I. Damn. All right, anyway, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have got the desk here to break down our first game of Miramar.
They're fighting on blue. I think I have more kills, I think.
One guy in the shack from the car.
Two guys.
Prison, you're here?
Yeah.
Back up. I can knock back to
Knock one more.
Nice.
Back. I'm vaulting in.
I'm getting mollied, I can't push.
I'm mollied.
Both here.
I'm mollied. Yellow. You can rest. Oh.
We have that, but we have to. I'm flashing above. I need first aid if there is. Can you give me?
That is not.
One more.
Empty.
He's sitting in car.
Nice.
Only one left. Alive. FaZe left alive.
No, they're taking.
Crashing
east step. They stop on. You defend the east side. Take two person one. I'm gonna go take this one.
Back one.
I stop on blue. Nice. Oh yeah, I'm still looking last again. Pop tires to the con crashes.
Two guys first car.
Knocked one.
One knocked.
I'm flashing my back.
In.
Inside.
One more outside.
Shot me inside.
One more. Dead. Rise. More 3.
During the upper bracket of the playoffs, we asked, they did not deliver. During the upper brackets of the lower brackets of the playoffs, we asked, they did not deliver. During day 1 of the grand finals, day 2 of the grand finals, we asked, they did not deliver. But finally, to kick us off on the final day, BBL brings the magic, takes a chicken dinner, and this saga is what I've been talking about. This is how this team can play. This is the potential they have. Why are they only bringing it out now?
Yes, you just got to berate them more. Bully them into performance. That's exactly
This is what they're capable of.
No, but it's great to see that not only do they win the game in a pretty convincing fashion, although it does come down to a very tight 1v1, they were holding the position, but they're the team that's getting breached from both sides, and they did get a little fortunate that Foot didn't commit to the push, right? When they see that Michael is knocked on the engagement with Howl, when they know that the health is low, when there's an opportunity for Vard to get in and cause problems with his sawn-off double-barreled shotgun. Smash has a bigger one sometimes, that's all it takes, and you just gotta let Smash smash.
Smash has a bigger shotgun?
He does, look at it.
Much bigger?
It takes one tap from that range.
Considerably bigger?
Smash is a big man.
This is so impressive, though. These 2 new rosters for these Turkish orgs, Avenger, going head-to-head like this. We spoke so much about them leading into this tournament because they were such exciting rosters on both sides, Foot and BBL. And both of them have the potential to really shake up the EMEA scene, in my opinion. I think that they can really mix things up. And what we saw in that final battle between the 2 of them is exactly what we've wanted. This is the potential that they bring to the table.
And also, I got to point out here, what we saw is them being super aware of they had to take Howl down first, because that is literally the team that is to beat. So they're both super focused on it. We saw Beamy on that kind of 90-degree off angle, making sure that Howl got as much damage done before they got into BBL. So it was 2 teams working together to take down the Goliath. Otherwise, they're simply not making it to PTS, and that's obviously their biggest goal here, is to make it there. But a 24-point game. I'll just remind you, on day number 1, BBL had 22, and on day number 2, they had 27 points. So they just got 24 in just 1 game. That is how bad the other days was. If they can continue this just a little bit, they're obviously already now putting themselves on the left side of the leaderboard, but they are within strike distance. 1 more good game of this caliber with the other teams not doing well, they are literally in the top 3 contending a potential PGS spot. So that is how close they are. Also, Foot, of course, popping off. Also getting a lot of placement points. Super important again for them. And look at that, it changes everything. It puts Foot on 2nd place ahead of FaZe, and Ascent is down. And again, as we say here, Exalt, Polish Power, BBL, all within striking distance. Just 1 good game, and they're in there.
It's important to remind you that Foot Esports won the upper bracket of our playoffs in convincing fashion. They were dominating that lobby. So to see them in 2nd place, this was what I was expecting from them when we came into the grand finals. This is now an opportunity for a lot of these teams, Ascend, Foot Esports, FaZe, to take a shot at that top spot. Everyone is going to be gunning for Howl.
Right.
Well, the one thing that we do need to be a little aware of is, you know, while Foot is coming into this game looking like total tyrants of the edge of the zone, just wiping out everyone, keeping 4 alive, keeping enough utility to make the seemingly impossible push onto the low ground where Polish Power is holding. We've seen performances where they've popped off really solidly and then come out in 13th place with just 2 or 3 kills. So we need to make sure that this is not their outlier for the day, that this is their standard for the day, and then we can start looking at it and say, okay, this is the team who dominated the upper bracket, who everyone predicted, not only ourselves, but the Turkish talent predicted to make it to the PGS slots in the top 4 as well.
Just on the TWI leaderboard, I have to say, if T-Bone and Rustenmar continue to perform, I might actually be able to crack 700 before the end of this.
Oh, you're definitely cracking
Miracles
700.
can happen.
If you're cracking 800 before Saga cracks 900.
It's not going to happen, definitely not. Is it worth even speaking about Na'Vi at this point?
Not yet. They didn't do too much this one. Let's talk about the next one.
That's what I'm saying. Is it even worth it? I feel like they've completely dropped off. I don't see them. I do not see our PGC
They are so
champs.
far down the leaderboard, you have to turn around.
Exactly. I mean, what is going? This is. You have to talk about this. They're the global champions.
Yeah.
How do we look at this? Straight after PGC, your first big tournament back, you haven't changed your roster. You should be coming in looking strong, and you're not even cracking the top 8.
The highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows. It belongs to some of the best teams here in Europe. Entropic, Now Na'Vi, some teams that we have seen perform at the very, very upper echelon is just not performing. And it is, as we've been talking about a few times, as we heard from Gustav yesterday, it is just due to the lobby being this aggressive, random, and the new teams doing things that nobody has ever seen before. There's no standardized things of like going where you have, like last year, you had 10, 12 teams where you know exactly what they're doing because you have 2 years of evidence to just look back at. They know exactly how their rotation is going to be, their drops, where their usual plays are, and where they are in what kind of zones. Here, everything's up in the air, and it's just about who are the fastest teams to catch it on the way down.
We've spoken about the immense highs that we've seen. We've spoken about the lows that we've seen. And now we're going to talk about fashion before Kylaris and Toby take us into the next game.
Hello guys, it's Kiliakai from SN Club. These are the skins I love the most. Let's start from the top. My head skin are the Kingmaker head and headphones because they fit to the ace tank top area. Kinda easy to say why I like it. It's because it represents our team tag. On the hands I got a PGI title wraps. They are rare and look insane. On the legs there is the MET Asia Series Distressed jeans.
Big fan of those PGI title wraps myself on the hands, always looking quite nice. They're very different to the normal gloves, so that's what I normally go with too.
Bit of variation, I like it.
Yeah. A lot of purple for a scent, makes sense here.
You almost have a team skin in the game because it says ace.
I guess you kind of get away with it, yeah.
In like of better,
Not too bad. We've got another game of Miramar on the way, and then after that it's all Erangel all day for the rest of it. So with one more Miramar left, a lot of these circles are going bang center of Miramar, and teams are trying to accommodate to it, I would say, quite nicely, actually.
I do like, though, that even though the first circle has given us a lot of repetition, we are ending in a little bit of a varied area of that center area. We talked about it pretty much coming straight into it. This was going to be incredibly hard, if not near impossible, if you weren't one of the teams that had real estate early on. But for both Howl and for FaZe Esports, neither of them, I mean, Howl did earlier, but like from Phase 5 and onward, neither of those two teams did. They brawled their way to the very, very final match, of very final fight, and almost came out victorious.
Smart moves to take compounds when they did, take dips when they did, take fights to the teams when they did. But let's get to it. It is game number 12 of 15 now, as we have, again, a very generous playing path for all of these teams to get landed, get looted, and get booted.
It's almost as if the game has decided, you know what, it's the final day, we'll give them this one, and then as soon as we go over to Erangel, it goes, what does that just say?
Oh, you mean the laugh I've been working on for months?
Yeah.
You shouldn't bring this...
You do like 15 years.
No, not 15 years. I've done a lot of research and development. It's the laugh that I've been working on for the last 6 months, but I'm not going to air it on... It's not ready. It's not ready.
It's still not?
No, it's still not ready.
You're so proud of it, and yet it's not even finished yet?
Well,
I'm looking forward to the final form, James. I'm looking forward to the final form.
Okay, good. Stop telling people about my research and development processes, all right?
I'm leaking your stress.
Yeah.
Yep. Saving the laugh for the perfect moment. I'm just looking forward to hearing. We did hear you meow last week, so
you didn't.
It was close enough.
It was a wow.
Maybe that's why they showed the cat yesterday.
No.
It was a reference to you meowing.
No, there's something about... Okay, well, don't show the chicken in prison again, please. Because we're definitely not going there.
I didn't even say anything. I said we were going to get crazy stuff once we went over to Erangel, but this right here, for Ascent, is hopefully bringing just small tears of joy. Of course, nothing is won just yet. And for FaZe as well, happiness galore. And I must honestly say that it's very rare. One thing is to keep a bit of Los Hijos in on the eastern side, but how often do we actually have prison itself, like not just spots of the island, but actual prison itself inside Circle 1? That is a rarity unlike anything I've seen in quite a while.
Thanks, observers. Now I'm busy.
Oh, that's oh, they don't like prison, I suppose. That's what that was a reference to.
My eyes hurt now because of the spiral staircase. You know,
guys, that's how much it takes to break James.
Well, I'm a sensitive human.
Yep. I think James can exist in somewhere like in a radius or span of 3 degrees. You can either not be too warm or too cold.
Toby, I'm literally allergic to dust. Do you know how much dust there is in this world? Unfortunately, a lot. So I don't have a good time living on Earth.
And speaking of dust, that is what Na'Vi has been catching for the better part of this grand finals so far. Even though 41 points is still 41 points, it's approximately 80 points away from where they probably would have wanted to be if we were to look at their PGC Grand Finals performance, because they were out there showing the world that they were not to be dealt with. And right now, they can't even show open qualifier teams that.
It's been a rough one for sure. I mean, not only Na'Vi, but also question mark here. Teams that we're expecting to be able to really pump up. I would say even to a degree, the Wu, as we turn our attention to them as well.
Yeah.
I feel like they're better than an 11th place team, but they're currently in 11th.
Yeah, it's one of those rosters where, again, you see the names, you instantly kind of connect those with good performances, well-established orgs in the scene, and big grand final performances. But then they just happen to not really be able to pull it together. But having said that, there is still games left to play. And even though, on paper, 11th out of 16th doesn't sound very good, one good game, and they're sat in 6th. Maybe, I would say 5th, 7th, maybe 6th, depending on how well they perform.
But again, it's the good thing about having a long-form circuit system, where now still, even though you're in 11th, actually the jump up to maybe a 5th, a 6th, etc., isn't really unattainable in this last day. And having those
not at all.
Be able to contribute towards a later goal, their eyes are still very much on the prize, even though if you don't claim the prize here today, on the weekend, etc.
And one thing that's for sure is that oftentimes what we see in the end, like especially on the final day, is that we have a few teams that are still fighting for those top spots, but a lot of teams that, I don't want to say start trolling, although it might sometimes look a bit like it, but just kind of play careless because they will not be able to get first place anyway. Now, there are PGC points available, so I don't know why you would play careless, but teams do tend to play a little more loose when they can't no longer reach that top 5. And that's sometimes where teams like potentially the Wu just come out fragging.
Yeah, they do. They do. And if you're in this lobby at the moment, as you look at the leaderboards to the left-hand side, if I've got any aspirations of dealing with Howl, as soon as you see a knock on them, as we see shots coming in, trying to get a knock on foot, and they will take Beamy out. They've just attained 2nd place. So a bit of a blow to them, losing one of their quartet.
I love what they just did there. You guys might not have noticed, but there were 2 people shooting at the same car. They saw him get into it and gave it a second. Gedrox only shot at the tires. Sail only shot towards him. That is a smart play. You go for the knock. If you don't find it, we've damaged the car. We have a player in Erangel waiting further down the line that will then be able to take him out because the boat, 2 tires are off. So nice little distribution of responsibilities in a what must have been like a split-second decision to be made.
Oh, definitely. DA.
Small things.
Small things and small points for DA on this side.
Aren't they all, until they kind of accumulate?
I suppose, yeah. Unfortunately, they're not accumulating for this team.
Well, that's a whole other fact.
How many more times do you need me to burn DA in this? It's a bit unfortunate for them how things have gone down. I think that, given that M-Force was pushing around for them on the previous game, they should have been able to probably shut that down against M-Force, but it was not to be.
I mean, they just have to... I mean, Martin talked to me today about positive mindset.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, I lost, they can say, we were just behind the world champions.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
Positive mindset, James.
And it's a long-form circuit where you're looking...
Exactly.
I'm not going to do the same spiel I just did.
Exactly. In the meantime, now we see the last couple of teams that have yet to make landfall in Circle 1 make their way on down. It was a very south to north plane path, kind of alerting, or I should say falsely giving the comfort to teams like Full Tip and Question Mark that go as far north as you please, because we'll have a circle that is going to send up once more. And obviously those teams have a bit of a longer transition down towards the south. Circle is closing in though. 3 minutes to go until it will be connected as these remaining few teams try and make their way on down. But one thing's for sure, the center, well, there ain't really a whole lot, if anything at all, to come for.
Yeah, the usual spots have all really been taken.
Yeah.
The north edge of the circle that we kind of talked about in the previous time we kind of had this circle, but of course it was a little bit more south. All of that was not taken in the last one. It's not really taken in this one either. So yes, there's room to get into the circle, but depending on where these shifts go, you could be very sad if you pitch up north. And right now, Na'Vi is kind of, for the most part, realizing that they want something a little bit further towards the south, as we have another code dropping.
Read it, James.
It's 9 little... I can't do this one. It's really difficult.
It is pretty tricky, isn't it? A lot of X's in there.
Yeah.
Doesn't exactly make it any easy. In the meantime, Howl trying to rack up some early points and at least trying to scare teams off in another direction. Oh, that's...
Oh, no.
I was gonna give Lasse credit for a long-range headshot, but then Example told Melman, bro, you want to see this new, really cool DMR that's like the best DMR in the game? And then he shot Melman in the head.
They can't catch a break.
No. Well, I mean, that one I'm not even going to feel bad for them for, because that was done themselves.
That is true.
That's quite a lot of the other mistakes so far in this finals has been.
Enforce might not catch a break here with Twisted Minds perched up, good to go. Batulin sprays down Veronica very, very quickly. Spiro finishes it off using the Karus moving cover maybe. No, we're just kind of want to move that way and try and find some more Enforce members. And might see Ribbons in the distance as he's just jogging on up that hill, but I think he'll be okay for the moment.
Norkis is playing a 1v61 in the odds of who will get the circle. Sole player on Los Hijos Island, or Prison Island, whatever you want to call it. And in just about a minute's time, we will see if he will be victorious in the Miramar roulette.
I was going to say, if this was a roulette table, I would not put my chips on Norkis right now.
Well, I mean, then you wouldn't be winning big, would you?
No, but I'd put them elsewhere. I'd put them on James, considering his position.
Yeah.
I'm playing the averages here,
Or DA.
Toby.
DA, there we have seen a lot of circles go there. What do you mean? We always go to that position in the Northeast.
Yeah,
I do kind of want it to go down to Norkis, though. Even though it's the final Miramar of the entire tournament, there's a whole hell of a lot of things on the line. For the sake of insanity and entertainment, it would be quite entertaining.
I mean, do you know one location I've never ever said in my PUBG Esports career?
Minas del Sur.
Minas del Sur, and now I've said it.
Minas del Sur.
Del Sur, yeah. Well, you know, I'm not exactly American, but my accent's warped over the time.
Hands are they just covering up the map so we can't see where it goes?
Looked like a gut punch. What was that?
It was them hearing you say Minas del Sur.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's see, Circle. Oh, Circle, once in the chat if you think it goes to the island, two if you think it doesn't. Where are we headed? How brutal will this one be? There is a chance, but it's a small one. But for the esports, they're happy.
Guess what, Toby?
I think I saw a game yesterday that ended in an area pretty similar to this one.
Yes, you did. So, with that being said, we know this terrain well. I already knew it well because I'd seen so many damn games in this location before anyway. So let's see how it's going, because Howl is trying to make for a very important location.
Yes.
Things kind of already set up there, though. You see an Exalt come on that west side early to try and get some of those compounds along the south of it. But yeah, if you're the Woo, if you're technically Howl for a moment, if you're Ding, you're feeling pretty confident right now.
If you're Master Lake, you're feeling in trouble because your entire team is currently making their way, actually has made their way over to the southern island, but the train left without him. So he's sat on the other side. We know now that BBL is down by the crossroads. I'm not sure exactly how Polish Powers Master Lake is opting to regroup with the team. That should be if something like this happens where Question Mark gives him a room for crossing on over.
Michael just saying, please, please. Oh,
Put me down, damn it.
I can't do it in the Newcastle accent, but, you know.
You can say it like T-Bone. What would you have said?
Well, yeah, I could have, but it's not T-Bone Knox. I'm not going to.
Fair. In the meantime, Garexi finds Patulins. That's one down. His FaZe tries to clear out Chumacera before leaving and making their way further forward. Twisted Minds IGL falls and Nox continues. Skill effects, lops and nades start shooting as well. Finds two. Ribbons and Spiro falls. They're now aware there's two teams in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, trying to move up against Twisted Minds and finding himself extra angles. Whilst these two are knocked, it could be the easy opportunity for them to be able to put the nail in the coffin here for Twisted Minds, but not going to be the case. Doesn't want to go too far forwards, understanding that he could be very vulnerable if he does. Kurexi falls back to the wall for the moment, and these mollies not really going to connect too much.
It's so clear to see what he's trying to do here, Fix. He doesn't want to go green, he doesn't want to be in the open, but he also knows that there are knocks available down the hillside. He really wants them, but does not wish to overcommit because you do not want to get spotted out of there in the open. Saw one, though, not going to connect the shots.
No, bit rough that. As another molly was thrown on in here to try and completely flush them out of this position. Kurexi up on this high ground. That's kind of who Twisted Minds is looking for. Foot is gone, though. Oh!
Yeah. Out in 16th, Exalt racking up points. A team they would not want to spoon-feed those points to because that's the 5th place team hunting down Ascend in 4th.
I don't know if we have a replay of that somehow, but if we did, it would be kind of good because Foot were in that compound the whole time, and Exalt just rocked up and beat them. Handedly.
Pulled up, took him out, claimed the position, and they're now able to make their way forward from here. In the meantime, up towards Chumasera. Again, we're getting even more company. Look at how much space DA has under their control now. Question mark, well, they peaked, they left. There was many more people than they wanted that to be.
There was a peaking, and
a brief look out over the shoulder as he turned the car around.
A sample of peaking, you know, just a small little bit. Baron Peak would be proud.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that. I like that Marselek's swimming.
I mean, he might as well. They were driving south and they know that there's no one around. Issue is if Exalt spots them in the water, they are in trouble. In the meantime, now Enforce, aware, of course, that they have FaZe on one side now, notes that there's question mark on the other. They can't get to their vehicles, and this is not exactly terrain for running around should the circle go south, which it does. Holy water. Are we in for an interesting one here? Plenty of teams north, plenty of teams west. Of course, the next one will shift away, but do we go east to Ding, west to Ascent, north to Wu? Well, it's impossible to call at this point.
If Wu can hold that 2-2 split somehow throughout this game, they are sitting so pretty. But they're going to rendezvous up in the north location. Don't mind this. I think this compound allows you still a transition method over to the west, but also gives you an option to go east. Whereas the previous compound on that side makes it a lot harder for you to be able to transition to the east. Ooh. So, FaZe under a lot of shots. With Polish Power Marselek, you are...
Speaking of stuck. Speaking of not being able to catch a break, he's been hunted the entire game and the remaining teammates not really been able to get on the other side just yet. FaZe peeked over, tried to apply suppressing fire, found the knock on one, but not more is going to happen. But look at the follow-up. Immediately after BBL catches it in the kill feed, they pull up. They want these points for themselves.
Not bad, a good opportunity here. They already see knocks that have already gone down. How much can they get done, though? You kind of need to get into the buildings fast, because Ascend is actually looking at you from the distance and taking out Smash very quickly. If you're going to make this pull-up, you need to know that they're there. And actually comes around the spot here. Escapes and will actually take him out very quickly alongside the Molly that's going to do some damage as well. But FaZe is also taking out Clip. What a disaster from Polish Power.
BBL did not have all the information coming into this one. They didn't know of Ascent. They didn't know of Fuzz down by the waterfront. And now realizing it, but it's simply too late. Michael in trouble. Smash knocked. And I don't think there's any world where BBL recovers from this.
No, indeed. This is absolute disaster. We have ourselves Michael on the outside now. But again, being on the outside causes all sorts of problems. You're being shot at still by Ascend. How in the... Okay.
Don't smoke. Ironic when there's smokes everywhere.
I'm surprised you didn't take more damage from that car, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, Michael is alive. That's all that matters for him right now. I mean, of course, it would have been amazing to have that compound and your teammates alive too, but for now, dealing with what you got to work with, he is alive, but with 1 HP. It's a little ironic that tank right there next to him says, like, flammable, and then they lob a nade right next to it, but it's like, nah, it's just a sign, doesn't matter.
You got to make it thick, you know, just in case anything like this may occur. You know, they plan for grenades, Toby.
Yeah.
They plan.
Oh, that is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep. But cigarettes, that's what they can't handle.
That's true.
Yep.
That is true.
Says on the sign. Says on the sign.
Escaption and Full Tilt have done great here when it came to this breach, but they did have a significant amount of help. For BBL, that was just too much. Fuzz is somehow back over the water.
Imagine swimming that far, finding a bike, going yay, and then instantly getting shot. A good thing for Fuzz is that he's still alive.
Doing all right.
And at least for now, should be all right. He does have to regroup with his two teammates, though. As the circle shifts north to be expected. And what better place to go than exactly where we ended the game yesterday. Now, we don't necessarily like repetitive circles, but for all it is, it gave us a very entertaining endgame.
It's a good circle, to be honest with you here. Sarvam is going to finish off some question mark down at the bottom. BBL is gone. Full Tilt clears that out because they now need to start moving. Okay, Toby, do you want me to repeat everything I said yesterday about the circle, or can we just assume that we're ready to go?
The viewers know. I want you to talk about Polish Powers crossing on over while 6 people are shooting at him.
Red alert, scary, care. Oh, actually not too bad. Help from the other side here. As Norcus unfortunately will get completely taken out. But Crunio is going to be one of the only ones remaining here. Still Fuzz is on the beach, and Navi's actually laying in some shots against him. But yeah, Exalt's been able to deal with that quite well.
I mean, Na'Vi played into it from this position yesterday too, and up until the point where FaZe pushed over and ended up taking them out, they were looking very good pushing up on foot from that southern side. So we'll see how they manage to do things similar here in this one. In the meantime, question mark being lit on fire. All of them fall as Sarvim continue to rack up points. They're sat down there in the bottom, but slowly trying to claw their way out of the bottom 5.
4 kills is 4 kills. Yep, you can start leaping with something like that, especially in these moments. However, coming in from the west on this circle, said it so many times yesterday, it's rough. Well, how are they going to do it? They may anticipate maybe a fight down eventually by full tilt, and then we will see them just kind of going for some of those kill points. Because again, any transitions you want to make are going to be... The big problem is, sorry to go on a little bit longer.
You are more than welcome to.
Is that now, because all the teams played this circle yesterday, you're seeing more teams completely understand that they can take center positions on this circle in the ridge lines that exist. The teams were using yesterday to try and transition against one another. Now teams are just inhabiting that location.
Yeah.
So there's even more teams, significantly more teams, than yesterday's scenario.
So our eyes are on FaZe as they try to make their committed rotation on through 3, make that 4 in the vehicle. We've seen it before when teams do this. It usually does not end up well, but here they come full speed forward. First one already forward, and that is team's 1 nade. Could be the downfall of the boys in red.
Nice
we'll
nade.
see if it is. First nade connects, finds the knock onto Vex. Second one doesn't, but DA wants all of it. One more nade up forward, as it's just correct. Left alive, half HP, smoked for days, blind for days. He will be seen, and there he falls. DA not welcoming their neighbors.
Where was that when they were against M-Force in the previous game? That was lovely stuff. I mean, of course, FaZe here really stuck between a rock and a hard place, clumped up, big damage from nades, huge damage from nades, in fact, but that's DA holding this down. And this is exactly what we were talking about. The fact that these locations are very taken in advance because everybody's reviewed the games from yesterday. They know how to try and approach this location now compared to the previous scenario.
Now the new circle pops. This is crucial. What we see now from Ascent is not something we saw before. All of Ascent was east. They had the compound that they had the compound Brexco was in. They leave it because they figured this one is going to go east. But just a moment ago, just before FaZe drove down the hill, and when we had Sabo on the other hillside still, Brexco drove back alone. Claimed that compound for himself, and now Ascent might actually have more than they can chew off here, but very prime real estate on both sides of this valley.
Yeah, I think it's a deterrence play as well, to just make sure, like, okay, so if a team is going to try and move into this location, it is one location where we may be vulnerable over on that east side from. So, well, and so far so good. Sarvim's not moving too much, and they have been warded off a little bit by Brexco. As Exalt down towards the bottom, it's just Molodok here trying to make something happen. They are still in 5th place. Anything they can get here will be very important to keep up with that top 4.
Yep, I like the fact that Molodok starts shooting, because what if they find something there? Brexco found by Nixie, and that is suboptimal. Of course, wouldn't have wanted that to happen. They had the real estate on both sides now, forced to commit to one. But again, then maybe at least they don't have to wonder so much what they're going to do. Now, full commit. We'll go east, and then hopefully for them the circle doesn't go west.
But again, kind of what I was saying about Brexco's position, now you see some shots being traded between Ascend and Sarvim. So for Ascend, they're going to be committing smokes to try and deny these lines of sight for the moment, because if you go north, then you're suddenly in the range of other teams. If you go south, you're suddenly in the range of other teams. Sawn-offs are so cool, and they've been so cool all through the 3 days.
They really have. Sawn-off. The sound of Captain America ripping wood apart in slow motion.
Yeah.
Elliot peeking on over. Realizing that there's quite a few quite a few enemies on this other side of the ridge line. Spots Getrox initially, spots 2, anticipating them to come out on the other side. Spots him, a quick peek through the hole in the smoke. That spots the second one as well. Aim low. Now forced to stop, take the peek and return. Goes down to the blue. But Alia falls as well.
Bit too much of a commitment, actually, with that spray down from Senya here. These guys are still very good at being able to return the fire against you. So, smoke, interesting smoke. From example, to keep this going, as now Ding is trying to move up against the Na'Vi position. That knock on Alia really assisted them so much in any attempt that they're going to be making.
This is a huge fight as well, not so much for DA, but definitely for Ruin and Howl. They need to come out victorious. They found the first knock, DA instantly backing off, knowing the position they're up against, knowing the team that they're trying to deal with. More damage coming through, but Ruin able to connect one onto Code Margo. That's him down. Na'Vi does come out victorious against Ding. As we stay on this fight, Howl now finding the double. The Mad, nice off-angle position.
This is kind of important. If they can take this away from DA, that'd be nice. But the Wu is actually moving up against this as well. They hear the fight, know what's going on. Quizzy, though, is not looking in the right direction at all. Takes a huge amount of shots to the body. And he's going to have to fall away from this. And now Howl is aware that there are other threats looming.
Where is Na'Vi in this as well? They have reset. They've seen the last full tilt player fall. They should be looking north. They should be looking down that hill, as you're saying, James, towards the Howl position. But how exactly does that land look? How exactly does it grant Na'Vi benefits to try and cover that angle? It doesn't. I think that's the matter of the fact they still have to worry about the southern side and therefore can't fully commit towards the north.
So given these positions, when these kinds of circles, I'll always give Na'Vi a bit of an advantage here. It is a nice spot to play from when these circles are going this way. Sarvum's making a big send to try and get across this road. That's their only option there on the west. And if they can push up close to Ascend, and maybe they're in range of nades, but we'll see. We'll see.
Stop down low. See the crate land outside in the blue. Unlucky, but it is what it is. And now, for Howl, I'm not sure they're aware. I mean, they should be aware that Ascend is still alive because it's been quiet and Brexco felt this before. So as much as they're alive, as long as Ascend is in too, the dream stays alive. And also look at the leaderboard. Second, third, fourth, tied at 87. Two of the teams being teams that are not guaranteed to qualify. This is as close as can be.
Polish Prow's hoping that some shots come in from other teams as well against M-Forces trying to push around this corner. Flashed.
Had he not flashed himself, that would have been the perfect peek. He does it again. Peek it.
Not going to go for it. Just using it as a delay tactic here. Hearing Dogs's moving on that north side, so he's a little bit scared about the proximity between him and the third player.
Yeah, trying to use it to isolate the angle. I like the idea there. I thought he was going to peek it, but didn't realize Dogs was just above. Now Fuss is peeking over. Now he's trying to apply suppressive fire. All of them just trying to kind of allow Crunio to become that surprise factor in the fight down below. Elliot spots a car, spots one, spots two. That's info on both. Now goes for the shots, but only connects a few.
It was almost high ground magic for Na'Vi, but yeah, not getting a knock off that does now alert Howl. The sirens are ringing here against Na'Vi. Shots coming out. The Mad, though, I wouldn't be trading with against these guys. But even then, if you peek over there, you see the Wu was the one that was shooting Na'Vi as well. So keep your high ground, keep you guys alive, play as these circles narrow down.
I know you have utility and fights to come, but when you see someone sat behind a vehicle like that, I would think lobbing one nade down there would be worth the utility. But Alia, not agreeing. Again, they have been looking way more towards the southern side here than towards the north, and I think they're trying to commit now to we got to take one side first. We can't constantly run back and forth. Now they're all four sending it down towards the south, having heard the shots being exchanged between Polish Power and M-Force. I think this is what they're going to commit to.
Force going to get sprayed on down here by Fuzzface to start things. He is the only one left alive for Polish Power, but Na'Vi in the distance sees them as well. That's a nade going on through. Just goes past the target. Unfortunate there for Na'Vi, not only to be able to get an extra kill, but also the steal on the one that was down potentially. And that's, well, they're cleaned up anyway. Example decides to just, I'm actually really good at shooting. I'm just going to shoot everything.
Oh, we had to hurry? I'm so sorry. I just, yep, they're down. Let's continue. One player that's not down, though, yet, and can still do a lot of damage. Actually, two, I should say, is Fuss and Lou. Both still alive on the southeast side.
The problem becomes for how does Lou somehow get up there undetected? We will see. Quizzy here now, taking out Howl, and this is where the pinch is going to be felt because Na'Vi is also shooting at them here from the south. Howl, if you're these two teams and you see one of those knocks goes down, you would love to take them out at the moment.
We are late in the game thinking this is a guaranteed high point game for any of these teams still alive, but there's so many solos up right now that if Howl falls without more kills before any other team's eliminated, this is a 4-point game for them.
True. Yeah, there's not many placement points just yet on the board. The Mad shooting through some of that shrubbery against them. Lou finally falls, so those placement points are going to start slowly racking up now as the final solo, or one of the solos has been taken out. But for Howl, they're so condensed. If either the Wu or Na'Vi decides, okay, it's time to get rid of you. It could be very, very swift.
Na'Vi has to peek this, you'd imagine. They're actually shooting down towards Wu now. Howl are not inside the next circle just yet. They have to get over that ridge, and I think they realize that once they do, you can see they actually have to run to that burning car, and Na'Vi will have a perfect angle on them. Not sure if Example heard footsteps down there, or if he's just sitting and holding the angle, expecting maybe Savim to peek across. You can see them running back. Guys, did I hear footsteps? Did FaZe move? I'm not sure. He doesn't look like he's been moving. He's sitting very still, and here comes the shot on over. Once again, Na'Vi helping out Howl as best as they can.
Yeah, I do feel like, well, you know, just shoot everything, I guess. I mean, they've already got themselves 7 kills.
So,
yeah, exactly. Example himself has 5, and they're actually trying to take out people as well as steal. That goes up to 9 very quickly. Could easily be 10 in just a few moments' time, as Laz has already been knocked 2.
Fuzz is down as well, so that is more teams out. More points guaranteed for Howl, even in a tricky position. They will fall in 5th, though. So a 7-point game. Make that a 6-point game for them in this match. But still, more than what could have happened had they fallen earlier. But Ascent, still alive. They see the first place team fall. They need to come out with a lot of points here. So far, 4 kills, but at the loss of a player.
Still alive, yeah. Could have been 4 if it had not been that flex out by Brexco. Which seemed at this point a little bit overzealous to try and control all of that area on your own. But the Wu up in the north are looking to try and find themselves a spot. Now, the problem does arise from the fact that Na'Vi has really good lines of sight on a lot of locations that the Wu could even take. So I will be very concerned for them.
I love that Ascent is starting to slowly try and flex out of this this shack, because they know 1 nade, 1 molly, that is GG us out of the equation. So trying to split it out just a little bit, while also trying to maintain as much control as possible. But they know for a fact that they are big time surrounded here. So hopefully for them, sooner rather than later, teams will start fighting one another around them.
They're getting away with an amazing transition here. I'm surprised that Na'Vi's allowed them to do that, but they are going to be kind of clutching at straws in terms of the position they have taken. It's going to be a lot of lying down here. Comes some nades. Don't quite connect with as much as they need to. Global Army accesses the weak point of Kiliakai, though. He is, well, okay. Double bang, gone.
That is the player you would not want to lose there, because he was a surprise element. He was the one to weaken the team pushing up on you, that should then allow for Chris and Mika to peek out from inside the warehouse, or from the shack itself. But Na'Vi, they're feeling it. They're pushing forward. Uber spots one, finds the knock. No, he doesn't find the knock. As a matter of fact, CC coming out victorious. Example is there for the trade, but the blue is closing in.
Honestly, I feel like for Sarvam, that angle from Na'Vi was very unsuspected, because why is anybody going around here? Like, I don't think it's exactly the right play to be making at this moment, but regardless, as they're now going to be trying to still trade against Sarva.
Ascent left.
How much can they do against this?
They're backfilling Wu.
This could work.
Wu has no reason to look behind them right now. They came out, they're using the Wu's smokes against them. You see, they're all trying to flash into this. They have no clue that Ascent has slept. They're like, what? They're not here? Where have they gone? Where have they gone? You see the confusion.
It's like phantoms just suddenly disappearing, but behind you, they're going to pop out.
So smart.
This is terrifying. They also still have to be wary of the fact that Na'Vi is probably getting the res as well, so they'll be 3 alive. The way in which this game has moved, the teams have moved around one another, is quite surprising to me.
The timing of Mika and Chris is absolute. Like, as you said, phantom escape in this position, crucial. Now, they might not win this. Oh, Mika here playing with fire here. Need to take that shot soon. Of course, they want to stay alive for as long as they can. They do not want to give up the position. They want to see Na'Vi and Wu fight, but you have to take that fight soon. Spotsu get the double. Chris finds the first, gets the third as well, and that is going to be Wu out. They get the kills. They get the reset opportunity, but Na'Vi is still here. Top 2 guaranteed. Chris, do you have it in you? Are you on fire? No, you're not. Do you get the first aid off, though?
What was going on with the comms for him to instantly flick and take the second target? That was unbelievable by Ascend here, as now we have Na'Vi looking to finish this off. Ascend has pulled magic out of the hat in these final moments, but the boys in yellow, Na'Vi, the world champions, are looking to jump up those leaderboards. This bush is a scary bush.
Shoot, Mika, you cannot hold it for that long. It is Example, and they will come out victorious. But for Ascent in this game, to survive in the fashion that they did, kudos to you in a situation where they needed the points, but for Na'Vi as well. We talked about it, as soon as that circle goes, Caesar said yesterday, Na'Vi, while they didn't win because they got backfilled by FaZe, they were playing that terrain so good.
They were.
We saw it here again.
There's so many things to talk about in terms of movement. You can't try and pull the holding the trigger twice in a row, especially against Example. He's a cyborg. He has eyes unlike any other. But anyway, it is time to head over to the desk after this break, and then we'll be back for more Erangel. See you soon.
One knocked under the window. Nice. No way. Just smoke for you, fast. Just throw a smoke.
2v4.
No, I mean, he stole it.
You need to swim, I think.
Yeah, but there's like...
Yeah, I need to swim, yeah.
Ace shooting on north, careful.
They're on inside.
Watch out when you get out, Clip.
Yeah.
And Audi, spawn out.
I have not an ace.
We should play on right side.
And, near me, near me. I'm 1 HP. Healing outside.
I'm safe.
This guy on the other side of the fucking
Just chill with smoke, just chill with smokes.
I have no smokes.
2 guys in on
just went in. Okay. South road still.
One guy in the compound. Yeah, one guy.
I see him. Tagged twice. No, one time. On the right side.
He's 1 HP. He's knocked. He might be knocked. He might be knocked.
No, he's not. He is. One is knocked. On your house.
Exalt 4.
Flashed.
Wait on it, small guys.
X only 2 left.
Exalt only 2 on compound, right?
One is not 2. I'm 2 alive.
Nice. People behind on the hill.
Flash only.
People on the hill behind.
Got
Full, no,
left,
maybe.
left.
Full 1 active. You can't shooting me.
Out to the circle. Running left. Left smoke, you saw him? He's in the smoke now. In the
This
smoke.
one, right?
Yes.
Point mid upper. I'm flashing.
We've just seen our final Miramar game of the grand finals here at the PUBG EMEA Championship, and I have to say, before this game, I specifically said, is it even worth talking about Na'Vi? Apparently, it is, because, hello, here we are. The PGC champs, they pop up and they go, you know what, actually, we forgot we were playing in this. Let's get another chicken dinner in the bag because we need some points.
You've done it again, Sam. You've bullied people into performing effectively, and it's such a good strategy.
I should be a coach, apparently.
Just shout at people and they start winning, but they do have to knock their teammate at the start of the game first, just to whip each other into shape as well. Bullying themselves, it might be, but whatever it takes, really. This was, I mean, it was such a similar set of positions, such a similar zone to what we saw in Game 3 of yesterday. And it was so interesting to see the way that very similar interactions happened across the course of the game, just with very different names attached to them, like on the West Hill. This time you see Sarvum taking out Question Mark in a very similar way to the way that Ascend was able to take out Foot in yesterday's matches, but one thing was consistent through both, and that's Na'Vi making it to the late game.
Ascend has had such an incredible journey through these grand finals. Consistently good. They've played some really good PUBG. They get themselves into good positions. It's just impressive to see, and I feel like this is a team. We've spoken a lot about Foot and BBL and these lineups and how powerful they are, but Ascend just as a team and the way they work together, very exciting for the future and even for the end of this tournament, because I think that they have the potential to finish in the top 4.
They could definitely finish in the top 4. They could also finish in the top 2, where if we don't have a global partner team there, that's obviously PGS1 for them. That's super exciting. That's their goal. That is their main goal coming in here. They want to go to the global events, of course. And yeah, I'm honestly super excited for the guys and the team doing this well. You see here 13 points. Again, their consistency, both in placement and in kills, is just flowing through. But of course, 23 points for Na'Vi. Not going to make a too big of a difference for them in terms of the top leaderboard, but they are going to be moving into those deeper PGC points.
He brought it up. The big C word, consistency. What did we say at the end of game number 1 when Foot and BBL were scrapping it out in top 2 positions? We said this can't be the outlier. This can't be the one game that's good and the rest of them are rubbish, 0-pointers. This time, neither of them picked up a single point in this game. That leaves the door open for other teams, particularly, again, Ascend, a team that now has had a chance to extend their lead. That makes it so much more difficult for Foot, despite the fact it's still only a 10-point gap. They're running out of time.
Na'Vi has had 2 chicken dinners in this grand final, and that is barely enough.
Pretty incredible that they're only on 11th with 64 points now.
Barely enough to get them into the mix, and I think that it speaks to how close this entire lobby has been, how competitive it has been when you look at those total points.
I will say this though, 14 points up to 5th now. That is huge point. We're talking hundreds of points in just potentially 2 games here that they can move up. And that is what they are obviously aiming for. They have to finish as high as possible. It is out of the running now for them, unless they win the next games, all of the rest 3 games here in Erangel with the double digits. They could maybe make something happen, but still, it's unlikely that they're going to finish in top 2, but they have to get as high as possible. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from them, because this is the Na'Vi that we know. The highest of the highest, this is the kind of game that we know that they are capable of, and they just showed us exactly why.
I think, though, if you take a look at the rest of the lobby and how well other teams are performing, I think there was a time when Na'Vi could have had these 4 games and actually finished in first place, but when I just look at the level of PUBG that's being played, it's just not good enough anymore. You can't leave it till the last day.
And we can't also understate that Twisted Minds is sort of down here. You know, they're creeping up. They're only 2 points ahead of Na'Vi now, so as much as we can say Na'Vi's had a bit of a stinky tournament, but they've won a couple of good games, Twisted Minds have been consistently a little bit better, but the peaks haven't quite been there. They've got the 1 win on the board, and that's all they've got to work with. But teams like Howl, all the way at the top, as much as it's not as dominant as they were in the previous set of games on day number 1, they're still consistently creeping their way up. They got something like 12 points in game number 1, 6 points this time. They're still averaging decent margins, and it just makes it that much harder for any team to try and have that aspiration of first place to actually catch up.
How exciting is it that European PUBG has got to this point at the start of the year, a big shake-up, which means the rest of the year is going to be pretty exciting, as is the rest of the games. What's also exciting is that I get to announce a winner now. I told you earlier on that we were giving away a bunch of different things that you could get. You could get G-Coins, you could get contraband coupons, and we have a winner for today. So congratulations, Vasim Khan. You did tweet us, and the team that he said he thinks is going to win it is Ascend, and he says that they deserve it. It's their time. So he might be right, which will be interesting. We'll talk about that. I love how my voice cracked in that moment. If you clip this on Twitch for Sim, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, enough talking from us. It is time now to get into the Erangel games. 3 left before we crown a champion. So Kalaris, Toby, let's go to Erangel.
For round number 2, the game is changing up a little bit. I'm going to ask you a question. The first player to hit their buzzer will get to answer. If you get the question correct, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, you lose a point. And then I move on to the next person who buzzed. Are your fingers ready to hit the buzzer?
I'm ready.
Okay. First question. What is the name of the supply drop that is dropped randomly from the sky during a match? First person to hit that button was James.
Airdrop.
minus a point. James?
Nice one.
That's incorrect. So Fex, you're up next.
Care package.
That is correct. Fex gets a point.
So
Well
smart,
done.
bro. So smart.
way.
It's crazy.
That's not fair.
Insane.
What type of ammo does a Lynx AMR have? Okay, first person to hit the button was James. Let's go.
50 cal.
That's correct. You get a point. Well done. Moving on to the third question. What is the rarity of a Zest silk scarf? Right, we have someone. James, you've hit it.
It's a legendary rarity.
-1. James, you are actually incorrect.
Oh, don't be afraid to lose a point here, guys. Go in.
I'm afraid, bro. I'm shaking.
Okay, so the correct level was elite. But everyone else was playing it super safe. Final question in round number 2 is, how long does it take to use a first aid kit? James is at it again. What's the answer?
He's pre-clicking it. He's pre-clicking it.
Yeah.
He's pre-firing it.
I'm just sitting here spamming.
No.
It's 7.5 seconds.
Huh?
No.
Correxy?
6 seconds.
That is correct.
He Googled it, bro.
It doesn't matter, he adds up. So here we go at the end of round 2. This is what the points look like at the moment. Fex is still in the lead with 3 points. And Corexy is now in second with 2 points. Gustav, you have 1 point. And James, you have no points.
Come on, James, man. That scarf isn't Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker or anything like that. It was... Why does he think it's legendary? What's going on?
It looks kind of cool, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's not, is it? So it's not as cool. It's not as cool. We've got ourselves 3 more games remaining here as we have Erangel, the grassy pastures on the way. For a moment, I thought, wow, Erangel looks very different there. Every time we go to Gustav's camera, I'm like, he just looks radioactive. Why is he so bright in his room?
Radioactive Dracula. It's kind of a weird mix of genres that I wasn't expecting to see in a PUBG tournament.
Yeah. Well, let's get to it here. It is going to be game 13 here out of 15. And right now, teams have to catch up to Howl. And they do well on Erangel. As we now have the plane for game 13.
We say well overall. Yesterday, I'm just instantly thinking back to games where they were rotating, and then rotating some more. They were not having the best of times in at least a couple of them. So we'll see. And again, I mean, it doesn't really matter how much teams try to catch up if they can maintain that lead, Howl. And also, we're reaching a potential hot drop season. I mean, imagine being Howl, open qualifier team, wanting to make their way through. What about if a global partner team hot drops them because they are already qualified for PGS? I mean, now that would be...
They have nothing to lose and they have everything.
That's what I'm saying. That would be the ultimate something.
The ultimate BM I'm going to go with, because I am usually all for the hot drop talks and the hot drop scenarios. However, for still teams that, you know, like, for the majority of teams that want PGC points, and even the invited teams that want PGC points, if they were invited to PGC, yeah, sure, do what you want. But because you're not, I do think every point still matters a lot.
But if you're a FaZe Clan team who's already set top 3, top 5, but not guaranteed necessarily, but close enough.
I mean, what's the, like, you're dropping on opposite sides of the maps in a lot of scenarios as well. What's your point in taking out a Howl, for example?
What's your point in not taking them out, James? Okay. You're the ones that embrace the chaos more than anyone in the world. FaZe has sat in blue and tried to gatekeep teams with limited value in doing so.
Yes, Toby, you're right. I'm being unusually irrational for someone that wants to watch the world burn. You are correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the rational for this one.
Here I am trying to spice things up for once, and James just shuts it down instantly.
Well. It ain't gonna happen. For now, at least. We have ourselves a circle up towards, centering up on those kind of Yasnaya fields, or just a little bit south of that. So for now, as we watch all of these teams move for position, DA is already getting going very, very fast, or their drop was a bit different compared to usual.
They saw what FaZe were doing on Miramar yesterday, looting both down towards the southern side and Chuma and other and they're like, guys, we can split wider. They haven't done it just yet, but they do have liquid compound. and Ruins, and a lot in between. And because of that, they're sat very split.
Come on.
And because of that, teams like Twisted Minds will say, huh, we saw you in your parachutes, and then we saw you in your cars. You're not near one another. That's a freebie.
But this draws me back to like game 1 or 2 of yesterday, where I'm like, okay, you know Twisted Minds is around here. Why are we driving around in cars? Once again, you know Twisted Minds is around here. Why are we really trying to force this separation? Like, so yeah.
And not just a Twisted Minds that we know like to take fights late game and play it safe early. A Twisted Minds that is hungry as hell for points. And if you like go out and start just trying to say, oh, we're over here, we're alone, you can be damn sure they'll come for you.
Yeah, just dangling that bait, basically, and you're really not getting the best of it. Your bait's going to be taken, your rod's going to be taken, your arm's going to go with it, and for Twisted Minds, they're going to be happy and swimming away.
And the worst thing is, when you do try to utilize this sort of pearls on a string, very fragile playstyle, which doesn't necessarily end poorly, when you lose the center player, when you lose the connector between those two outside links, all of a sudden getting back together, should you want to do that eventually, becomes, if not impossible, then incredibly difficult, because now you have Metralius and Iroh in Rossok, and again, still Mert all the way east towards Liquid Compound.
I do have a question. Is Pearls on a String a direct Danish translation to English?
Yes.
I thought so. You've used it twice, and I was like, that's interesting.
What would you say, on a chain?
I don't think we ever kind of bait with pearls, to be honest.
But you know what I mean, though? It's just a line with like... Boop,
well, what you're saying makes sense, yes.
That is all I'm asking for, James. Thank you so much for even Jesus
for once.
James just said what I say makes sense. I'm going to live off of that high for the rest of my life.
Okay, all right. That's your Polish power.
First time I've heard it in my 5 years of casting, James.
Well, yeah. I mean, we haven't really cast that much together. But I know. It's funny because I can only imagine from our 2 times casting here together, the audience is like, wow, they really don't like each other. And I hope that proliferates.
I was going to say, I hope that they know that it is true. Yeah. You see, this is me carrying James in an image in the bottom right. We had to stand still for a long time to make that work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As you say, 3, 5, 4, thumb. Silly giants.
I'm not even sure what you're trying to do there. What I am sure of, though, is DA are trying to get back to their team. And as we were saying, because they're sat like pearls on a string, they were going to have a hard time regrouping, as proven here. Good thing for them is they do manage to succeed. At least a bit. Neutralis is still sat in the Alamo compound southwest of Liquid Compound. So still a little whiles to go for them to get fully together. But for now, they're all right.
All right, all right. Clip, hit something.
Hit it! You gotta go, Palpatine. Do it.
Do it.
Oh, imagine if you had hit that shot there. That would have been so clippable.
Did you say clippable?
For multiple reasons.
You know what? That wasn't bad.
It says, I'm just going compliment after compliment right now. I'm on a streak.
Yeah, I'm confused.
More so than clips, shots, connecting. This is what you guys don't see. What you usually see is that one shot that hits. It takes practice.
Like when we showed in the clip in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
If you want to do this, you got to practice. And doing it while you're at home is not enough. You got to do it during games too. Just keep on shooting. Keep on ringing that bolt action. And one day you get the shot. And then it doesn't matter that you missed 1,000 times. Because it's the one time you hit it, that's going to go up on YouTube.
Eventually one will hit.
Mm-hmm. That's at least been the case so far for Clip. He does tend to make some pretty theatrical plays with those bold actions.
A minor thing, Ding.
We're talking about headshots now. Dink.
Well, I was about to say, Ding dinked themselves slightly on a car. A bit of damage sustained whilst driving around down there, but they'll be okay. As we see FaZe now rocking up to heaven. And
Sky Guardian.
Subsequently turning around. Who was calling it Sky Guardian?
I mean, that was Frost, because he couldn't spell it, but it was Paper Thin who said Sky Garden.
Oh,
because that is the Asian call out.
Yeah.
Or the Korean call out.
Silly, wrong Paper Thin. Yeah.
Now we got to throw in some Bandit too. Yesterday the desk was talking about the NA production. Now we get to talk about the Korean.
That's true.
Yeah.
There was actually a moment where if they'd have come to us really quickly after that, I was going to go, yeah, Paper Thin sucks too. But, you know, it's
You just want to be disliked by everyone who doesn't get the references we're setting up.
Yeah, well.
In the meantime, 2 teams that arguably should not be fighting one another, which unfortunately for them they are right now. Kilyakai falls, and now damage done on both sides. This is not going to work out for either team. Good thing is, Vard is still to be rescued. I think Chris is trying to crawl over to Vard, so in case they try to run one over, maybe they'd hit a teammate too, but that is not going to happen. Beamy is smart about it, jumps out of the car, does the damage with the gun, and Ascent, the one's the closest, down to early on.
I mean, this is the perfect fight for a foot. This is the absolutely the one team, ideally, I mean, there's another team as well, but this is the one team ideally at the moment that they really want to hurt. So for Ascend, we're going to see probably an eventual big send through to try and find somewhere useful for them towards the middle of probably Circle 2, and then see if they can wrangle things from there. But for FUT Esports, that's a huge win.
Massive. Not only do they get points on the board, but they get to climb ever so much closer to Ascent. And if FaZe doesn't make their way up, then all of a sudden they're looking at that top 2, qualified on through. Wouldn't that be amazing for the likes of FUT Esports and for just, I mean, Turkish PUBG in general? I know that the players on the team aren't from there, but from an org, getting the kind of the banner waved at global tournament representation and going out and potentially forming at that caliber would be phenomenal to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
read the code, James.
No, I can't do this one either. It was a one and done.
I'm not even going to try anymore.
It was a one and done. It was a one and done. But claim the code. And yeah, I mean, to what you're saying, look, right? How many English players are on Premier League teams? Enough said.
Probably none.
Right?
On me, guys.
Yeah. Oh,
fuck.
Let's take a listen to him.
I'm coming to be inside.
He's driving away. You can drive by him.
Last one should be on bar kill. Hit twice, last US. Knocked.
That's it, he's killed him.
On me. Nice.
Clutch.
This was clean.
The drive-by swing from Beamy. You could see what Chris was trying to do. Out of the car, insta-flush, but didn't get the chance to.
That was extremely clean. Really cool little look in there at FUT. And again, just very clear comms that we're seeing from them here. Very calm, calculated as we continue things on now. And the circle is about to shift. Where are we heading? North.
Yes, Naya!
Very hard shift again. So, well, two things can happen here. Ascend can go to their center spot that I was thinking that they were just going to send to anyway, which is nice for them. And FUT is going to be playing downhill from Stalber to start things off.
Ascend is going to crash straight into the north side of his Naya apps and just find the bathroom and play James PUBG.
James PUBG.
Shotguns and bathrooms. Chilling it out until top 5 guaranteed.
Listening to cool music, thinking I'm cool.
I'm probably not going to be listening to music, unless if Chris starts beatboxing in the background. But until that happens, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, you kind of need those audio cues, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, they could just close the door and wait for it to open, but definitely they would want to try and play this one wisely. A lot of teams are opting to go towards Yasnaya. The teams that aren't, trying to find a way around it. Everyone has opted to leave. M4s, I think, have scouted that Heaven is open now, and you can see here, speaking of north side apps, Ascent pulled up. FaZe are here now. Polish Power 2 and BBL has claimed the West. And just because the city has the size it does, we can actually house one, maybe two more teams. And here comes the first.
Yeah, and this actually really works out for Ascend because
it does.
Now with these kind of barrier teams set up just on their doorstep but not really threatening them, there's no real tenacity from these teams next to them to move over to the next building. So this is going to allow them to survive for a while.
And the great thing for them is they came into this position same time as FaZe, so FaZe would have hurt the vehicles, at least 2 cars. I mean, no clue how many players are in those cars because they come into the building from the other side. So I don't think FaZe are opting to play aggro on them in this. As I say that, though, I am seeing some FaZe Clan movement, but would be surprised if they opt to cross over this early on in the game.
Yeah, I think they were just moving from the south building to the north right here, just to make sure that they're all together here if things go south, or sour, I should say, as opposed to south. But now we take a look at the few shots coming in here. BBL holding that west side of Yasnaya at the moment, and Twisted Minds trying to take the little hills above Yaz Pond, and they're not bad. You can exist in them for a little while. You just got to be careful of some of the longer range shots that may come in from Stalber hillside.
Crucial for BBL that Twisted Minds didn't kind of instantly pull up on this because Clip was still transitioning down towards those houses. So able to get down there in time. And now points coming the way of BBL. Crucial. In the meantime, we still have a couple of teams that haven't made their way in just yet. on this circle, and Howl is one of them. They're far out towards the east in the blue, now wrapping around Lipovka, not around Lipovka, but down by Lipovka, trying to find an entry. I like the fact that they're going north on this one, though, if that is what they're opting to do, because knowing how many teams comes into the south, you would have to expect, even if you can't see anything, have to expect that there's going to be room on the north.
I get the impression across these 3 games, again, just speculation, we will see a very defensive Howl.
Yeah, they have to. They have
all
to.
this.
They have to.
You don't need to risk a huge amount. You've got a little bit of a buffer, and Ascend is wounded, so this is a great opportunity for them to play it slow, play it from the side, and yeah, okay, the circle may shift away from you, but if you keep going out wide, then you're giving yourself better chances to stay alive longer.
I mean, we're talking about their first place spot potentially being overtaken. Technically, oh, let's listen into what they're saying. That was after the knock.
Nice.
Nice. Good push. Oh, they lost one here.
Nice.
They killed the early.
Easy, peasy, nice, clean execution. Calm comes once again as well. But as we're saying, Howl, yes, we're keeping track of the second place to first place point difference, but for Howl, really, it's down to third. Because as long as they get top 2, that's PGS guaranteed. Of course, you want to win the tournament, but for Howl, I think top 2 is really the most important. There's quite a bit buffer from second down to third as well.
If you're getting to PGS's Howl in this lobby, that's an absolute triumph.
Yep.
That is career defining for them at that point. Anyway, we have a migration happening across a lot of these fields at the moment, trying to get up to the top here. Foot has the compound, the compound that they're going to try and hold on tooth and nail. They're going to claw away. All these other teams are trying to move on against them. There is spots underneath that compound that you can take on those hillsides.
Wait,
there's a few dips as well.
Howl is coming back down the hillside. Elliot just shot Milman. Navi, can you stop shooting each other and corrects in the meantime? Finds one. That is going to be Schofield down. Ruin falls as well. Howl tried to make the way up the hillside, realizing they were beat on the race, trying to come back down, and now they're starting to take casualties.
Yeah, they've got themselves absolutely stuck here. If the teams in Yasnaya don't finish them off, eventually once the teams in the north finish their silly fights or whatever, then they'll take them out. So this is a disaster for Howl.
Hopper as well now. What is it with people and friendly fire?
People walking in front, man. These windows, anywhere they go, I don't know where exactly they are, either on the west side here of Yasnaya, but we have still now Na'Vi a little bit pinned down over there by Ding, by Iroh, who is knocked at the moment, but it's M-Force as well as Twisted Minds that have found themselves spots on the cliffs. Those are all important cliffs underneath this compound.
Good nade. Does it stop on the car? No, it does, as a matter of fact. Flies further. Blows up in the air. That one, bit too far. Fortunately, for Ding up above. Navi, on the other hand, able to stay alive. Team knock comes through, but for now, able to stay put.
I do like the idea of, like, say, 4 or 5 consistently missed grenades as you go, maybe that was... There was...
The art of expecting the unexpected games.
Just the intention to hype and then go further.
Yeah, it's like the lawnmower that won't start.
Yeah, that's how I would describe you. We've got ourselves Gedrox here. Polish Power trying to take some shots over against FaZe. And again, with them actually in these buildings right next to one another, they are a little bit stuck. But it doesn't matter since they're in the circle right now. Sorry, this commentary is rubbish. I was just trying to recover.
You're doing a great job at it, Jim. Fantastic recovery. Marcelik does know that Corexia is down based on the nade, but that smoke, even though it blooms on the first floor, it takes down the middle floor as well, or the third floor, I should say. Takes out the middle floor too.
Nice,
so that should be the rest coming through. The tree is on. But actually, it's only one branch. It's rather impressive.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
That's not how trees work. In this case, it is, though. We know the next circle is shifting out of water. That is why no one is set far west except for Exalt, because they know they're coming in late anyway. No reason to go over Celis here. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Circle east, Yasnaya Fields is where we're going. Howl, dead center, but just 2 players alive. No kills thus far, and far outside of placement points still.
Yeah, I highly doubt they're going to get anything more off of this game, but, you know, magic can happen.
Yeah.
As we have Sarvam somehow threading the needle between these teams. I'm not sure they haven't had many shots go over their way, but they're trying to rendezvous with the other duo moving on around. And this has somehow worked out kind of okay, but not really, because they're really not in the circle and not a great spot. But they're alive, you know? They're alive.
Nade onto Lhasa as well, and it really is bad for them that it's FaZe that is set on the inside of this, because they know, again, if we want to get first place, that's a team we need to deal with. Howl, 16th place, 0 points. If teams wanted to have a chance to catch up, it had to happen early, and this might just be the start of the downfall. At least that's what everyone but Howl and their fans are hoping for.
Now they're on fire, falls back to the car. Still those teams underneath those hillsides where that compound is from foot are being a nuisance, and again it will still continue to be a little bit of position of power. I won't be surprised if eventually Twisted Minds decides to push over against M-Force, because that will be a better location. But as we continue on, we're still keeping an eye on that Yasnaya spot, which will stalemate for a little longer.
Yeah, they get the knocks, they get the info as to who sat next to you, if that's too hard to read from the kill feed based on the shots going out of the city. But for now, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of commotion in the city itself. That is a, that's a mortar. Handheld mortar.
I genuinely thought those were going to be a waste, but he actually got him on the second one. So I guess Aimlul must have ran back thinking, one was enough, he's not going to throw a second. But yeah.
The more you know. The more you know. Sarvim finds one, has to continue rotating on through. They have an inkling that there are more players on the other side, but it's not them coming out victorious, quite the contrary. Getrox finds one, Senja finds the other. Now they pull up. It's committed to, no knocks thus far. They do find one as Getrox goes down, but they're down to just 2. As I say that, Baron finds another.
Gets him with the peaks. Will he be able to get a little bit more here? On that right-hand side, he knows exactly where he moved. Baron peak all day, all night. You don't peak the Baron peak.
The prone peak, the insta drop shot takes out the player, just like that, ding, out of the equation here. Huge fight for Sarvim as they try to claw their way up the leaderboard.
It's my favorite moment of the tournament. We've got ourselves.
Fair.
We have ourselves now the Wu, though, which will eventually try and wrap around on them. Full Tilt is going for, again, full send mode onto where Navi is. They are going to get blitzed down here. There's no way they're going to survive that. Too many teams firing at them.
Points? You want some points?
Any points?
Hello, anybody want some points?
That was
2 of them, and they gave it to 2 different teams.
Easy delivery of points.
It was pretty simple, but again, shared between 2 teams, could not come in any more fair than this. Wu, they were sat further down towards the south. They heard the action up here between Sarvim and Ding. They wanted a piece of it, realizing now they're a little bit too late to the party. They will slow things down, if not just put for a moment. In the meantime, Circle goes north. We are going to go out of Yasnaya, and now, while the camera was down there before, it should just go down there again, because there's going to be all kinds of hell unfolding in the city.
Yeah, so Yasnaya is just going to be a bit of a cluster. What's cool about what Twisted Minds is doing positioning-wise at the moment, whilst they're being shot from the south, which isn't ideal, is that whilst they would like to have seized the M-Force position, they know that there's always a team up in that compound. They might not know exactly who it is, but they know that there is one. So they're flexing out to try and eventually deal with them, because that is the biggest threat to that location that M-Force is currently at, which they would like to have. So play it slow on that side here, Twisted Minds, and see if you can kind of hurt anybody coming into a threatening spot.
I love CC's play to get over the hilltop, but I even more so love Nixie's play on that rock to spot that to begin with. Team Flash not optimal, but CC is dealt with. T-Bone, as a matter of fact, is the one claiming the points at the back end of it. Oh, Nixie's timing peaks. Baron will find him. Able to get one down. Yeah, I'm sorry, James. The joy couldn't last forever as they continue to try and clean up here, but Voldemort has something to say about it. Once again, question mark are taking out one another, trying to set a record of how many team knocks you can get in one game. Twisted Minds backfilling BBL, trying to deal with them here as well. Fights happening all over the place as Sarvim falls and BBL are instantly there to follow.
Yeah, a bit of a Hail Mary for BBL here, considering that the push that they're trying to make and where they were previously to all of that. And now Twisted Minds, they're still... They kind of reset their mind once again back to what they were doing originally, waiting for that team to come down from that compound, because that is the biggest threat to them.
Yeah. Foot trying to rack up extra points up on the hillsides. Ascent and FaZe both down inside Yasnaya here in the apartments, but it's Polish Power currently that are under fire. Going from one building to another. Masterleg is knocked. They're trying to get him back up on his feet. Smokes deployed, taking up the entire street. While Brexco and Mika just go, could you, we're technically inside the circle here. How about if you guys fight and just leave and then kind of forget we existed to begin with?
That would be nice. I imagine they're not making too much noise here, but Polish Power will be very much aware from prior moving about, etc. and things like that. They still exist. But any move that they make north now, Exalt's going to start looking at them, and shots are already hitting that corner. So Polish Power is stuck in a rut.
Yeah, not exactly the best place to be, in just about 10 meters outside the circle too. Circle, as you can see, is encroaching. It's going to be on them in just a second. The Psyker rings strong from the window as one falls, two falls, as Brexco finds the other. Polish Power in trouble, Ascent getting points despite being down to 2 right from the start of the game. One nade, one molly. Outside here could be the deciding factor. Who comes out victorious? But Brexco falls. Mika wants to come out to help, but maybe Halsey delayed enough. Halsey made it impossible for the rest to come through. Phosphate will be in the molly. Damage are coming through. Nate from the other side will take them out. The kills come in, but the points are taken away as well. Artix finds the double. Mika is still alive. Outside of placement points though, and points given away to Exol, trying to make their way up. Currently set in 5th.
That was ridiculous. They were so funneled up, and again, Exalt had the perfect position to read everything that was going on. Small thing that happened before that, example, lying down, seat swaps through a car to try and avoid more shots going his way. So just these small plays coming out from these players to keep themselves alive in the distance against those things like SLRs.
FaZe. Decisions to be made now that the circle continues shifting north. They need somewhere to go. I don't think they have their cars available anymore, so as you can see here, one knock on Wu would be crucial. It could allow for a gateway to push further north. Issue is they haven't found that knock, so now they need to proceed on foot.
Fex has been shooting at everything. Yep. But as you say now, desperate times call for desperate measures. The big smoke wall is going to be created. And that goes straight towards 3 players priming grenades.
Yeah, they're setting up the smokes to try and make the aggressive play, but I love the fact that they deploy the smokes and then wait, because they know that's the response. So throw the smokes, sit back for a little while longer, and here comes the utility barrage! And they're coming in from both sides. Issue is the knocks are only going on to FaZe. All of them being taken down by the second. That one going a bit too far as well. James, Gustav, somehow still both alive. James now out in the blue, not going to be able to get back on his feet, and just exactly inside. But he's going to fall to the hands of question mark.
Exalt as well is trying to clean up a little bit this here.
Gustav.
Some shots coming the way, as now Gustav is a one-man army. What can he do against this here? Question mark is still wounded, but Gustav's going to go out to the blue here. There's no way he can recover from that. He's gone. It was going to be an unbelievable play if they were able to survive it, but it's not to be.
We're in placement points, and look at who's tanking. Mika is sat back there. There's 5 crates next to where he was. He is farming. The thing is, once we hit the next phase, no matter how many first hits you have, you ain't going to have enough to continue healing yourself through it. So right now, he's going, please teams, just die. Keep on dying. I want more placement points. I'm not going to get kills. I just want placement points.
Exalt's looking at this game as very tasty. They're constantly getting themselves kill points from this. Now Na'Vi turns their attention to Exalt here, trying to shut them down. They're in 5th place with 7 kills already in this game, thanks to the barrage that they put on against Polish Power. Examples hitting some nutty shots. He's continuing to do it. Guys, all right, cover, take cover. This is Example now with a laser pointer.
Mika finds 2! Finds the first as well. He goes down, but so much damage done. Does Fate get back up alive? If Fate doesn't get rest, Mika just got an additional 6 points for the team by just staying alive.
That was a sick play, like just going for it here. And now Na'Vi wants to shut them completely down. If they do get shut down, they have the South. And they know that teams still have to conflict in the North. This could be great for Na'Vi.
Rest does come up, so point taken away from the hands of Mika. Valiant effort, though, in trying to get as much out of a salvage situation. Melman wants to contain Exalt. They do not want them close. Those nades are close, and close enough too. As Melman falls Alia. Decision to be made now. They know there's pressure above. The good thing for them is that they also are fighting above, so they need to take this fight, but you only have so much time to do so.
Exalt's done a really good job of recovering, so now finding themselves a move on forwards. For Melman, it's not really been his tournament, but the other boys will be able to do some damage themselves. A jump, but not connecting with shots. That's uncharacteristic here. Another peek over. By Example, the molly hits the other side of the rock. Artix in a very scary spot here. But ideally, you wait for the other players to get off angles, and that's exactly what Ferris was looking for. Perfect stuff by him. Just don't peek as Artix anymore. Wait for your teammates to do the work.
Fate is Mr. Utility Deployer. The bait machine as Ferris wraps around, finds the double. Damage done to Na'Vi. There's no way Example is going to be able to get both of them up. It's going to be a solo game, but if there's a solo that you want to rely on, it would be Example. One more molly left to work with, but no vest. 3 mollies now make it. As he has them, they all crawled over towards him and dropped their utility. That's what just happened.
Yeah.
From behind, here comes Perfectix, cleans it up.
And now Twisted Minds in the middle of everything. Foot Esports on the north side able to see down. Exalt from down below can spot up. And in the midst of all of this, M-Force, solo player, trying to stay alive.
Foot started this game with big kills and with going on against Ascend. And now this is a brilliant opportunity for them to put even more points on the board. Coming in from that, another shot's coming in for Exalt here. This is very, very difficult for them to get out of. The fact that Perfectix is being able to not only use the ridge, but also the tree as double cover makes it so difficult for Exalt.
Foot has this one in the back. 3v1v1. There should be no way Perfectix gets that rest. The final one falls fairest. Again, knowing what teams he's up against, if Exalt wants this one home, they cannot give points away to the teams they're chasing and to the teams that is currently chasing them. One nade is going to do it. AIDS, he finds it. Foot Esports prevails once more with 10 kills. That was huge.
That was, I'm not going to say a freebie for Foot, considering everything that goes down, but definitely having that compound, being able to play down from those hills is one of the most powerful positions in these circles. And a lot of the other teams just kind of eliminated each other left, right, and center. Great win, though, overall for Foot.
Howl out, 16th, no points. Ascent losing 2 instantly, and despite that, coming out top 5 with 3 kills.
What a game. What a game to start things off for Erangel. Time for a break. When we return, it's the desk and then more grassy pastures.
FF and FBI running into each other. Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one. SCK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they wouldn't try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades. Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tinkle.
Into friendly fire, so really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this kill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
I can come down to you.
Yeah, it's just the team playing like orange line below her.
Got 1 kill underneath.
Nice, now 3.
I'm coming up to shoot with you.
Go.
I have DBS here.
Navi's still alive, right? They're around like green in the dip somewhere.
Navi 3 up.
Yeah, they're on green map. Yep.
Under you in the stairs. I've dropped the DBS for later if you want to take it at some point.
Question mark 3. Is there ammo on it?
Orange house.
Yeah.
Yeah. So quickly.
Nice. Let's commit
They're
to
fall.
this.
They're fall.
I need to run back.
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
I'm 1 HP. I can run.
He's above me.
Sick.
He's above on the rock.
Go along.
Behind you.
Hitting south room. Oh, I got him.
Yeah, I think so. I'm holding it.
One cross from left, right. Another one tried.
Knock one.
Nice.
He's knocked right outside the door. He's not in yet.
I headshot one on the close roof. Send us inside just now.
One and twisted 1 HP.
I'm only trying to watch DA. I don't think they can play up on
Oh, it's so fat.
Beat this. Oh fuck this shoot.
There was a guy running on the ridge. I feel like
I'm gonna run down.
One more running down. I think it's Twisted running down.
Yeah,
All go together, guys. All go together. Whatever you do, just play together.
Small Twisted running.
With only 3 Erangel games, Foot Esports came in and said, you know what, we got 3 more games, let's make something happen. Claimed a chicken dinner. Na'Vi making a late push as well, not nearly enough. Twisted Minds in the mix as well. It feels like everyone suddenly woke up and said, oh, 3 games left in the grand finals, best we knock Howl out of that top spot, Saga.
It's definitely coming. Howl does not have long left at the top unless they can very quickly shape up. They still do have a very solid hope of taking away potentially the second PGS slot.
Ooh.
But, I mean, the way that Foot, once again, they bounced back from a actually depressing second game and came back with a bit of an interesting one. You know, there was definitely some targeting going on. We heard in the voice comms early on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Ace. Kill them. Run them down. And that was definitely targeted. If you see a team that's dropping in Zaki and you know that they are one of the PGS point qualifying contenders, and you're a team like Foot who wants that spot for themselves, 100% they're going to take that. But then they do get a little fortunate with the zone shifts after taking Stalber, which has been such a successful position for them so far. Love to see the zone going in that direction for them.
Happy with their performance, Avenger?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, always hope for these urban ending mass chaos, Yasnaya kind of situations, but it was, once we saw the Circle 3 pop, it was not going to happen. But still, a lot of teams were stuck in there, and that's, we can't have this unwritten rule, right? Don't go into the city unless it's your last choice, or you know that you're going to be the team getting out of there. Otherwise, it's only 1 or 0 teams that get out there alive, especially Yasnaya. It's so hard to get out of Yasnaya and then get up on the hill and actually fight some. And Exalt did a really good job at getting as many points as they could, getting out there, gatekeeping a lot of teams coming out of those apartments.
Twisted Minds coming second, but they look quite, I want to say, muted in their performance. It's not the Twisted Minds I was expecting.
No, they had mediocre days on day 1 and 2, 33, 30 points. And now they are, of course, here with 15. It's good, but they need to have an outstanding day today to actually contest the top 2.
Let's take a look now at those standings. We mentioned the top 2. Let's see what this game has done for Foot. It has pushed them up into second place, and the gap between first, second, and third, insanely close.
No movement for Howl in this one. A 0-point game despite their best efforts, just getting 2 players picked off in the send, and it was actually Big Jimbo, Jeems himself, who actually waltzed out of the apartments like an absolute madman, walked halfway across the field to just drop a grenade on Howl. I don't know, he must have been wearing a shirt that said, hey, don't shoot me because I'm going to help you guys out. I'm going to take out the top dogs in the lobby. And that's exactly what happened. A bit of assistance from Wu with some long-range shots as well. But from that point forwards, you could really tell the hunger that a lot of the teams had. The Ascend was next on the list, right? And they know that they're weakened. They know that they're in the apartment on the northwestern side of Yasnaya. And the push is coming through. Micah didn't have the bush to try and hold out the defensive side with, but he did the best that he could, but it wasn't enough to stop Foot from taking over.
Top 50 on Twire, right, Saga? That's where you're sitting now.
Yeah, something like that.
That's pretty good.
That's very impressive.
Good. And if it was only grand finals, you were done all right, actually.
If it was only grand finals.
You're actually doing all right in grand finals, but yeah.
Na'Vi let me down in the playoffs.
Yeah, true. I hope we see some Jeems Nate God emotes out there being spammed. It's always these situations here, like he's coming out and he just knows, okay, there's a potential knock flush here with a couple of nades, and he commits to it. And it's always good to see him follow through, get it, because it's super important for them, of course, to try to catch some of these top contenders here, Howl being one of them. And it's great for a lot of other teams as well, trying to catch them down, but they have a good chunk of points there. It's going to be really hard to push them out of the top 2.
It is so exciting. I'm sure if you're a fan, you're feeling this as well. This idea that the Na'Vis, Na'Vi came 5th in that game. Twisted Minds came 2nd, and you're looking at the leaderboard, and it's not enough.
Yeah.
Na'Vi's had a chicken dinner today, and it's still not enough. It is insane how close this is, how competitive this is getting.
But Na'Vi has 71 points. They are 20 points away from FaZe Clan on 5th, and only 3 points away from BBL on 7th. You have to remember that, right? So it's still super close compared to how much of a bad day they had on the first. They had 3 points. They have come back really, really well here, and they're getting a lot more PGC points than we expected them to after both the win yesterday and the win today. Probably going to see some more good stuff from today. They have been on point in terms of their macro. They have been winning some good fights. Them going into the dip, they're a little bit rough. We saw Ding putting a lot of nades on them, a lot of damage from afar. We saw Fix and some of the other FaZe Clan guys put a lot of damage on them as they were trying to traverse towards the kind of lower ground where Foot was holding on.
Yay, maths. That's what I got from that.
Fantastic.
It is time now to move into our second last game, but just before we hand on over to Kylaris and Toby, we also need to find out which FaZe player wins the game show that has no name.
Right, if I lose this, I'm actually like tilted, so...
Okay, let's go. Round number 3, GeoGuessr. We have fancy new programming in place that we can get this down to the meter. So you have 3 spots and you need to tell us where they are. This is the first spot on Erangel. Where is this on the map? Okay, time is up. Has everyone submitted?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
So this was really interesting. Gustav, you are 101.6 meters away, so
Holy
you
fuck,
get a
I'm
point.
the goat. I'm the goat.
Are we ready to see the next location? Here it is. Tell us where this spot on the map is.
Oh. Guys, this is an easy one.
If you don't know this one,
So the closest person was 19.7 meters away from the spot, and that was Corexi. So you get a point. Everyone else very close, between sort of 50, 45, 29 meters, but Corexi was the closest, so well done. Final opportunity here in GeoGuessr. This is the final spot. Tell us where on the map this spot is. Everyone happy with their answers? Gustav, you were about... Gustav was 2,700 meters away. And James, you were about 5,900 meters away. Corexi, 3.1 meters away. You were that close.
That was pretty far still.
I thought it was the Bungers by Kamishki.
If you get this question correct, or if you're the closest to it, you are going to get 5 points, which means, James, if you get this right, you will be able to leapfrog and potentially win this.
Okay.
This is how it works. You're going to submit your answers. The person closest to the correct answer will get those 5 points. How many folds does the parachute have? Okay, so now that we've ascertained that there are many, would you like to know who was the closest to the answer?
cool.
Gustav, you are the closest. You said 12. The answer is 22. Gustav gets 5 points, which means Gustav wins the game show with no name.
That's crazy. Yeah. I saw him on his webcam.
Now we need to know, Gustav, would you like to know what you won? Well, you won absolutely nothing. So.
It's automatic.
All right, I need to see a parachute right as soon as we get into the game. 22 folds! I'm surprised, I guess.
It makes sense, I suppose. It does get kind of wiggly.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys really thought it was going to be 6. That was...
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that the game show gets the answer wrong. So.
Oh, well, no, actually, I think for this one in particular, they've...
hope they check.
They don't have that disclaimer at the beginning of the videos anymore.
That is also true.
Yeah.
That is also true.
The penultimate game on the way here for the Grassy Pastures, as Erangel is the flavor of the day. To round things out, it'll be game number 14. And as you can see at the very top of the leaderboards, Howl is anything but safe, Toby.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little dangerous. Had Howl been able to maintain this lead in kind of a fighting fashion thus far, I would say I'd still be somewhat worried, but now off of a 16th place 0-point game where they were rotating straight into their own death, for a team who has never really been this high up the leaderboard at these caliber tournaments before, the pressure has got to be on. Yeah. And on to an extent that I don't think any of these players has ever experienced before. Like, this is where players that lack the experience crumble, but also where players that get the experience come back the tournament after and prevail.
Let's see if they can do it, and let's see if we can see a parachute, actually. I'd love to see a parachute.
I mean, there's 64 of them, James.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look in a moment, I suppose, as we take a look at these drops overall. Foot going up all the way to Kameshki, so that will be the choice of the day for them, as they are very much so on the heels of Howl.
One thing that's incredibly terrifying, looking at the loot spots right now, look at Howl. Look at who they're next to. Ascent and Foot. Just around them. I know that in the grand scheme of things. Count, James, count!
Oh, God, there really is way more than I thought.
5, 6, 7, 22. Yep. They were right.
That was like that guy that can read books really fast.
Are you not counting? The servers are doing this for you. And we're going military, by the way.
Oh my, auntie. I cannot. Okay, well, that is a circle to get things rolling for this game. We're actually going to military. Ascended not going to get to
it is going to
radio
infam,
straight away.
But it is going to infam.
Okay, well, if, you know...
The worst thing is right now... I mean, no, you know what? I'm going to take that back. If FaZe sits here in bridge camps... I mean, James put it pretty smart himself. Then I'm going to tilt. I think if they sit there bridge camp, then I'm going to tilt. Because they have an observatory within reach... And we've seen so many games as of late.
Clips move
go right down there, and I do not fault him for doing it, because if he's probably thinking, you know what, if Brex can get 11 kills from up there, I wonder how many I can get.
Yeah. I don't suppose he's working right with much gear right now, so he'll probably pull the Marselec strat, which is let everybody else bring it to you whilst you're on Everest. Yeah. So maybe we'll see that happen. Here is Howl. Right now, they are 6 points ahead of FUT Esports. And again, yes, they have shown throughout this tournament that they are excellent players. However, there is a slight, as much as I'm sometimes an optimist, there is slight doubt in my mind that they're going to be able to fortify their minds to get themselves the points required to win this. It is tough at the top to be able to keep yourself defended.
It's one of those where it's just 2 games, but it's also 2 games. That is a long time to try and stay put throughout all of this, even more so now that you have to rotate this far south and backfill so many teams that know approximately where you are in the beginning of this game, and some of which potentially might try and set up traps.
And the main problem that also exists even further than what is just extrapolated from FUT, of course, being so on their tails, is now even 3rd, 4th, 5th, if they start to have one good game here, they're also in reach of number 1. So there are so many threats at the door here for Howl that... I don't know. You're going to have to play a belter of 2 games here, despite being in 1st place.
Exactly. Polish Power, in the meantime, thinking, you know what, if we just split as much as we can on Millie Island, then no one will get to cross. And as we can see here, it ain't quite working for them, because teams have indeed managed to cross. Gustav teams, they're full speed sending it up the hillside. I don't think they were expecting a team to be up there. Nope, turning around. They wanted it. They wanted to get all the way up there. Again, they jumped out of the plane late, but BBL jumped out last. Because the plane went north to south, they knew, no one Novo. If we go there fast, we'll get it. And they got it.
I did think there was a world where... Well, I thought there was a world where FaZe was going to call their bluff there. Just one person shooting from that location. Sometimes you might try it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Clip, we know you didn't get so much loot, so let me just click that button real quick and get you a crate.
Ta-da!
On this spot.
Just wait for flares.
Oh, yeah, that too. That too. But then that's followed up by emergency pickups, so kind of evens out, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
To some extent.
Molodok, 26 across this. Again, he made a name for himself properly in the qualifiers. I mean, everybody knew that he was a good player before that anyway, but then being able to do what he did in the qualifiers was extreme. And now, number 1 in this lobby, Exalt 4th place. It's an orb. What?
Of all places in the world where you can give a bold main an orb, just as the reward for saying, you know what, I don't even need a backpack, I'm just going to rotate early. Give him an arm. You know what, give him one more crate with another arm just so he has more bullets to play with.
I wish you could dual-wield arms.
This is as gifted as can be, and it's so random. He has 30 bullets.
Okay, wait. Production, well played on bringing this graphic up at this moment in time. Just saying, that's it.
We called it when it happened. We haven't seen it happen in the feed. He almost got that knock. It was from Potato Hill down to Pachinki Hill, southwest of the city. Took out 8C at almost a kilometer distance. This is a natural habitat for the Dane.
If you're stopping there, why don't you just stop over by the beach?
Because then they don't beach the boat. And they have cover when they're trying to get out of the water.
I mean, just slightly closer.
They have cover while they're getting out of the water, James.
They're okay now. Let's see. Because that is now all of BBL up at the top. So now it is truly fortified.
Yeah.
This game is going to be interesting.
It sure is, especially when the circle shifts back north. Imagine. And then the one team that didn't cross was Howl. I'm just setting up storylines here. You can pick the ones that you decide to go with, because Ascent is up there and FUT too. So it would make it pretty interesting if the circles did go back in that direction. In the meantime, teams, he's waiting for boats.
Yeah.
He's waiting for boats, and right now, the one boat team that could come this way, Ascend.
Yeah, I do see a knock-on effect where Ding having not beached, but like made landfall on Novo. If they start shooting at Ascend, if they try and go for boats, and then they have to go further around, FaZe is that second hurdle that they may have to get over, and there's not too much urgency about FaZe moving from this location just yet, so we'll see if it occurs.
Run! Oh, they didn't make it. So what you're saying, Ascend is playing Bloons TD, but they're the balloons.
Bloons TD? I haven't played that.
I know.
Why?
It was like the first game I got on my phone.
Actually, it's like popular on like Steam. There's so many versions of that game.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Bloons.
I mean, there's a lot of guns in that game, so yeah.
They got guns.
They got guns.
In that game, indeed. Now let's see, as the circle keeps on closing in. M4's, what we didn't see on the main feed before was that they were actually sailing across. But now they sat on the shoreline and said, nah, you're not coming up on this shore. So they 180'd, sailed back north towards the main island again, now missed the ferry, and now have to come up with another rotation because the boat they were in before is down to, I think, very dark smoke in terms of its durability.
I'm going to be real. I would be terrified as Howl right now.
Yep.
Considering they have to cross this bridge.
Yep.
Get over there somehow. The visuals that I'm seeing from Twisted Minds, all of those arrows are pointing north towards this bridge.
And all the other teams, the thing is, this would not be that bad if they were the last team here. But they've just seen a team shoot at them from inside the city and can now hear the vehicles of another team driving up behind them. And as they come across, well, why not have Twisted Minds sit here too? It's as if this match has been storyline scripted to be the game for Howl. If they can make it, they've deserved every bit of it.
I like this move, though. They're keeping their options open. You get that to that point on the bridge, then you go to the walkway. Just in case you need to bail, you jump off the side onto the beach location. So at least you have like an exit strategy for that for Howl, as Twisted Minds hasn't really taken any pot shots at them just yet. So Howl's playing it slow, but now if Twisted Minds did start shooting at them, there is also the Woo coming in on the backside of this bridge too.
A lot of third-party engagements and one shots fired on the bridge. One shots fired on the bridge. BBL are going to look in that direction from up above as well. So one thing's for sure, Howl ain't going to have it easy regardless of how things happen here, because now they're further on the southern side, so even if that magical shift goes back north, all of a sudden it doesn't benefit them anymore either. What are you smiling about?
This setup makes me so happy.
Is it because they're cars and they park nicely?
It's not just, that they've, made the effort to get the cars on and, make that transition later on. It's like, as you say, just neat, good feng shui on that boat. And if you get that code delivered and used, you could also have good feng shui in PUBG.
At least they got the containers in before the hailstorm came.
Don't you even start, all right? Those hailstones were bigger than my hand. I know what you're trying to do. Okay.
And it's working, James. And it's working.
My car is my baby. Oh my
Rexco sees a pixel, finds Quizzy, and that's one down. And I think Howl, they've got to read this off the shots they're hearing too, that, okay, Ascend is one of the teams that is behind us. Issue for Ascend is if they overcommit to this, foot is set right behind them. Circle is Millie Island guaranteed. You've got to find an entry point. There are plenty of teams here. I wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe Esports now go, you know what, Westbridge? Sounds pretty tempting.
Yeah, wouldn't be bad at all. It's very unlikely that there will be even a team holding that for the moment. And also, this makes it nice for everybody else that was around that radio tower location, because that's going to lose a lot of value, and BBL is already moving away from it. So no Orm from the sky. Howl is running into Na'Vi. This is a disaster if they actually get a few knocks here, as we're watching this over at the bridge. But yeah, as I say, Howl might take casualties.
1, 2, running each other over. Not really making things any better either. Alia got spotted, and here comes Lassa down to practically 1 HP, make it 15, but that vehicle ain't living to see many more bullets. They have to stop in the forest. We've seen teams, despite being down low early on, still magically get top 5 placements. But look at the Baron, and look at his peaks, and look at him making his way up in this direction. In the meantime, Polish Power wrapping the way down towards the south, in towards DA territory as they try to get control of one of the hangars.
It's not easy to keep your cool when you're on the top of the mountain and all guns are trained on you here for Howl. As now down to 2. They need to survive longer. So does Polish Power, trying to escape from this position. And indeed, they will over to the west of Sosnovka military base. And to be fair, because of how much is now on these runways, etc., a lot of teams can co-inhabit this area. But yeah, it's only Circle 2, so we're a long way away from it even centering down here.
Howl losing too early, that could be very, very bad. But the issue for them is, or the joy, I suppose, right now for them is Ascent, Foot, they're still north, and look at how close they are to one another, Chris.
Ascent's going
Those who get to drive away FaZe Esports, they have it lined up, they're getting shots fired, but just exactly around the ridgeline, and he is the tail end of the rotation. So if he gets away here, they all do. Crucial for Ascent to stay alive. Imagine, last game, down to 2 early on. Who bit them in the butt? That was FaZe Esports. If they come after them again, and 2 games in a row punish them before the game has even started, that would be terrifying to Ascent. But fortunately, they're able to get away.
It's getting hot considering that there are some games where they will come in from similar directions. When it comes to circles, Jeems, M24, but we'll have to retreat on back to safety against Ding, who has got actually quite a nice little high ground position against them for the moment. I think FaZe probably wants to just disengage from this, definitely wants to disengage. Time to punch back towards that tree, friend. Keep those arms flailing.
Boom. 4x and Gustav. Able to find the knock on Train Roll. A little bit of suppressive fire coming in. Forcing Senja to go for the rest. Maybe a helmet having to be found on the ground somewhere after that head was popped off. We'll see now if they can make a play of it. Not a whole lot of room to maneuver. And I think they know that if we want to make anything happen on this side of the circle, we've got to take the fight. Ding, body shot connected. 67 damage done. And the thing for Ding is they can't really overcommit to this either, because BBL is set up on the hillside right behind him.
Good push up by Sail.
Nice nade too. Second one to follow.
Very, very well done by him. Sail in general, again, very impressive here throughout the tournament. Ding started off the tournament really well, actually. Very high up, but now has fallen all the way down to 10th. So not many points on the board for them the past 2 days, but Sail still, again, making a name for himself.
Circle. Somewhat north. In the favor of Ascent, exactly. They were set up here, they were looking southward. There's a burning boat. The ferry is far away. What are we doing? Oh, wait, there's no one on the other side of the water, and here they come. Trying to swim across, trying to make their way on in. As for now, there's no contesting. M4s do have their eyes looking towards the north, but shouldn't have any vision of what's going on down here. For the Esports, they saw the cars leave. If they stop on the bridge for a second and look towards the west, there might just be free pickings. All of them, but not the case, at least not right now. Gustav able to fight one more, that's elsewhere on the map, and now Polish Power inside of Sosnovka military base, starting the fight here with full tilt.
Thankfully, all the oil drums, very decent cover, as long as nobody's towards your south here against them. Ferris takes one to the body, and Marslek will just fall back, getting at least his bike out of a precarious spot there, and move over to the buildings on the left, and maybe even go for a big wraparound. That's not too bad to maybe find either an alternate angle or just escape from this fight entirely. That's not too bad either, considering they can take the high ground on the west.
Exactly. Polish Power, if you look back at the games they've performed well in on this map, on this side of the map down towards military, it's those hillsides towards the northwest side. Exactly correct. So now, I mean, them and Ding have been kind of running shoulder to shoulder towards the circle for a while now. And finally, I think FaZe got to scare them off. They did lose Jeems, though, in that engagement, but able to regroup soon.
Yeah, I understand completely as well why Ding is bailing from that.
Oh, yeah.
If you win that fight, cool, you won the fight, but you're just slowing down an opportunity to get to a better spot for a circle that is not in your favor. So, as we do have Vard starting to blast against the Wu, but for Foot, this is really, really bad. The Wu is really hurting them right now. And if Foot goes down here, that could scarper a lot of their plans.
For sure, the 2-player alive Howl are clapping their hands, but Beamy ain't done just yet. Points at least being guaranteed to some extent as they find the first T-Bone. I don't think there's any world where he gets back up alive. No, he falls. Foot down to 2. Ascent was down to 2 early last game as well, but still managed to rack up points. We will see now what HC and Beamy can do. If you think back over the games during this grand finals, Foot, 2 players alive, they have pulled off magic.
Yes, they have, but definitely a chance of that constant back and forth, as you say, with Ascent. Oh, wow. Nice shots.
And he's in blue, too. He's not getting back up.
Yes, but, well, I mean, crawling that way, definitely not. Yeah, that's him gone. So any few points that Foot can get here as a bit of a recovery game will be nice. And even Beamy just moving on through here.
Yeah. I think this is the Wu having to fall back. Clip now down the mountain he goes. We saw BBL getting shot at by both Wu and now Ding as well as they've upped its wrap north around the military base. Clip trying to find more, but again, that tree only granting him cover from so many angles. He has to get away from this position, but he cannot run anywhere. Aimlul able to find him from afar.
Just too many angles to cover against. Yeah, BBL starting this game off, taking the radio tower, getting themselves an arm, but they go down first. That is PUBG. Sometimes those circles go away from you. Nothing you can do about it.
Yep. Speaking of circles, centering up on the military base now, and Howl, doink, here we go. Parking nicely inside and around the silos. But everyone knows they're here. And look at who's right behind him. FaZe, Fex has spotted them. He's looking in this direction. But the smokes are bloomed. Cover is granted. And they should be able to make their way at least to some sort of cover inside the middle there.
Yeah, how long though will that last is the big question. As now, actually, it does provide quite a bit of cover. You can kind of dance back and forth depending on who's got line of sight on you.
Yep.
I have no eyes. Fine. One more left again.
I'm getting really lit. I need to go heal in the tree.
Knock one thing.
Nice.
Heads up the
I don't know.
Okay, very casual about that.
They don't know about me.
I'm going silent.
Knocked. Where's to me?
Is there more?
I don't know. I don't think it's more. You see much matter left.
I feel like it's mandatory when you get a headshot with the bolt, you go, wow, or something like this. Knocked, ding.
Yeah.
Knocked, full.
Yeah, I pop off fully, but then again, I don't hit them that much, so...
Maybe that's the case. They do it so often that it's not really that big of a deal to them anymore. In the meantime, now Na'Vi, Ding fighting up on the north side. Two teams vying for the last remaining position of space in that northeast side of the circle. And the team / the player, I should say, to backfill that right now is Beamy. Nade comes in just a meter short of potentially taking out Lazar. The gap was the right one, but the nade falls short.
They're so hurt. They're so hurt. Yep. And I think also mentally they might be hurt.
It's brutal.
Here.
It's brutal.
Trying to make the recovery here and then also then having to play out the next game and try and get yourself some big points on the board to ward off these teams that are barreling down on you. For Howl, it's going to be difficult.
And for Howl, at least, had it just been one or two of those one of those global partner teams that were up here, it wouldn't be so scary. But the top 4 are all qualifier teams. So if you fall down to third, you're down and out.
Yeah, terrifying. Really terrifying considering how good your day number 1 was. But anyway, anything can still happen. And Hobbits is making it happen here against Polish Power in the middle of military. And Alia gone. If Beamy gets another... Oh, okay.
Foot out. Howl laughing. Maybe not so much, but at least trying to smile, clap their hands a little bit. One of the contestants out early in this one. 3 points obtained, 3-point lead for Howl, but no points accumulated yet for Howl here in game number 14.
Alia goes down to blue. That was... well...
I mean, he was down to very low HP and it's phase 5, so can't really fault him too much. Dogs up, that nade should find at least one. Nope, not gonna matter because Example went down to blue instead. So Na'Vi having a hard time getting on in. In the meantime, as this fight is happening on the east, out towards the west, Ascent has managed to spread out very nicely, but the circle is taking us further and further inside the military base proper.
Emma looking for an opportunity, but Na'Vi is gone here as well. Chris did find one indeed on Uber. So that's nice for him, as now Ascend a little bit split at the moment, but now they're going to be looking to try and attack C. If they can get in there and find themselves a little bit of a foothold, that'd be fantastic. Sarvam is trying to hold off against all of that. Twisted Minds trying to make this transition alongside, and this could be to the detriment of Howl. They're so close to them right now.
Yep. In the meantime, Ascend has pulled up on the C block towards the west. Braxco is there all on his own, but as Twisted Mind knew, the reason that they were spreading out to the extent that they were, there are so many players not in this exact position with Vision, but Howl falls 0 points back to back as they go down in 12 with just one more game left to go. Ascent still 4 alive, Exalt 3, Phase 3, everyone trying to rag up as much as they can coming into the final game.
Yeah, there's big potential for some catch-ups here going into that final game for sure, as now Ascend is moving into C block, as you say, trying to control a little bit more of it. Sarvam kind of split to a degree. Got to be careful of your own teammates' nade, as now a move forwards here after that communication. We'll allow him to look around the corner here. Goes for a big spray. He gets 2. Is he going to get him on that? He's on the left-hand side of that building. That's huge for Brexco.
Absolutely crucial. The man to make the difference in the moments of need.
didn't flinch on that molly, by the way. That was balls of steel,
I'll take you down even if I'm on fire. Chris now realizing, well, the fight has gone inside the building. I guess I should be down there helping them out as well. In the meantime, M4's going down. That's actually going to really help out the teams fighting inside the military base itself, because that was a lot of pressure that M4's for a moment there were applying. But dang, Erangel able to find 4 points in this game as they try to climb their way up the leaderboard too.
That's a big win for Ascend, carving themselves out a spot to be able to get in. Because again, for the most part, they were kind of circle chasing for a while here. And now they found themselves a nice little lodge to sit up in. At the same time here, Sarvum not going to be recovering CC and X by the looks of things. And FaZe is over the way as well.
This is not good for FaZe. It's so close, Gustav. Should fall on the stairs here. Yep, Nate is going to take him out of Spear and Peak, finds one. One more Nate to fall. Oh, nope, didn't cook it, didn't throw it either. But they will hear the footsteps inside.
And even just the footsteps alone were enough for him to go for the pre-shots. There's two. Does not get the third, though. Fex comes in. It's going to be up to Global Army to try and fire down this hallway and make something happen. That banister makes it really hard to connect some of those shots that threw it. Molly, does it do anything?
He ran down with him. Fex carried him downstairs. He heard him.
Very well done.
He heard him pull out, throw it forward. Able to get out. Flashbang follows as well, so he can't make the play himself. FaZe will get back up to 2 alive.
Observer, I thought there was someone coming in the door then. that was very cinematic, I suppose. But yeah, so no, FaZe is back up as 2. I was like, how did he get over there so fast? Wow.
He flew with 2,000 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
That's what he did. In the meantime now, FaZe, again, well aware that they need to rack up more points if they want to get anywhere close to the top, but a Global Army ain't done just yet. We'll see if he can find it. He does, and Correxy prevails before Fex saved him. Now it goes the other way at FaZe, and their dream stays alive.
And Digital Athletics is gone as well. That allows Question Mark to have a little bit of a jump up. Ascend is moving, though. They know now that Fex is wounded alongside his teammate. And this is going to be up to Ascend. Clear this out and then start turning your attention south of Military Base.
Twisted Minds are coming in this one as well. Ascend currently fighting against 2 global partner teams. Get out of here, get out of here. You don't have as much to lose as we do. Yeah, we do not want to have to fight you right now. Good thing for Ascend is though they have the numbers, and this could not be any better as Twisted Minds and FaZe take the fight to one another. FaZe falls, Brexco finds one of them as well. Crucial, but they need to follow, takes out Twisted Minds. Collateral damage, and the ones on the receiving end of all the joy if it is going to be Ascend.
It's going to be the perfect moment for them if they're able to come around this. It's Ascend getting yet another. Twisted Minds is down. Now Ascend has closed the gap, only 3 points behind Howl here in the penultimate game. This is perfect for the boys in purple.
Could not have been written up any better than Nate after the fall. Takes out 2 and they get the final one, and now towards the north, Question Mark and Polish Power battle it out for the space on the southeast side.
They're loving this because everybody else is going to be in close conflict with one another. It will be Polish Power going up against Question Mark. They're gone. And at the other side of this, Exalt and Full Tilt are going to be prioritizing one another here.
This next circle, if it in any way, shape or form favors Ascend, that is, I want to say top 2 guaranteed.
But even if
everyone else is so close to each other, they have to fight this before they can get to Ascend.
Even if it doesn't, with the nature of Millie, with the walls, with the buildings you can transition to, with the fact that they're sat on probably 10, 12 boxes, there's going to be so many smokes available to them for transitions that Ascend could quite easily smoke out the whole circle right now.
Coming down to the final game now. Where have we seen this before? Ascend did it in the qualifiers. They were barely even supposed to be here to begin with. But they brought their way into the grand finals. And oh my God, are they putting up a show.
Fine.
They're in. They have the garage in front to play. They have the fence lines to play. For the most part now, it's going to be Question Mark, where do you look? Where does your attention go? Because Exalt, Full Tilt, they have to be occupied with one another. And Erangel, well, he's going to be chilling.
That's the thing. Aside from Full Tilt, I think every other team doesn't know Aimlaw's there. I think Full Tilt was taking a little bit of an engagement against them, so they're probably privy to that knowledge in terms of exactly where he might be, in the close vicinity. But the other teams probably not too aware. That could come to stab Ascend in the back eventually, but we will see it. It's a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump for Erangel across to where he would need to be to make that backstab.
Even if Ascent falls here, the fact that Howl goes 0 twice in a row, 9 points guaranteed in this game now, and the points that Mika was able to accumulate for the team in the last one, again, could be the deciding factor in whether or not they make it through. Again, I mean, for Ascent 2, even though beating Howl would be amazing, technically as it sits right now, they're through to PGS as well. Top 2 is quote-unquote all they need, but would they want to be in first place instead of second? Hell yes. And it's a tie with FaZe Esports as well.
Whilst we're at this stalemate, I'll ask you a very serious question.
Go for it.
If Ascent does win this tournament, will we ever hear the end of it from Kovo?
No.
No, that's right.
But if they win,
okay, we're on the same page. We're on the same page.
But if they win this tournament, I don't feel like we deserve to hear the end of it anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty. They've done well for themselves so far.
They sure as hell have. FaZe Esports now tied with Ascent. Neither of the two teams guaranteed to be at PGS. This is huge. The only team that can really come in and allow for that third team to qualify is FaZe coming out big in the next game. Currently sat 11, make that 12 points away from that tie. If they make top 2, the third team will qualify as well.
It's cool stuff, this. At the same time, though, again, the team's biding their time. They know that there's not too much reason for them to be moving so aggressively in some of these positions. They still all have a little bit of a spot to play with. You can see exactly how these walls work, exactly how many buildings still, containers still, that a lot of these teams have to play around.
One thing that's important to add as well, I know we talk a lot about PGS, about winning this tournament as well, but Adusi tweeted it, and we talked about it on the desk earlier as well. This is a PGS point tournament. Or PGC point tournament, sorry.
Yeah.
You want to make your way to PGS, no doubt about it. But PGC points, making your way to the grand finals at the end of the year, that is clutch. And right now, one good game here, I think Question Mark is going to jump 6, if not 7 spots off of a win, should they come out victorious. The 70-point club right now is so tight.
And it's the second biggest of the year as well, when you think about the 3 tournaments that will award throughout the year. So even after this, yes, okay, still PGC points on the line. But
18 points for Question Mark is 12th to 7th. Coming into the final game.
Yeah, that'd be big.
That would be massive. There's a bit of a drop-off from 5th and down, but now shots are starting to be fired.
Erangel backstabbed. He got full tilt. I'm surprised that they eventually allowed him to find that angle.
Well, again, trying to rack up points for Ding as well. 7th place right now. They are just behind, I say 6 points down from Twisted Minds. They know that this is not a one tournament and done. It's a racking up points. It's a circuit. Get points along the year. Make your way to PGC at the end of it.
The only unfortunate thing for Erangel always is, yes, a smoke is nice for a moment, but then it does completely telegraph exactly where you are. As Brexco is going for the push. Molly is nades are coming out here from Question Mark to try and slow this down. Wait, where is his gun?
Brexco, where's your weapon?
What happened?
There's got to be a bug. There's no way he's running around without a weapon.
Yeah,
he even had a gun on his back.
Okay, well anyway, let's ignore that for the moment here. As now, Micah as well moving around here, trying to kind of clear out these areas. They're coming in front of Question Mark here to try and keep them barriered out of these circles and take even more kills.
Exalt is coming up from the side too, but unknowns to them, they're helping out. They're helping out Ascent. 1 falls, 2 falls. Ascent racking up points. Hopper is the last one left alive, and Question Mark will fall to the hand of Exalt, though. So points not going the way of Ascent, but placement points matters equally much at this point in the game.
We saw that Brexco had an M4 in his hands. There it is, so he's okay. We were fine. No, all things dispelled. We're okay. 7 kills go their way at the moment. Even more placement points. They are going to be first place after this game, but how much by? We now have that center of the circle narrowed down. It's just outside the building, in the middle there. So Exalt's looking okay, but this could go anyway.
Ascent was 2 seconds on that rotation in the early game away from losing 2 players to FaZe Esports. They are the last team to swim across, and here they sit in one of the most important endgame fights of their careers so far. Chris,
I love these little angles on the wall.
They're disgusting. 5 bullets, though, might want to reload.
Yeah, maybe.
This is pro analyst Toby giving feedback to the players on what they can do to improve, you know.
All right, well, as now Exalt, the one thing that I like about Exalt is they've actually taken to the roofs here. Jeez. Errangel's done so well to survive. I will say.
The game ends right outside this compound, and that is what Ascent wants to go for. Erangel does fall, so the snake from behind won't have any more impact. They know. Both Exalt and Full Tilt knows that they have to get out of the buildings, but Matzy off angle finds Fade on the roof.
That roof angle was your Joker card that you can play if this comes down to the wire, but now they don't have it available to them. They're going to have to pick up, and I guess maybe they could try and actually reassemble it, but here comes a nade through that little hole. Ascent's already moved.
There's going to be smokes deployed absolutely everywhere, exactly like this. Ascent, smoke them off, force them out towards you, force them into the open. It doesn't matter that you cannot see them, as long as they can't see you as you're repositioning. That is going to be potentially a winning possession, and now the plays are being made by all three teams.
Both of the other teams as well, Exalt as well as Full Tilt, have a lot of smokes available to them as well. But Brexico has moved onto this right-hand side alongside It's Chris. Just make sure you don't hit each other. Matzy's gone back up to the high ground. Again, that Joker card could quite easily come into play here as we move forward.
Chris finds one. Braxis on the flank, trying to make the run on forward. They've smoked them off on the roof. One more force that's going to be Killiakai. Knocks in on all teams so far. Everyone taking damage. 3v1, v2 in favor of Ascent, the team here with arguably the most to gain off of a win in this position.
I love what they've done here. With Brexico moving over to this position, it gives them more angles to work with. He's catching the blue a little bit. He has a few cards to work with, but the high ground is the Joker card coming in. Matzy here trying to go for it. He gets taken out. It's by Brexico. It's going to be 2 versus 3 at the moment here, as Fate is very, very low. He's just through the smokes, and Arthix gets Brexico.
They have 1 HP, 2 of them down to just 1 hit. Fate does get to heal up. Fair is trying to do so now as well. Mika, 1 versus 3. The smokes are there, finds the first one, has to wrap around, almost gets the second. This is going to be so close. Down into the blue. There's such a cluster in the end. Exalt out, victorious, but so many points racked up for both teams. Holy swear word, could these games get any closer?
Yeah, that was
I can't handle this.
Really down to the wire there between those guys. And again, when you look at Exalt's points that they've been able to accrue through the tournament and getting a win here as well, they're challenging for top spots too. So for them, very, very well played, considering you had Full Tilt where they were, Ascent getting great off angles and trying to make it work for themselves. That was nutty.
That was absolutely insane. The fact that Ascent gets to live with the scare off of a foot play early, get last to the island, and almost claim the win here. I understand the cluster and the confusion. You go out there, Molly, oh no, you go out, you see the back of someone alive, and the circle is approximately this big. They don't win the game, but oh my god, did they rack up a lot of points.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Break time. Let's get to the desk so that we can hurry into that final game here for PEC.
I'm gonna try and hold it.
Yep.
I have no idea. Fine, come on left again.
I'm getting really lit. I need to go heal on the tree.
Knock one, ding.
Nice.
Heads up the
I don't know.
Guys on me, they don't know about me.
I'm going town.
Knocked. Where's the me?
The most.
I don't know. I don't think it's more. You see much matter left.
Commit to that best though, guy. Yeah. Just try to get one more kill.
Maybe you could drive down the road and go to blue.
You see him running open?
Yeah, I'm gonna knock him.
Yeah,
I'll just drive on left side.
I think
Can I drive left side?
Yeah, you can just drive.
Besto's over there too. Besto's over there too.
Anywhere?
On your left, on your left.
Oh, nice try, bro.
I think you should still get that flush.
It's really hard to peek though.
Yeah, it's whole inside and at the east.
Okay. Ace has full like green box by the way. Wait, it's M4's actually on green box.
Knock one howl.
Nice.
One of twist knocked as well.
Good job, yourself.
Both howl dead.
Nice. Good shit.
Nice.
So
they're in the
it's
other barrack too.
Two guys in the other barrack, one knocked and one in mine. He's all the way down. Make sure, be careful when you come in.
Yeah, nade on the door. I'm following in this room.
He's far west rooms, first floor. I think he's nading from top. He's nading from top. It's the same guy.
He's above us on the stairs.
Can you just imagine what was going through Ascend and Exalt's minds during this final fight of 4? They must have known that they were so close to knocking Hal out of the top spot. Ascend knows that this was the opportunity for them to get into first place. Exalt knew that this was the opportunity to throw their name into the hat and potentially be in contention to win the PUBG EMEA Championship. We are now going down, like we called it, to the last game. How did Ascend not get that chicken dinner though, Avenger? Because I thought that they had it on the roast ready to go.
I feel like it was Full Tilt that kind of destroyed their chances. Having that high ground, it basically made it Full Tilt and Exalt versus Ascend in that case. It was super unfortunate for them, but they still got a lot of points, still got a lot of kills, and it's most likely going to be enough to push out Hal at the very top spot. But yeah, it was unfortunate. This Matsy angle here, taking down its Chris. I expected more damage actually to be coming out on Exalt from this spot, but they were just 3 guys alive on the very end. They managed to clutch it up, and Micah only got 1 down, as you see here, from a very good observing angle. And then there's just the smokes. We have X-ray on here, and it's just so hard to see. The smokes are much thicker than we see in these cases here. So Exalt popping in, and they're putting themselves into this basket we have of potential winners. They're something like 8 points away from the first spot. So Exalt is also now in the run.
It was an incredible game, Saga, and I feel like if we did have an oven, we had just turned the temperature right up. That is what has happened. These teams are all so hungry to take that final top spot.
We are fully cooking. We've basted it up big time, but it's another one that when we get to this point and you see a military circle, you're kind of expecting a level of chaos, but this was relatively controlled from a lot of the teams. And again, Exalt, or rather Ascend, playing slow, coming in late, swimming across the river because they had no other options. The fact that they even make it this far is extremely impressive, in stark contrast to Exalt, who sent it over the west bridge immediately and held a southern position for so long. And you can see the results coming out neck and neck. Just makes it so much more exciting for the final game.
Those double-digit kills for Ascend are going to make all the difference as we move on to the current leaderboard. Remember, 1 more game to go, and right now Ascend has been able to knock Hal out of that top spot by 5 points. But look at FaZe Esports as well, 2 points away. Look at Exalt. This is going to come right. I'm just so excited. This is insane.
Yeah,
it's open season.
And all the global teams, global partner teams, FaZe Clan, Minds, and Na'Vi, now also in the top 8. Look how close they are too. We have literally only 8 points from Na'Vi up to Twisted Minds, considering how bad of a Na'Vi day they had in day 1. Insane. But our top, it is just extremely close. Even FaZe Clan with a fantastic game could really wreck up the top. Obviously, it doesn't matter with PGS, but still, PGC points is going to matter huge, and it's also going to matter in the prize pool.
I think the point share is that there is absolutely there is no way to dictate who's going to win this because it is so incredibly open. Normally we've got 2 or 3 teams. In this case, most of the teams on the left side of the leaderboard have the potential, if they pop off, to take it. 1 game left. Is it going to be extremely aggressive from the get-go, or do you think a lot of these teams are going to be very aware of the fact that they need to stay alive till the end game?
I would hope it's not extremely aggressive, because that can really backfire on a lot of the teams, and you would hate to make a decision that really kills your chances of getting to PGS, particularly looking at the fact that the top 4 none of them have the partnership, none of them have the direct invite, so there's 4 teams who are not guaranteed whatsoever. So making a misplay here would be absolutely heartbreaking. So I just want to see everyone play to the best of their ability. We want to see Foot come out looking strong. We want to see Ascend making it to the late game, playing their own slow style. We want to see the best of all 4.
Do you think, though, obviously the teams on the one side of the leaderboard are going to play it safe. They don't want to be too aggressive. They don't want to go out early. The teams on the other side, though, are going, actually, you know what?
We need some
points. We need points. Kills are going to get us points. So, hell, we'll just go for it. This could be a real shake-up. You're going to be trying to avoid the bottom of the bracket.
Yeah, that's exactly the case.
To stay alive.
That's exactly the case. It's going to be like that. We're going to see a lot of teams that are going to be playing slow, passive, on the edge, and we're going to see a lot of the other teams that are fighting to get as many kills, as many points as possible, because that could move them up, 2, 3, 4 spots. So that's definitely going to happen. We're going to see how play slow. We see that has been their day 3 game plan. They have been in a good spot, and right now they are still that second place team. They're going to need a little bit of points, but I'm expecting Foot to come out strong. I'm expecting them to come out aggressive, looking for kills, setting up smart moves, like we saw in Ascend, like we saw in this. Ascend, though, on the other hand, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing, because it's been quite successful so far throughout the tournament.
The one thing really for Howl to keep in mind is, while their playstyle has been relatively slow, it has resulted in a lot of 0-point games today. But the one relief that they have is they're not the top target in the lobby anymore. That title has been given over to Ascend. It's not one they particularly want, but just by merit of getting such a good positioning in the final game, they've put that right on their heads, and there's some scary teams looking to chase them down.
So many scary teams and so much incredible action on the way. We have played 14 games, and it is coming down to this final Erangel match. This is it. At the end of this, we will be able to crown a champion. If you are not hyped about what is about to go down, then you clearly haven't been watching. I've been saying that the whole weekend it has been the best region in the world, and no doubt based on what we've just seen, that is so true, and we're about to see it finally again. It's going to happen, because this game is going to be hot. I think we've done enough talking and hyping this up on the desk. Let's get straight into it with Kylaris and Toby.
That's right, the final game of the Grand Finals, and for a moment like this, this is, when it comes to the veterans, Foot and Ascend's wheelhouse. For the other 2 challengers in Exalt and Howl, it's kind of anything but. We will see if those strong contenders can still assert some dominance at the top of the leaderboards, but in my mind, I'm thinking Ascend and Foot are going to put the foot down.
Coming into today, we were looking at Howl and potentially 1 contender to shake things up. Now it's a 4-horse race, maybe even 5 if FaZe pulls off a FaZe Sunday type of superior game here in the final.
Imagine.
Just like it's a low double-digit win here, you're 120 plus.
And you point out something very important to me whilst we were talking about this. Howl has been in first place since game number 1, and now this is the first time they are not.
Yep, it does not get any more terrifying, but look behind us, the plane is in the sky. Game number 15 of 15 is starting. Foot Esports instantly out of the plane on their way north, and look at who is flying next to them. I'm not saying that because I think there's gonna be fighting happening in the early game because of it, but we have our eyes not on 1, not on 2, but on 4, potentially 5 teams that can run away with the win here.
Howl dodging any craziness that may occur. And with this as well, if you look at how things have gone down for them, if Howl does not go to PGS, after days 1 performance, after being in first place for 14 of 15 games, I do feel like that's a bit of a disaster for them.
They were up 30 points to second place.
Yes.
All they have to do is get top 2, and now there's no way of guaranteeing that either.
So let's see what happens here. 1 more game decides 2 teams going to PGS. 1 more game decides our champions here in the PUBG EMEA Championship. And
who gets it?
Give me that circle.
Who gets it? They're so far split all the teams in contest for this one right now. We have 3 of them towards the western side, and we're going center again. Vanilla as can be. And I say that, but there's a bit of spice to it, because there's enough of that northern side in that we could see the shooting range swing from this circle. But one thing's for sure, and one thing's actually adding to the excitement here, none of the teams currently in the race start inside the first circle.
But looking at positions to start things off, teams that have an opportunity to pivot between north and south are on the extremities here, aside from being right next to that river. But the 2 extremity teams, Foot and Ascend, do have a chance to be able to secure themselves 1 maybe 2 locations either side if they so desire. As we scroll on through. For some of the teams, not exactly doing too well. Saw them here. I did expect maybe a little bit more oomph from them in this finals, but it wasn't to be.
And while it's not, again, I mean, I kind of alluded to it in the last game, but I'll bring it up here again before our attention goes solely to the top of the leaderboard. While we are going to, of course, for good reason, focus on the top of the leaderboard for all these teams, regardless of whether you're 16th or 1st right now, placement points and everything else matters in the final game. Even if you don't win it, there are so many PGC points on the line. With just 3 events to rack up those points across the year, you want to finish as high as you can in this tournament, even if it's not winning.
Yeah, definitely. A great example, of course, could indeed be Mark, who, in terms of 2022, yes, did secure the seed directly through to PGC with a 1st place, but imagine it wasn't direct. Imagine if it was 1,000 points for 1st place, for example, or something like that. The funny thing about that is, when we were calculating it, even if it was 1,000 points, they would have still been behind Twisted Minds, but they did get the 1st seed, so it all worked out a little bit wonky. But regardless, so you ultimately getting as high as you can in these tournaments, getting as many points on the board, will matter, because even in those last tournaments, if you've just got that little extra, that could be the difference between you and another team.
It sure as hell could. And I know that my focus in that previous game was mainly on Ascent, but you can't take away the importance of the win for Exalt in that one. That's skyrocketed up past FaZe. I mean, they were up there already, but there was a gap down towards them, and now they're right there in the mix. They're sat in 4th, but just 8 points out of Ascent. And I think for all these top 4 teams right now, James, they're going to try and play passive and just have their eyes hot fixed on the kill feed and go, please, some of these teams, start dying, start fighting for no good reason. We don't want to have to win this one on our own merit. We want the other teams to do the work for us.
Well, definitely helps if some of the teams around them are causing some commotion against the ones that you want to go away. As for now, FaZe already moving on up here at about the 4-minute mark, trying to find themselves a little bit of a linchpin point in the middle of these circles. The other 2 of Jeems and Fex are going to rendezvous on up with them. For DA, all I want to see is them not drive past Twisted Minds and lose one early.
that would be a great end to it, right?
Yeah.
Let's just try it one last time. Maybe it's going to work. Nope, it didn't work. Nope, 3 points again. Okay, well, I guess we'll have that with us for PEC Fall. Lesson learned, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Sometimes it does take a couple of tournaments for teams to learn lessons. But then we'll see if that's going to be the case here or not. It's starting out quiet. I'm looking at how they're driving straight through the full tilt split. Full tilt is still busy looting, but if one gets caught, I'm already now seeing shots being fired on the minimap down towards Gatka. If one falls here, that could be the team falling apart more than it has already been over the last 2 games.
You need all your cards in place to keep that house of cards upright. And it looks like they've been able to get past full tilt okay on those Gatka fields. Whilst we take a look at other teams. But if you've got the map open as well, guys, follow with us. Very, very useful to have indeed.
We'll focus on a lot of things that don't necessarily happen on the main feed right now, because there's simply too many teams with too much on the line here. That there's too much going on that we can show it all at once. But it's the amount of storylines, the amount of career-defining games that you're going to be writing home about for the next 10 years for so many different players here. This could be, and probably already is, the most important game a lot of these players have ever played, and maybe ever will play too.
Yep. PGSs are going to be the biggest international lands alongside, of course, PNC and PGC here in 2023. So qualifying it in top 2 would be lovely, lovely stuff, especially since those partner teams are not in the mix up at the top, aside from, FaZe with a long shot of a big win here.
There's a weird world where some of these teams want FaZe to get up there, just so that top 3 qualifies and not just top 2. But then again, would you really want to have FaZe close in terms of leaderboard? Maybe not. Just get top 2 instead, forehead.
Yeah, I think ultimately, unless they're taking the fight directly with you, it doesn't matter too much even if they do end in top 3. Like, you just want to steer clear, really, of them. And we will have Howl finding themselves, what I consider to be not exactly a great spot to start out these circles. So Howl's looking for the defensive plays, and Baron Peak does what he does.
I mean, we have seen circles go in these directions more often than not, so it's not exactly the worst place to be. But in terms of early scouting, early information, early potentially third-party opportunities where you don't risk too much yourself, ain't the exact primary real estate. One interesting thing is, though, we have our top 4 teams kind of split across the map right now with Ascent rotating north of Yasnaya. FaZe Esports set up towards shooting range, and then Howl and Exalt down in the Ruins Pachinki area. Ooh. So, just let me hit something, goddammit! The only area we wouldn't want to see this one go is southeast, because none of the players with anything in for the top. As I say, that actually FaZe are down there. So, so I suppose that wouldn't be the worst thing either.
He knows exactly where that throwable just came from. So if he actually reads where that was, but the underhand doesn't go far enough, could have got the connection on that.
Don't die on me, James. We still have another 20 minutes to go. Do not die on me now. Uber. Fogshot's taking up the hill. They don't want to have a third team engage on this global army. Is he stopping his car? Is it just turning? No, he jumped out. You see it in the minimap on the bottom hand side. Yeah, but Na'Vi would not want this to be happening right now, because all they have to cover is that wall, and all of a sudden, if they're exposed from behind, that could be them falling much earlier than they would have wanted to in this match, number 15.
Foot, Howl, Ascend, all very far away from each other right now. As this mini Pachinki fight continues on, Full Tilt is kind of close, as they're kind of positioning themselves ready for a move if needs be, which is fine in my books.
One thing that does favor Ascent in a circle like this is A, they get a chance to pull in from the side. B, they get to play pretty much just Ascent PUBG, because they never risk things early. If they can avoid it. I mean, yes, they do get run into by FaZe Esports on a rotation down towards melee, but more often than not, they will not be the first team to fall because they play rather safe early. Look at the split they have to the east. Braxco currently scouting. Aimlol is in Hall of Fame or Museum just below him, so it could potentially be the downfall of a player early on. But Chris and Kilyakai are sat north of Yasnaya, and shots are actually being fired now from Aimlol. Not seeing a knock just yet, though. Aimlol jumping into the car, a sign that Brax gets the lift with the scare. But
yeah,
it's getting dicey.
Aside from a few of those shots, I feel like this 2-2 is just safe. Like, unless you're going
they have so much,
way too close to
so much control.
Yeah.
So much control.
Safe and allowing the pivot, as you were mentioning. So, Foot taking a few shots over at Full Tilt, who are rotating over the north of them. I guess they assimilated enough information that there was potential threats on the other side towards Atlantis and Rozok here to just look for an alternate route. But the problem for them is that I don't know if there's many good alternate routes this late in a circle like this, when teams are pitching up along that river to also have that same potential that they're looking for.
I just like that they're keeping Sopi down towards the southern side, because if it does swing south, they can 180 and go back. Let's see, we're headed towards the southern side. There's still a really, really, really brutal scenario that we hop up to BBL with the next shift, but now that would be just horrendous for pretty much everyone on the server.
I think that a lot of them are just going to commit to the south now, and BBL will probably just rocket towards Garden unless DA gets there first. It really does depend. Although they actually are going over the bridge towards Garage, so that'll be fine for now, as we have Sarvam here trying to take out Twisted Minds on the move away over towards apartments, and actually manages to finish off Lou here, this global army. And Na'Vi is also taking it to Twisted Minds. They're really on death's door.
Pulling up on this one as well, wanting a piece of it. Global Army finds one more. And Twisted Minds, the team that we've been talking about for all of 22 and most of 21, not gonna come out victorious unless if something absolutely absurd happens here in the final game. It's not been their grand final so far. 6th place with a big jump up to 5th.
This may be the lowest finish they've had in the region in like 3 years or something like that.
Long time.
Which, okay, 6th at the moment, but still, it is something to take note of for a team that is aspiring to become world champions one day and has been close to.
Question mark in the nearby vicinity of this fight going on right now. Shots have been fired. FaZe are pushing down on Foot as well. The first peak comes through, but fortunately the trade is there to take him down in return. FaZe, again, as I said, they are peeking. They are in the area. That's why smokes are being deployed, because shots are being fired from the woods above.
And we're finishing Ribbons, getting rid of him. M-Force just being absolutely peppered. You can hear every shot go into the wall, into the ground.
Again, I mean, we talked about a double-digit game and a win. FaZe knows they need to go big if they want to bring this one home. That's why you see them on the hunt, whereas some of these other top forward teams are playing it much more careful, much more cautious. But FaZe, they're out hunting.
James, early mutant enjoyer, question mark?
I was going to say he's setting up the meta, you know, just warming up for the season to come.
Yeah, unless the only way it really kind of trumps everything is if it can beat out the org during all of that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. FaZe, split. A little bit thin, not really though. Vex, the south side player, trying to make sure that no one's wrapping in from behind. Exalt are coming in from the west. Molotov is scouting down towards this exact position, Apartments. But Apartments are spicy. They are on fire as 3 teams are currently located in and around here.
Sending the nades in. They know that there's really only one left of Twisted Minds as well. So if they were to push hard on this as multiple members, they will probably just get a trade. Any double peaks that they go for here would be pretty efficient here against only Batulins, unfortunately.
It's a team set just above them on the leaderboard too.
Yep.
If you deny them any extra points in this game, that is PGC points, potentially right down your pocket. So I do not fault Na'Vi for going on the aggressive in this one. Would I have loved to see it earlier in the grand finals? Sure, because we know how scary they can be, but this, I think it's safe to say, just hasn't been their grand finals.
And the earlier they get rid of Batulins, the more they can focus on Zarvum, who at present they know are actually split quite widely across school as well as Apartments with that 2-2. Veronica, though, is going to fall here quite quickly. He was blind for the moment, actually, but never mind. Veronica, goes for 2. Ding will get some recoveries going.
Gustav is in a car, and he's going full speed forward. Circle shifts west, though. If Howl could ask for a shift sitting in Rostock, they will be very pleased with this one, no doubt about it. Issue is, I think they read it as well. The next one is probably looking to go over towards Polish Power and DA, and look at how everyone is now migrating towards the center of this circle.
FaZe driving past Na'Vi. Maybe some shots will connect here, but uncharacteristically, Na'Vi's not hitting many of these sprays. As FaZe is still kind of pitched up against this global army, though. Zarvum's still here. Na'Vi didn't get time to actually clear them out, and actually this is causing FaZe huge damage. Global army and Baron Peak taking out the majority of FaZe. James is trying to finish things off, and he does get global army, but the members from Zarvum are so far away to recover from this.
So much damage done. If he can get both of them back up alive, that would be absolutely insane. But Na'Vi, you can see them now with the X-ray on. They're running for it. They know that there are kills to be found.
Nice
throws the molly, wants to isolate it, hits Uber right on his feet, has to back off. Smoke's now deployed. Lob a nade in there too to try and buy yourself some more town counter. Molly comes in, forces teams to fall back. Those reses looking very difficult to pull off now.
Quick reactions by James, straight to the room, straight to the heel. Starts going upstairs, realizing there's too many threats coming through that door. Try and get yourself an off angle. Goes for the flash.
Res.
Try and slow them down.
Carry him upstairs. Carry him upstairs.
Yes.
Carry him upstairs. He knows that Gustav is up there too. Great play. Vex is the first one to go up. You can see the timers on the bottom left
side. Get them close together.
You want to get them healed on up. You want to get them back on their feet. The smoke is still going to be there for a couple more seconds. At least one rest should be guaranteed at this point.
During all the commotion, didn't feel like Na'Vi was able to get enough audio cues to be able to realize that this relocate has properly happened. And now James here. Oh my, Polish Power against BBL. That was Garden where we were predicting BBL were to go. Polish Power absolutely decimates them.
BBL knows that we've got to play for the late game here. The circle is most likely going to shift somewhere southeast off of going away from the water. We might as well just take the fight to Polish Power now before more teams look in this direction. But Polish Power stands strong, deals with them. Now actually, sat in 8th place, looking to finish up much higher on the leaderboard.
Not the best of outcomes for Na'Vi, considering they're so close to them in the leaderboards as well. As now, Na'Vi's still looking for a lot more. Pre-smoking to cause some distraction, get out of here. But Na'Vi's actually retreated from this building.
They get 3 as well. They get both of them back on their feet. Crucial for FaZe Clan. They might just be inside the next circle here too, but Na'Vi, I think they're calling it quits on that push.
Yeah.
They came for it. They found one. But not more comes off of it. In the midst of all of that, Batulins is still alive in the middle of all of it.
I don't know how.
He was in that one bathroom they never checked, James. in that one bathroom. FUT Esports up towards the north, Ascent towards the east, Howl out west, and Exalt west with him. Which side do we favor? I'm expecting it to go southeast, and that is exactly what's going to happen. So much open terrain now in this circle, and only Ascent and Howl are currently in.
Howl was keen to fire some warning shots early, but Digital Athletics here is going to be greeting question mark with both arms open. That's 3 for Code Marco. Will he get any more? It doesn't matter. It's Micah for Phil first here to get it finished.
Points for Ascent, crucial. They want to maintain that lead. They want to get the points early now before it gets chaotic, before they maybe have to leave themselves. Micah does fall on the receiving end of it, but the rest should be easy. Exalt now forced to make the pull up. They should be safe. It's nice scouting. They sat on Rossock Hill for a while, and not only do they get here without taking any casualties. Crucial rotation for Exalt.
I guess the rent price is falling for apartments because everybody's rocking up and wants a piece of the pie right now. Exalt finding the safety of 4 people being able to get into that building is very impressive.
Ascent, current first place team now being full on pulled up on by the woo. That's a good nade after Exo falls down.
FUT's coming from the south, from the north as well, and Ding's coming from the south.
Oh my God.
If you're either of these teams, you have to either run or finish this fight super quick. Get back to the safety of Chris. It looks like Brexco is forfeit here by Ascent. It's a mature decision, considering what's about to potentially hit this location.
Play the long run, play the long game here. Ding now over the hilltop are going to get shots in on Woo. Brexco falls again. It's a unfortunate loss, but it's a loss they're willing to take if that means that the 3 of them get to stay alive.
Mature for sure. Howl though. No, you can't stop. You can't stop there. That's okay. This is a. What do I even say about this? The fact that they've only in a shack for the moment, these smokes eventually will dissipate, and they will be open from angles.
Howler inside the circle. They were inside the circle with the position they were in. If this one shifts back northwest, this to me, we talked about the pressure. Can they handle it? This to me is Howl faltering under pressure.
Yeah, like a shack play like this might be able to get you some of the top positions, but anyway, let's turn our attention elsewhere. Over at Garden, how is it going up to the north? It's full tilt versus Polish Power right now. I kind of want to see what's going on the east side, though, if I'm honest.
We gotta go east. We gotta go east. Polish
because it's
Power.
FUT pulling up.
Yep, sure is. And here we have them Ascent trying to sit strong, just going, please, FUT, please, Woo, just fight. Let us stay out of this. We don't want piece of its Howl. In the meantime, loses 2. T-Bone finds 1. Woo taking casualties.
I don't know why they went to that dip on the far side of it all, but it's yeah, whatever. We have now FUT trying to take away the Woo from this. This will be big kill points for them if they can actually get them. Mollies go down, trying to open up that door, even just for a little bit of an angle. Example takes out the Mad as well. Howl is being shot from every single angle because those smokes are gone. So they're going to be down to 2 in that shack.
HC Peaks finds 1 crucial fight against 1. T-Bone finds 1 more as well. FUT Esports not over and done with this one just yet. A lot of kills coming through him, looking towards the Ascent, not willing to make a push off it. And the Woo falls in an instant. No casualties for FUT. We've seen them be deadly up close, and they prevail once more. Ascent, no chance to engage. Ding has to fall back, but for FUT as well, the circle has gone away.
That last angle was majestic there. The FUT is firing on all cylinders right now, but now they know that there is another team ahead of them, and they know it's Ascend. They know it is Ascend firing down on this position. Your heartbeat is going to start racing here as we have ourselves a bad situation for FUT, who are trying to catch up with Ascend.
It's first and second fighting in a fight I don't think either of these 2 teams really want to be in. Howl, only 2 players up, but 2 points out of top 2 as well. Beamy spots 1, Res comes through, back to 4, 14 seconds to go until the circle starts closing in, but where can FUT Esports go from here? They had 1 potential spot, and you can see now that Ding is crossing. They're taking it away. They're overlapping and not allowing for FUT to get out of this one without fighting Ascent.
I'm not sure how you do this as FUT, though.
They can't leave. They gotta fight.
You would love to bail, but you can't.
They can't.
It's so tight in this position now, as the blue will soon be pushing their position here. They've got to try and make the transition. Smokes are going down to try and make it happen, but going across the wall there, T-Bone goes down. Second spray. Beamy actually actually gets taken out. So is 80. It's all on Vard, but Foot is not going to be able to catch up with Ascend here. Ascend has an absolute bulwark set up. Vard is trying to heal off in the blue, in the smokes, but the desperation will not work here for Foot Esports.
Had it not been because Exalt sits 4 men up in the compound inside the circle, this might still keep them alive, but Ascent needs to get out. The damage has been done. Do not sit around looking for Vard. You need to get to the circle, but Vard finding more points, finding crucial points to maybe be able to stay in the race. Foot Esports fall. Howl, 2 points out. Exalt, 5 points out. They need to get points. Howl, it's unlikely for them to get another 2 potentially, but for Exalt, unless if they get shifted away from here, 5 points should be almost guaranteed.
Almost. Let's see. Now, as we are waiting for this next shift, Ascend, barely alive. I don't know how they make an entrance to this as well.
They don't.
Yeah, it's it's too far away.
And they got
you're going to get shot on entry.
Die together. I mean, if anything, die together. You cannot risk giving those points to Howl. You can't risk giving them to Exalt either. In the meantime, now, back towards FaZe we go. Kilyakai falls. This was the final stand for Ascent. Is 122 going to be enough? We're 2 eliminations out of placement points, but there's not enough solos on the map for them to outlive it. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Ascent is driving. He's inside the circle and he's dead.
Gone. Yeah, there
he goes. There he goes. 122, 116. Howl, Exalt, FaZe. They know what's needed to surpass. They know what's needed to win this tournament, and Exalt gets it. Howl gets it. It looks good for them. Arguably better for Exalt than for Howl, despite Howl's position.
I agree. I absolutely agree. With Howl, they are not only, yes, okay, you're in the middle of the circle, but your opportunities for angles from this location
3 points
are extremely limited.
3 points.
You can't be able to start trading against people unless they're crashing up on you, and then it becomes a bit of a Hail Mary.
Now this becomes a fight-off. We have 6 teams outside the circle. Make that 5. Those teams all have to do something. If Howl just survives, placement points alone gets them above. It's 3 points for a tie.
But
I'm not sure about the kill count exactly. Exalt could surpass, and then we might even be looking at both Ascent and Foot being out, depending on how this one unfolds. But that would require for Howl to pull off magic in a shack with just 2 alive.
It would be a miraculous play, but let's see how it goes. We have seen teams, wounded teams, with just 2 from shacks be able to get wins when all the other teams are trying to fight against one another in how open this circle is as well. That's the one thing that this shack has going for it. Everything around it is so open. So if the circle goes to them and it is so open, it would be technically doable.
Placement points is not looking good for Foot Esports. Both Howl and Exalt surviving to live another fight. Surviving to live another placement point with teams yet to move, yet to make their way inside. Full tilt Polish Power, that fight will have to come to an end. Sabem has made their way in, so they should be alright. And you can see this Uber knows there are people up there. They cannot get an angle. At least one more team has to be eliminated off of this, and Polish Power might fall too. That could be 2 teams out.
The garden fight continues.
Yeah.
And we will have full tilt here, completely battered up against all of these smokes. And it looks like Polish Power is going to be taking the initiative with it. Flexing out here, finishing them off. That's full tilt gone. That is going to be not another placement point just yet here because of the fact that it's 1-1 to start things off. We'll be getting the next team eliminated. We'll start racking up those placement points.
This next shift.
My mind says it's going center, man. My mind says it's going center, and all these teams have to play this open area.
Does Howl really get it? One more time. I mean, honestly, there's this center this late. There's only few circles where we're talking brutal hardships that would not keep them in to some extent. But let's see now. FaZe, Gustav trying to stand strong against Alia inside this building. Hard to see exactly what's going on. He's trying to make a run for it. Barely any HP to work with, but trying to stay put as shotguns are being put to use. Medkit trying to get himself up to full HP, but they're all inside the circle. The fight doesn't have to happen, but they both want to get rid of the opposing team in this position. DA inside the circle, Polish Power inside the circle. Where does FaZe 7 take us?
FaZe will be looking for a fantasy moment if they can pull something off with this. They still need a lot of points. Where are we going? I mean, Howl's almost guaranteed to be in anyway. So
they're both in. And both Exalt and Howl in.
This is very open, but as you say, with Exalt being there and still 4 alive, they have a great opportunity to clean up just a few people as they're coming on in. I feel like Digital Athletics is going to be one of the kind of teams that may even actually crash into apartments, to be honest.
I'm going to say this very early. Unless if Na'Vi takes out FaZe without losing anyone, Exalt wins this game.
I mean, they've got a great opportunity.
I'm calling it. I know it's way too early to call, but their position just looks too good because they have such a good overview.
There's a wall north of them as well, right?
They have so good view, and there's no reason for anyone to crash them. DA would never get across that position.
No, they would try and come in the back
side of the apartment. Or they would go to Howl. They would crash Howl.
They could.
Just throw a nade or molly inside and try and outlive. 2 points for Howl.
Well, we've seen
to overtake Exalt.
In the qualifiers, how we're very good at pre-nading, so do have to be careful about that. That's the exact kind of what's been going through Howl's mind for a long time. Look, I mean, they even have the nades ready to go if this is the case. They know that the only way they survive is with things like pre-nades. They know that eventually they will very likely be crashed by one of these teams on the outside.
Yeah. Do they have vehicles still? Are the tires popped or are they drivable? And can they make it to Howl or wherever else they opt to go? Howl needs 2 points. 2 points to make their way above. Exalt,
wall.
This is going to be incredibly
How many smokes do they have? What is... Are they going down to those cars? I guess with Polish Power having moved from the garden,
they did have cars in front.
The angles are a little bit more shallow, so they might not be able to be hit from there.
Iro finds one. That's first phase. That's the flank. The control player going down. Nades coming across the other direction with some Molotov. Able to find one that's points potentially going the way of Exalt unless if the rest comes through. But one nade here. One molly would be the downfall of Howl because they have nowhere to go. Fairest falls in the receiving end as Exalt now starts taking casualties.
Savam's down. That's another placement point going towards Howl. One more point here as they're able to perform forwards. They actually get knocking code marker. It's another nade. It's going to get him. It's going to get him. Oh, all of them. They're moving up into second place. 119 points. Foot is done.
Foot out. Exalt not in yet, and Howl, in a weird, wild world, might just overtake Ascent as well.
How many nades did they have? Never mind pre-nades. That was perfect against Digital Athletics. And now Na'Vi's going to try and dislodge the position that FaZe has them in. The circle shifts away from both Exalt and Howl to an extent. So now, eventually, it's going to have to be everyone moving. But this fight between two Titans still persists.
Oof. Howl is out. They're running out the building. They know that there's no more pressure coming in from the east, and Na'Vi is looking elsewhere. They're trying to take points. They're trying to take players down from Polish Power. Norgis goes down, but it's not going in the favor of Example. Can he find the flush? Can Ruin find it? It's too risky to keep the P going.
Yeah, you can't keep out there for too long. Actually, the north of that building is quite okay-ish, but again, it's only Polish Power that will be able to really see that angle for the moment. I suppose maybe if Exalt was going out far, Molodok is going far against Polish Power on that west side here. If he's got a few throwables, maybe that will get him some very, very important points.
Placement points alone now. Again, Ascent just 3 points up from Howl. Howl trying what they can, as best as they can, to get out. Exalt racking up more points now as they breach into 115. Should they get the flush on this one as well? Gustav blinded for days as the circle starts closing, and we're getting into phase number 8. Gustav should be down and out. Fate now falls as well. Exalt knows that they have to leave as the building is getting outside in the blue as well. Example finds one. Not that it's going to matter much, but placement points are being fed across as Howl is just 2 points down.
Howl has an opportunity to jump to number 1. I can't believe it, considering that they actually went for the shack here, but now Na'Vi is really pinned up against this here. They're going to try and transition over towards the smokes. Exalt's going to be looking over their way as well as dealing with Polish Power on that right-hand side of them. As we took a look here, Ruin gets Alia. How are they still getting points here? Somehow, some way. Schofield has transitioned up to that crate, and actually it's a perfect position to go up against as long as the Polish Power actually can't see him from there.
Oh my lord, Exalt, you need to win this one. You need to bring home big points. You need to surpass Howl if you want to get this spot guaranteed, or Ascend even more so. But you're still points out. You need it. You need it more than anything. And here comes Example, pushing forward, trying to deal with him.
Another one. Molodok here with the MK14 is putting in work. Example, though, gets Molodok, of course. He's a cyborg. He can see anything he wants. And actually crawling on through this. That nade's probably going to catch him, though, on the backside. Maybe just a little bit. 33 damage going his way as well. Only 33 health left. Schofield's down.
They know exactly where they're from Ruin. How long do you live? Do you live to see another circle? Two down. Example again. Dealing with 2. It's just Fairest at 1 HP. Whoever survives this might just be the team to qualify. 122 to take out Ascent, but Exalt needs to stay alive for long and then a bit longer. But Howl doing everything they can with just one alive.
He's going to take them out. He's going to take them out. You don't become a world champion for nothing here. It's Example. He's all over the place.
Na'Vi is out.
Na'Vi's gone. Na'Vi's gone. Example. is gone completely. He's not a threat anymore. It's 1v1v1 right now here. Ruin is trying to do as much as he can. He's got an AUG, but he knows that the blue is closing in. He really needs these guys to peek across and show some flesh so he can try and take a few more shots. He's going to go down to blue. He gets himself one more.
19.
Wait,
20.
1-2-2, 1-2-2.
He needs to win. He needs to win this one, and it's home. If Fairest wins this game, they qualify, but they don't. They fall short. 2 points away from qualification.
I can't believe it. They're both... Wait. That was an unreal finish. And now, is Hal in first place? They were 1-2-2 points. Ascend's in 1-2-2 points.
Ascend qualifies over Exalt with 2 points.
Yes.
Had Fairest won that last 1v1, Fairest had a 1v1 for PGS1.
Ruin goes for the complete flush at the end for the kill on towards one player from Polish Power. Polish Power get the victory, but there are many, many more things to talk about here.
This is the best esport, James. Nothing compares to what we've just witnessed. And we get it every tournament. This is absolutely freaking insane.
That was way too down to the wire. Let's head over to the desk for them to break down what just occurred.
WTF. I don't even know how to wrap my head around what just happened. I do believe that Hal, who was in the top 4 for 6 games starting this, who looked like they were going to just run away with it, had a rough time. They've brought it back. I don't know. I mean, we know how they did it, and we'll explain to you in a little bit, but it would appear that they are your PUBG EMEA champions for spring. Hal did it. They went from the top. It looked like all these teams were going to go after them, and they did it again by hanging out in a shack for a little bit. They just sat tight for as long as they could. And you know what? It's a winning strategy. It worked, Saga.
You asked me on day number 1, is anyone going to dislodge Hal from first place? I said not today, but day 3, someone will come and overtake them. I forgot to mention that they're going to take it back in the last second. In the way that they did it as well, they were under so much pressure. Game after game today, they're making these rotations similar to what they did in day number 1, where they were so dominant. But they were getting punished for it. Teams were landing the DMR shots, knocking them out of the vehicles. It happened again. They were forced into the shack, but DA, the one team who, if anyone is going to get 4 players in a vehicle and send it at some ops, they decided to play slow, smoke the field, push on foot. But Howl was prepared. They had so much utility across the 2 survivors, and just that alone, giving them the entirety of the northern side of the zone, was enough for them to take the victory in the end, and so painfully close for Exalt to joining them as well, but falling short at the final hurdle.
Avenger, it's always a little bit frustrating when you see a team sort of sitting there waiting it out. And I mean, obviously we want to see action, so we might sit and go, oh, that's ridiculous. But the truth was, it was a really good play. We've always spoken about how pace is so important in PUBG. Knowing when to fight, knowing when to back off. They knew that they only had 2 players standing. They knew that taking fights at that point would potentially knock them out of that top spot. So what did they do? They just waited. They knew if they could wait till that final 4, it would be enough for them to get the points they needed to win. In a way, smart strategy. They fought when they needed to fight. They stayed away when they had to, and it's paid off. They were able to keep that top spot considering how many other teams were biting at their ankles trying to take it from them.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Ascend and Foot assuring mutual destruction for them to not to be able to contest that.
I wanted to ask you about that as well. I was like, why did they continue to fight? Surely they should have disengaged.
It was just too late, right? So Ascend is doing the right thing. They're in the top spot. They want to make sure Foot doesn't catch them, right? And in this case, where they were fighting with the Wu, they just want to gatekeep them. They had the better spot in the circle, so that was the right play by Ascend. But it took so long that it basically gave them too little time to go out and to get enough guys out out and get into a decent spot. They didn't have time to scout. They couldn't do anything with that. But yeah, it's just crazy. We were since game number 1 until game number 13, Howl in the first spot, and then 14th game, Ascent takes them over, and then they take it back in this one here. And it was obviously a fantastic play. The way that they, of course, waited, smoked, kept all the utility as much as possible, hanging on to that, and then nading Digitalytics literally really, really far back. I will say this in this case here, and as Saga said, I was really expecting 2 or 3 teams to actually send it to that shack when we saw it dead center in the middle in a decent spot, especially considering how many teams are fighting in the apartments.
I think it's time. Let's pull up the leaderboard. 15 games in our grand finals, and there it is.
Oh my.
So close. This must be so frustrating if you're Ascend right now. When you see this, you had such an incredible opportunity, and if you had just chosen not to take that fight, this could have been a very different result.
Yeah, I mean, Foot could have been at the top if they didn't take that fight. If Ascent wasn't there, Foot could easily have had continued and maybe crashed apartments, gotten a lot of that. Also remember, Na'Vi, an example, he destroyed Exalt, and they are 2 points behind getting into PGS, winning everything, and example literally destroyed them. 6x sprayed them with a barrel back to 1900 and something.
This was just incredible. Exalt as well, in that final fight, in the final 4, there was a potential for them to take the whole thing. What could they have done differently to make that happen?
Kill example.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Molodot with an MK14. It was just the positioning that the smokes were sort of the way that they were intercepting themselves between their line of sight from them to Na'Vi, and then across the road pressure coming in, and you've got the third-party pressure from distance as Howl is looking to put shots in after they've cleared their side of the zone. It's a whole lot of pressure, and knowing just how much was riding on that engagement towards the very end of the game, for a team like Exalt to come in and be able to be cool enough under pressure to stay composed is an extremely difficult thing, and it may have just been, unfortunately, the lack of experience at the top level that might have just led to 1 or 2 missed shots that could have made all the difference.
Let's focus on Howl right now. They started on day number 1. They finished in the top 4 every single game. Day number 2, the first game, finished in the top 4. They were in that top spot up until the second last game. They have done some crazy rotations. We've seen them move into places that were surprising. It worked for them. This last game, maybe not the game plan we would have promoted, but it worked for them, and they have clearly been putting in the work. We heard from them early on during the grand finals where they said they've really been focusing on communication, and we've got to give them kudos now. This worked, and they led from the front pretty much the whole way through.
And also, more than half of their points, out of 122 points, 71 points came from one day. They had an outstanding day 1. That is what carried them to this win here today as well.
Great for them. They take the championship, but Ascend as well. Credit to them, consistent throughout. They said that they were lazy players. They weren't lazy today. They went out there, they took the fights even when it was wrong, and now sitting in second place, and obviously that's great for them because they score themselves a spot somewhere else as well, Saga.
And they didn't feel so pressured that they had to completely change up their play style and start doing what Howl was doing at some points, where it was some of the more crazy, aggressive sends, just feeling a little bit desperate at some points, particularly in day 2, where they were struggling. For Ascend, it was their way the entire time. Even in the final game, they were taking so much space in the phase 1. They gave themselves a lot of options, whether the zone went north, whether it went east. They made sure there was always an avenue to get into the zone, to get themselves into a somewhat decent position where they can try to play from. They just weren't quite ready for the Wu to come in and be in audio range of the grenade explosions from that push. That Foot was there just lurking on the edge. As soon as they see that Ascend is the team that's getting bombarded just on the opposite side of the hill, Foot coming in and third partying just took a little bit too much time to deal with. But fortunately for them, it was just about enough at the very end to maintain their spot.
Erangel, why is that first and second spot so important for these teams?
Yeah, it's obvious. It's the PGS1 global spot that is guaranteed for them now. That is also not one of the global partner teams that are already invited. That's there. There's no other spots to be had. If it was FaZe Clan in first place, it would be second and third place that have gotten it. But here, of course, Howl and Ascent, they're sharing it. And honestly, if I'm Ascent right now, I'm still celebrating like I've won the tournament.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guarantee you that, because a global tournament like that, having that representation at the global stage is just huge. So might be a little bit less chunk of change for them, but still, it is huge for them. Also, 50 points less PGC points, but it's still a lot of PGC points that are just going to fare them very well throughout the year here.
And it's huge as well for the likes of Chris and Brexco, who've been in the game for so long. They were competing in Globals years ago, before PCS was even a thing. And now to finally have that glorious return back to the premiere of PUBG Esports is an amazing feeling for them.
How incredible is it, though, that now we have not only a team from Turkey, we have the Turkish team, we also have the team from Europe representing EMEA on the global stage. Such a big one for our region.
And that, I've got to say, winning the tournament for Howl, that's probably our PGC team as well, from the EMEA slot as well. That is way too many PGC points from this tournament to really look at a team like Digital Athletics or Sarvum to come in and try to, take that spot away from them.
So we've just been notified that we do in fact have an interview with our PUBG EMEA champs. Someone from Howl is with us right now. Not 100% sure who we're getting. So hello, welcome to the show and congratulations on your win.
Thank you, hello, thank you.
Apocalypse, what do you think was the thing that made your team better than everyone else?
We are so much happy, We worked so much and that is amazing. Last match is amazing, very amazing.
It was amazing to watch. I love how excited you are. Gents, do you have a question? Apocalypse is going to be celebrating the whole way through this interview.
Of course. Big congratulations, Apocalypse, with this win here. I just want to ask, what were your expectations? What were you hoping for going into this tournament? What would you guys think was a success?
We are working so much. We are analyzing so much. Other teams maybe. So we get win and we do this. Oh my God, I'm so much happy.
Congrats.
Sorry about this.
Yeah, man, you have fully deserved it. You and the team have had a great performance here as well. So, Howl, very good with grenades. Is that your coaching that's helped them out there?
A little bit. A little bit.
Humble.
Apocalypse, congratulations. You are the PUBG EMEA champions for spring. Well done. Go and celebrate.
Thank you.
Those are my favorite interviews. I mean, I know we don't get any answers to the questions because everyone's just happy.
It's just so ecstatic.
But I think it's really important to see that, how much this meant to this team, to the point that can't even form words. It's just like, this is the coach is like, this is it. This is what we've done, and that's how much this means.
They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and that man's face was a painting behind us. He was delighted with the results, and rightly so. It's been a rough ride, really, for Howl. They started off so incredibly well and thought maybe we're just better than everyone. Got a rude awakening in day number 2 and really had to muscle it out in the final day to get the result they were hoping for.
And it is the result everyone was hoping for. So they're going to be very, very happy. And you know who else is going to be happy? Probably Saga, because as far as I'm aware, in the Twire leaderboard, he is sitting on the top. It'll be awkward now if someone's knocked you off.
Oh, look at that.
Not even 1,000? Useless.
Oh my God.
Yeah, very disappointed. I lost by a lot because I got very let down in the playoffs. So I'm going to, this is my first loss in Fantasy. I'm going to take it on the chin.
This is what happens when I captain Ruin. He comes back in the final game.
He clutches.
Yeah, it's like the Avengers, you know. They might lose a little bit towards the middle of the movie, but by the end, the power of friendship pulls through. The communication from the coach. Can't beat it.
No. I'm done with this. No more Fantasy League for anyone on the desk, unless it's just me and I'm winning. But, gents, it's been incredible. First big regional tournament back. Absolutely epic plays. So to end it, I have to ask, looking at this, looking at what we've seen, by the end of this year, those familiar names that we always hear, that we've always seen for a long time, I'm starting to think they're not going to be the ones on the top based on this. I think we're going to have a complete shake-up in the region. Do you think that is the case?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to see a lot of shake-ups throughout the year, especially here in EMEA. We're going to have a lot of teams performing where we have not seen them perform before because we have so many new teams. It is a different landscape. Of course, we still have our familiar names. They're still in the top 8. They're still doing well. They're still farming the PGC points that they need. So we're likely going to be seeing a lot of our familiar names in PGC, but we're also going to be seeing a lot of new faces, and I'm all for it.
I have to say, as much dominance there has been in Europe historically as a region for teams like Northern Lights becoming Twisted Minds, there's always been those lower tier teams that can come in and surprise everyone. Question Mark proved it last year, came out of nowhere, won the European Championship and moved on to the global stage and had a great performance there, and we can only hope that the teams behind us are going to show the same.
Gents, it's been an absolute blast being on the desk with you. Thank you so much. To all of our players, thank you for putting on the most incredible show. To all the people behind the scenes, you might not know, but there's quite a few people who make this magic happen, and I hope that you are grateful to them and appreciative of the work that they've done. And of course, we are appreciative to you for watching and for supporting PUBG here in EMEA. I hope that you've had fun, and I definitely hope that you have been entertained. A big congratulations to Hal, our PUBG EMEA champs for spring. And now I think it's time for us to go and celebrate for them as well. Good night. Actually, no, wait, not good night. Make sure you stick around because North America is coming up next. So if you want even more PUBG, they'll be on in a little while. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.
Kanka sen puçuk inmiyor muydun?
İşte indim baktım araba yok. Orada şey Hearthstone diye şey yok mu orada?
Hearthstone yok. Hearthstone değil bu. Rastgele Hearthstone.
Biz hepimiz aynı yere mi paket?
Ya niye aynı yere iniyoruz? Sen bana doğru gel de
ben buldum Markon.
Bakayım, bulamazsam lazım. Sanırım buldum.
Bir top kapandı, diğerini attı.
Bu kapanana kadar aynen bekliyoruz. Bu kapandı.
Ay şu bug'ini bitse değil mi?
Arabası yavaş, aynen yakalarız artık. Zamanında araba bulabilseydim ben loot yapacaktım da.
Benim 3 neydim var.
Bunun taktiği belli galiba, bir saniye. Şöyle Mad Max usulü.
Beyler kaza yapmayın bak. İkimiz de paket oluruz ona göre.
Ananı...
Biz bayağı alev almışlarız. Targaryen mi bu yanmayacak?
Lan!
Kim paket?
Ben paket oldum. Bayrak buluyordu.
Oğlum QM ölüşümüzün aynısını yaşadım lan.
Hadi!
Mavi attı bomba beni.
Kendi kendimizi öldürdük.
Benim arabanın dibinde bir nade patladı, direkt mavinin içine uçtum.
Ben attım oraya, kendimi de öldürdüm kanka.
Harbi mi?
Demek kafama molotov atarsın ya.
Every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, what? Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time. Got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
this shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too after they thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound, they can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonic's hopping in the vehicles. They're making the sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is going to go down from Rello. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming out from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are going to flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't going to come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 펍지의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 펍지를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억에 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 펍지는 만우절 모드 개발의 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 펍지 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 삼등맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 펍지의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. 펍지의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전쟁을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.